name is Councillor Paula Fletcher. I'm the Chair of Infrastructure and Environment Committee. We have our quorum now. Vice Chair Cole is here, and I will call this meeting 26 to order. Before we start our meeting, I would very much like to have a minute of silence for Jose Castillo, a very father, grandfather, and a proud city worker, and a proud member of Local 416, who tragically lost his life. And I would ask everybody who's able to please stand for that minute of silence this morning and to send condolences, deep condolences to his family and his work family. Thank you very much. Although we're meeting in different locations today, the Infrastructure and Environment Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Apparently, I'm not loud enough. There we go. If you're registered to speak today, please listen to me. I'm going to call your name, and I'll call the speakers in order that they appear on the list, or may change it depending upon who's online and how easy it is to get on. And you can watch today's meeting by visiting the Infrastructure and Environment Committee link at toronto.ca council and click the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials for today on toronto.ca/council and on the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available for any of you that need assistance with your devices. And I also want to remind you, please submit your motions ahead of time by email to iec@toronto.ca, and our fantastic clerks group will be able to help you. We're meeting in the council chambers, so note that you will be able to control your own microphone, and there's no override process here, as we do have in normal council. Are there any declarations of interest by any members of our committee? No? Thank you very much. Could I have a motion, please, to confirm the minutes from our meeting on October 29th, 2025? Deputy Mayor Morley, thank you. All in favor, opposed, and that's carried. We have 15 items on our agenda, a very, very busy agenda, and we have some items of new business which will require a motion to introduce. We're going to review our agenda, but before we start, I think, Mr. Clerk, we have so many deputants, so much interest in issues on this agenda, and thank you to the public for your amazing interest. We are going to make some changes here to speaking time. So where are those, please? Thank you. Are they up there? Okay. Anyone not pre-register will be allowed to register at 9:30. Well, I guess it's, as of today, 10 to 10. The length of public presentations, 3 minutes. I think probably anybody who's been to this council and knows how many there are deputants, you know that we would be going to 3 minutes. We'll have questions of the speakers by our members of our committee will be 3 minutes, one round per member. Questions to staff will be 3 minutes, and speaking times for members of the Infrastructure Environment Committee will be 3 minutes, one round, except if you're moving motions and need more time, I will be generous at that moment for motion speaking. Those are the changes that are being proposed today for this meeting. I'm moving that. Can I get support for that, please? All in favor? Thank you. Opposed? And I think, is Councillor Chernos-Lynn with us yet? She is, thank you. I don't have a screen that shows everybody here. It's a very different setup than committee. Thank you. Welcome, Councillor Chernos-Lynn. Thank you. So that is the rules. And then we're going to run through the order paper. Sorry, I have another motion when we're going to do things. And I think this is really important for everybody here because we do have so many deputants. And again, I just want to thank everybody for their passion, their concern, and their involvement in issues here in the City of Toronto. So we would consider the following items at specific times, and that would be IE 26.12, accepting the donation and entering into agreements with Chinese Cultural Centre of Greater Toronto for an Asian Garden project at Cynthia Lai Park immediately at 1:30. And IE 26.6, Cycling Network Plan 2025 Cycling Infrastructure Fourth Quarter Update immediately after the consideration of item IE 26.12. So we're just managing a large number of deputations, and anybody who's here only for item 6 knows that they'll be back in the afternoon. I also would like to move that we consider the following items together, IE 26.1 and 26.2, which is the presentation from our Chief Communications Officer on the transition of the Blue Box, public awareness and information messaging, and transition of the Blue Box program to extended producer responsibility, preparation for January 2026 collection. You can see we have signs here that are going to help everybody. And then the second item that would be joined together would be IE 26.3, IE 26.14, which are all climate and energy related, TransformTO, Net Zero Strategy, Action Plan, and Electricity and Toronto's climate commitments. And those are the motions. Moving that, all in favor? Opposed? And that carries. So just for those of you who are here for IE 26.3 and 26.14, we're making that a little easier for you. That will all be held as one item. If you're signed up to speak, you will have to address both of those at the same time. You get one chance. Great. Thank you so much. And now, Mr. Clerk, are we going to do the run through? All right. Okay, so presentation 26.1 and transition 26.2, they're held for the presentation. 26.3, we have many speakers, many interested parties. 26.4, I'm sorry, Matthew, I just don't have that speakers list. I do, actually. 26.4, there are no speakers on that.
I'll move it if
You'll move that? Thank you.
unless someone else.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. That's a brilliant new pilot to get rid of 20 signs with one. 26.5, City of Toronto, Ministry of Transportation of Ontario Agreement for the Maintenance Operation of Ministry-Owned Traffic Control Devices. There are no deputants. Deputy Mayor moving that. Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item 26.6, Cycling Plan. A Network Plan 2025, we know that that's in the afternoon. And then IE 26.7, Response to Council Directions on Sidewalk Clearing Requirements and the Status of Modernizing PLOW-TO. We have one speaker there, and that's Adam Roy Cahoon. I don't know if he's available early or not. We have one 26.8, update on the working group to advance the widening of Steeles Avenue East between 9th Line and Bear Road to support regional growth. There are no speakers and nobody's here from Scarborough, so Deputy Mayor will move that. Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item 26.9, feasibility of expanding eligibility criteria for food banks to access waste collection for fee waiver program. Believe that is ready to, Deputy Mayor, thank you very much. Moving that, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item number 10, correspondence update on automated vehicle pilot program. We have 3 speakers on that one. Thank you. Item 11, implementation update, consolidated and updated guidance on vehicle operation in parks. Thank you very much for this report. No speakers. I'd like to move that, Deputy Mayor Morley. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item 12, accepting a donation and entering into agreements with the Chinese Cultural Center of Greater Toronto for an Asian Garden project at Cynthia Lai Park. We have 2 speakers, and that will be at 1:30. I.e. 2614, electricity and Toronto's climate commitments. We have, 13, my apologies. So 13, utility photo documentation. 2614, there's no one speaking on that. Pardon me?
I'd be happy to move it.
Just 1 second, please. I did refer it. I'm just going to hold that. And I'll defer that to our next meeting. So that's great. I can defer it to the next meeting. That's what I'll do. Defer it to the next meeting. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. IE 2614, electricity and Toronto's climate commitments. That one is now joined with item 3. We heard this morning, all the deputants. Item 15, Western Loop Master Plan. There are no speakers. They would rather that they didn't speak, and this gets put through. So is the Councillor Nunziata is here. It's your area, and you're supporting this, yes?
Do you want it held?
No, hang on. So the Deputy Mayor will move this and the TRC amendment together that are both on CMP. Deputy Mayor, you move that in favor of Councillor Nunziata. All in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Then we have some new items of business to introduce. Oh, I'm sorry. Item as amended. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. And now we have item, we're going to do the new business now. To introduce IE 2616 Low Income Youth Bike Rebate Plan. All in favor of introduction? Thank you. That's on. Item 2617, opposition to the amalgamation of conservation authorities. Move that onto the agenda. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item 18, maintaining accessibility during short duration work in the right-of-way. From Councillor Chernos Lynn. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And the last one, you may not have that yet. That's a letter that it's on there. Just a letter putting that on about a little Metrolinx park that they have to rebuild. Add that to go on the agenda. To add that to the agenda. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I also have a motion I'm moving on behalf of Councillor Parthy Kandabal.
Is it on the cycling?
Yeah.
Yeah, can he just, you give that to the clerk? And, because that's this afternoon now. We won't do that right now.
Okay.
Is that okay? Yeah. You have that, Mr. Clerk? Yes, he's got that too. Okay, so that'll come later in the day. All right. We're going to start with items 1 and 2, which are the public presentation on the changes to our Blue Box program. Great. Thank you very much. And this is Julia Osterman and Sinead Cadavan from Communications.
Thank you so much, Chair. I look forward to walking through over the next 10 minutes some of the information regarding public awareness and information to support Toronto's Blue Box transition. This communications plan has been underway for about 12 months, and as we enter into our final month, we felt it was an important opportunity to share this information with you. As we look to the communications approach over the last over the last 12 months, there are really two primary timeframes or where communications activities were focused. The first is when the actual curbside residential blue bins were rebranded, and the second is now, as we actually move actively to the transition to a new provider. Earlier this year, we did start with communications about blue bin rebranding, and now we've been led up to this broader kind of public education that's been happening over the last few months. I'll quickly take you through that. In regard to the blue bin rebranding, this was really a staggered cascade across the city that happened in 4 rounds, and it was very direct, and it was based on where the stickering was happening at the time across the city. There were about 500,000 postcards were mailed starting in May all the way through to September, and we mirrored that with engagement on social media, and I'll share some stats later on in this deck. With each round of mailing, you'll see in the 6 tactics listed on the screen, we also were communicating with councillors to let them know that postcards were being mailed and where stickering was taking place across our beautiful city. The second phase is where we are now, and we are less than a month away from the new service provider starting in January. And these are the 5 core areas associated with this pretty extensive communications and public awareness campaign. As I said, it's been going on for 12 months, but this last phase is really around ensuring change management, reducing confusion and or stress, and ensuring that the residents of Toronto know what activities change and stay the same as of January 1st. So not only are our communications tools based on best practices, we also look at data where possible. And we actually know, interestingly, on this particular topic, Torontonians have actually told us that they prefer to learn about waste management via online, social, or digital media versus mail. We actually know it's a 50-50 split, which is quite interesting. 49-54, 49-51, but essentially individuals, we know very much that in this case we need to have robust tactics, both on a direct mail, things sent to people's home, things that people have come to trust and rely on, such as mailers and calendars, as well as digital. So it was good to have that kind of background data to make sure that our strategies are appropriate. Let me give you some specific examples. So on social media, these are some analytics from the city channels from June to November. So of course this was in the starting phase of our communications effort. This was when we were stickering and re-stickering the bins and communicating that a change is happening. And of course we monitor comments and sentiment, and we use this content for our planning, and it helps us refine messaging and understand where clarity may be useful for our audiences. This isn't an omnidirectional push. This is very much a listening exercise as well. And to show you the strong engagement performance of the Blue Bin Sticker campaign, I had the team compare its results to the average engagement rates on Facebook and Twitter for the city's main channels for Q1 to Q3 and other government organizations. And you'll see here that this campaign actually achieved higher engagement than the city's traditional average campaign posts, and indeed significantly higher than other government organizations. When in doubt, go back to the data. So having a 7.9 or essentially 8% engagement on Facebook is quite significant, and on Twitter at 3.25%. In both cases, they are 3 to 4 times higher than the average engagement. In relation to media relations, in the city, we love to work with our media partners, and we, over the past year, have actually had 38 different news stories, and we've coordinated 21 interviews and information requests over the past year. We also had 3 press releases, including press releases and news conferences as early as this morning, earlier today. We know that there have been over 65 million times that this content has appeared on someone's screen, and we do know that the coverage has been really focused and balanced, predominantly on program implementation and the potential expansion of recyclable materials. Another pillar of our public education campaign has been toronto.ca. The graph on the screen clearly indicates the rise and the specific uptick with activities that are happening. And this is exactly what we should be seeing, Chair, when we implement things such as mailers or stickering campaigns and things are happening in the community. It is absolutely reasonable and hopeful that you would see a corollary rise on the website. And between September and November 3rd, when we pulled some of this information, we actually had 42,000 views. So we had people, 42,000 individuals were going in and looking specifically for more information around the change, which is actually quite significant given that the change isn't actually happening until January 1st. Our web content, again, continues to evolve. It's a perfect opportunity for us to ensure that we are, again, listening through social media and other tools, and then evolving our content to make sure that we are absolutely answering the questions of residents. So updates were made to the website in early November, and since November 3rd, we've even had another 24,000 views. So we know that our communications tools are working. For those people who don't choose to seek us out, who don't follow our channels or or come to our website, we find them. And we do that through external advertising. And we did launch an ad campaign in November 10th. You can see it at the front of the Chamber of Councils. This campaign launched November 10th, and it's still in market today. And this is only one small portion of the campaign, and it involved TTC transit shelter ads, which is what we have here in front of us. We were in stations, we were in TTC vehicle interiors, we were in the Star full page, we had digital ads, CP24, CTV, online media, social media, digital screens in grocery stores and office buildings, convenience stores and doctor's offices. We were across the city with this change information. We also had a robust multilingual component. And because, of course, our city is a multilingual, beautiful city. Ads were translated into 10 languages based on census data. These were the 10 most popular languages spoken at home. We also focused on multilingual digital platforms and radio, as well as some high circulation newspapers such as TransformTO and El Popular. In regard to direct mail, we know Torontonians love direct mail, specifically in relation to understanding when, how, and who their green, blue, and gray bins are being picked up. And so we had a whole series of different direct mail pieces. Some of them are portrayed on the screen. And the collection schedules will be mailed actually starting next week. And it'll be sent as a standalone mail. It's usually included in the utility bill, but given the level of change and the level of change that is being required for Torontonians, this year it's a standalone. Schedules will be included, are included to include recycling, just to make it easy for residents, even though they're no longer city run. With the schedule, people will receive a direct mail as well, with translations about all of the changes to recycling. The annual waste guide will be going out in December, and then there are other smaller mailings for specific audiences. In communicating to our residents, we know that we not only have an opportunity to listen through digital and social media, but we also listen through 311 and our partners in customer service and CXD. So CXD Communications and Solid Waste have partnered very closely on this to ensure that customers and residents across the city are deeply supported throughout this transition. In fact, right now, if you were to call 311, you would actually have an online message that indicates that blue bin changes are happening. So we're using this platform as an opportunity to educate people who call into 311 right now ahead of the change. And then again, after January 1st, the message will be, again, on the hold message, you will also hear that the change is there. And we, this is the time that people are most interested. We are, as I said, less than a month away. And just last week, our partners in CXD received 403 inquiries just last week. And most of them were customers calling to report that their blue bin was not stickered. So 311 does get a spike in calls every time there's a rollout of the stickers, and they do anticipate a potential spike in volume around the go live date in January. This is anticipated and planned for. Starting on January 1, of course, our 311 CXD partners will no longer process service requests for the residential blue bin program, and 311 will be updating all of the channels, working with communications on approved messaging. Additionally, customers who do call 311 will have an opportunity to automatically transfer to the new provider. And 311 will track all call transfers if the callers actually reach our agents. These calls will be logged and shared with solid waste for trend analysis. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Comprehensive and great work. Do you have any questions of Ms. Osterman about our upcoming challenging? Pardon me?
Are we doing questions for staff now or after deputations?
There are no deputations on the blue box.
Oh, so we can go right to questions?
You can go straight to questions. Counselor. Yes, so would you like to do that?
Sure, I'd be happy to go first.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. You know, I noticed in your presentation there's a series of media headlines. None of these say that the province has taken over this plan. We say it's no longer city run. There's a lot of references to privatization, but when it comes to the customer service element, do MPPs know that the calls will go to them and that they have to sort out any customer service complaints? And I will add that that is not normally what MPPs are used to, nor will they do. And I don't sense that they're really educated in this plan.
To the chair, thank you for the question. I cannot speculate on MPP's readiness. I can speculate, however, on our readiness at our side and the fact that we have a warm and soft transfer into the actual process, which is through, there's a transfer right from 311 should they even come to us. And indeed, we're actually, through our communications, hoping to actually stave off the calls into 311 by communicating early for people to go to the right location and never coming through the city at all.
Is that your question? Do you have
Yeah,
more?
I'm just, I want to sort of rephrase it. Unless MPPs and their offices are advised that this is now, do we consider this a provincial program now? Is that, or is it a private sector program, neither provincial or municipal?
The province, to the chair, the province has established this as a program that is being managed provincially. It is not for us to direct people to the MPPs. Our responsibility is to direct people to Circular Materials, who is the organization that's going to be taking over this.
So this phone number, my colleague, Deputy Mayor Cole, this phone number, where does that phone number go? Who is answering those calls?
To the chair, the process and the phone number that we've been promoting and communicating with the new provider is Circular Materials, and it's the same phone number that is on every single residential blue bin across the city. So it's Circular Materials who will be picking up that call, or their call center provider.
Okay, we'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Morley? Sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Nunziata, our visiting councillor,
Sorry,
also had a
visiting
question. I'm
councillor.
happy
Yes,
to let her
please,
go first.
go ahead.
I just have two quick questions. So on that 1-888 number, so what if residents contact that number and it's voicemail or they can't get through? So then they're going to call us, correct? If they can't get anybody to answer the phone, that normally happens.
So to the chair, the city is no longer responsible for the Blue Bin program, so residents should contact the provincial services provider directly for any inquiries. In the case that it does come through the City of Toronto, 311 will be directing residents appropriately.
Okay, but I'm just saying that that number may not be available to everyone, and I think that's going to be an issue. Just one last question. So what I'm getting from my constituents asking the question, and at one point we have to communicate that to residents, is that since we're not, the program, since we're not picking up the recycling, that our residents are going to receive a rebate because they don't have to pay for it. So at one point, I think we need to communicate that to residents, because I think some residents feel they're going to get a rebate because the city is not picking up. And so that program, there should be a, you know, they should be able to get a rebate on their bill.
So through the chair to committee, the savings that's being derived from extended producer responsibility, shifting the blue bins over to the producers is approximately $10 million. which is equivalent to approximately a 3% rate increase for solid waste. As you may have seen, the rate is projected to be 3.75%, again, to be discussed at executive next week. The reason why the rate is what it is because that $10 million savings helped offset approximately 3% of that increase. So there's no plans at this point in time to issue any rebate checks or any reductions specifically to residents. It's the cost avoidance of the rate not being recommended at 6.75, but instead 3.7.
Yeah, and I understand that, but at one point we have to communicate that to constituents so they understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. I'm curious about the costs associated with the communications plan that you've just presented, and great metrics shared. Curious about the costs associated and whether there was any opportunity to recoup some of those costs from the province.
The costs that have been shared, to the chair, to date, the advertising campaign for the 12-month period is essentially $800,000.
And seeing as this was a program that was mandated by the province, and the change that was mandated by the province, was there any opportunity to negotiate that through some of the other discussions, costs for stickering, et cetera?
So through the chair, the cost for stickering all the bins is the cost is on the producers. So Circular Materials paid for all of the stickers to be placed on the bins, and they're contractually required by the City of Toronto through our sale agreement to have stickers on all the bins, and there's penalties involved if they don't have stickers on or if they fall off. Please call 311 and we're more than happy to follow up with Circular Materials. In terms of some of the other cost sharing pieces, Circular Materials has provided some funds on the joint calendar. I believe it's around $140,000, $150,000 to cover some of the expense on the joint calendar. So there is and has been room for cost sharing with our public education campaigns.
Okay. I'll leave that there for now. Thank you. That's helpful. My other question was just around metrics for understanding whether this campaign has been successful. So are we going to continue to monitor and see trends related to calls to 311 and other opportunities to ensure that this communications campaign has in fact driven the behavior that we're looking to?
To the chair, absolutely. Ongoing listening is part of it. We look at hard metrics and soft, working with counselors' offices as well to understand the pain points that are being experienced. Absolutely, it's an ongoing listening exercise and continuing to change our messages depending upon what we hear, what the common concerns are that keep arising.
Okay, that's all for me. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. And are there anybody speakers? Deputy Mayor?
Yes, as you know, this is another example that the province doesn't have enough to do. They can't get the Eglinton Crosstown going. They can't build any affordable housing, yet they got time to take over blue box programs in the province. I mean, this is really beyond belief. And the head office of this company is in Vancouver. So we've got this 1-800 number. That's great. We're going to try and do with it. And I'm sure, like everything else, when the province changed all the planning rules and allows hyper development everywhere, they never let the people know that they made the changes because they never have any public hearings. So on this major change across the province, there was no public hearings. They just do it. And nobody asks any questions. Nobody says, well, why are you doing it? I've just got more to do. How about our hospitals and our wait times? And You know, so here's another example of the province basically doesn't have enough to do, and they've got to interfere in local matters. And our Blue Box program has been in operation since 1988. It has been a successful program. It's always a challenging program because we have, you know, over 1 million households and traffic, etc. But anyway, so let's just hope that the transition is a smooth one. I hope people don't notice the change, that the private company picking up the recycling materials does a good job. It's that giant mega company, GFL, that's taking over the world. They're now going to take over blue boxes because they don't have enough to do. So we've got to monitor it, I think, as councillors. We've got to make sure that the recycling is picked up. We've got to make sure that the raccoons and the other wildlife don't get into the blue boxes and destroy them. And maybe let the raccoons know that this is happening somehow. So anyways, let's just try and make sure it works to the benefit of our constituents and inform them of the change and try and make sure that come January 1st that they don't really notice as they're putting out all their Christmas wrapping and nobody picks it up. God forbid they don't pick up the Christmas wrapping. Okay, and boxes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if I agree 100% with Deputy Mayor Cole. We have for decades asked the province to upload various responsibilities, including the court systems, the Gardiner Expressway, the Don Valley Parkway, transit construction, and although it's not always smooth, it's that we have had some successes in there. One has to look at this as an upload. The province taking responsibility for a key part of our recycling strategy. The problem is, who's in charge when things don't go well? And I think I know MPPs well enough that they do not get into micro solutions of customer complaints. Many do not even know the places to grow, the sort of planning framework for Ontario and for the city is a provincial-driven policy. And they don't even know that much of the planning in this city is now provincially controlled. And anytime a controversial development comes into our area, they blame the city councillor and the city. So, and then when things go wrong on major infrastructure projects that are run from the province, they blame the city. For example, transit. So I think in essence this is worth a try, and I think I think staff have done a pretty good job in fulfilling our role in making sure it's a smooth transition. At the end of the day, we want these bins picked up and we want it done professionally and timely. But at the same time, when things go wrong, I don't think MPPs or their offices have any idea that it is their responsibility to work with circular materials and to have some kind of plan in place to go back to homes that are missed or they dump the recycling all over the driveway and fix that problem. They are not into sort of garden politics or micromanagement of customer service issues. I see that as the big challenge here, but look, we'll watch it closely, and I'm sure staff will report back with updates on how it's going, and I thank them once again for their work on this file. I think the city has done its role quite well, and we hope that things translate in a positive outcome when it comes to operational delivery at each individual home. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I just want to, I do thank staff, but I want to remind my colleagues about the bait and switch here. This transition is part of the so-called Waste-Free Ontario Act, which was intended to stave off another garbage crisis, which we are headed for now, by dramatically increasing waste diversion and putting the costs of packaging on the companies who make the profits, putting that packaging into our lives. It was supposed to make sure that everyone in Ontario had access to recycling of all the same materials, and that those materials would then be recycled into new products. And we're not getting that. We're not really getting any of that. No, lots of people are being left out. Remember in Toronto, anybody in a new multi-unit residential building is left out. Any small commercial is left out. Public spaces are left out. Municipal divisions, agencies, and corporations are left out. Daycares, places of worship, nonprofits, they're all left out. They get nothing from this system. Even the materials that are picked up by this company, the province has watered down the recycling standards so much that very little of this is going to end up in new products, and they have consistently refused to require the packaging manufacturers to buy back the collected material and put it into new products. And they don't do it because it's cheaper to buy new and throw everything else out because the public pays most of the cost of that. And at the same time, the Ford government has made it almost impossible to site a new landfill. So this movement is forcing us closer and closer to incineration because we're not getting any of the promises from the Waste Free Ontario Act. We're not getting any way to significantly reduce plastic pollution, and we're not going to have anywhere to put it. That's what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? No, thank you. I'll just say a few words. I do have two motions. I hope they're both ready. One is to get us a little package that we can just forward to the MPPs. We know them all, so they understand that what's happening and can be advised if they need to intervene with circular materials. So have that done quickly. We can just pass that over before January 1st if possible. And then the other is just to hear back in 2026 on this rollout, because I think that Councillor Pasternak, you've been quite clear that the kind of customer service aspect of this is going to be could be a challenge. So let's hear how well that happened. I do think it's very interesting. We have so many people here today that are so passionate about the environment, and you've probably been part of the reintroduction of recycling, getting the green bin, all the amazing things that we've done in the city of Toronto. And to see this program taken over by a private company through the Ontario government extended producer responsibility, which is something we've always looked towards, and the questions around it is a little unsettling. I do want to recall what we heard last time when they came here. Circular Materials did make a presentation last month that they have said they're looking for a 4% contamination rate, and that was in their request for proposals to bid. And then they've now said it's only a target. So one of the reasons why it was difficult for the city to say we're going to bid on our own blue bin was because of what was made clear, that there's going to be a very hard 4% contamination rate, which we felt that would be impossible for us to meet. And I think we all feel it's impossible for them to meet. So when you talk about a bait and switch, Councillor Sachs, that's also part of the bait and switch, is make it so hard to bid that they will have their way. But I will be interested to follow up and focus on their 4% contamination rate. Let them be successful in that, but a number of us are quite question that quite a bit. The other, just focusing on the customer service aspect, that it's going to be, could be a difficult time. That's why I'd like the MPPs to have that, have the phone number, be able to direct people, be upset if they need to be, because their call line is only open from 9 o'clock in the morning till 5 in the afternoon, unlike 311, which will still take all the calls for gray bin and green bin, because we are 24/7. So this, we're anticipating that might be a bit rough for them to take the calls that we get. And having looked into 311 for 2024, there were 24,000 interactions on 311 regarding the blue bin in some way or another. So that's a lot of people that get in touch with the provider about their blue bin. And I think we want to be very clear with the province and with Circular Materials and their operator, GFL, that this is our standard. We have a very high standard for residents in the city of Toronto, and we don't wish to see it lowered. That's going to be the test that they have to meet. Thank you. So do you have 1 second, please? So here are the two motions that we have. One is to get that package together. Please send it first to Councillor Pasternak because he asked for that. To make sure we have something we can just easily send off to our MPPs once, twice, as many times as they need to know. And secondly, to come back in the 2026 of the analysis of the initial phase of that transition. Let's see if it meets the standards, the very high standards we've set in the city of Toronto. So we'll just do each of those separately. The first is to send the package to the MPPs. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The second is to look to hearing how well that rollout's gone in our first meeting. All in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And now I have to do both. Item one, we're receiving. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And thank you very much to the staff for your amazing work and getting us ready for this. We've done our part. Now we'll see if they are doing their part. And item number 2, which is the coming back to council. That will be adopt as amended. All in favor? Thank you very much. And also thank you very much to Mr. Kelleher and all of your staff for working through this. It's a big deal. There's a lot of recycling that we pick up, and we pick up well, and we're turning that over. All right, thank you. Now we'll move on to item 3. And as you said earlier, we know that item 3 and item 14 are going to be held together here today. So we'll just give everybody a chance. I'm sure you've all got the speakers list up on your phones here, folks, but we're starting. I'm going to call, let people know by 3s that they're coming up to speak. Some people are on video conference and many people are here. So the first 3 speakers for item 3 are Corey Diamond, Efficiency Canada, Katie Harper, and Lynn Adamson. And just before everybody comes to make their deputation, I will let you know that there will be a motion that will be looking to maintain depths, and I will be able to share that shortly with everybody, which you'll be interested to see. Thank you. Are you Corey Diamond? You are. Great, thank you. I think you're running your own mic. Are you? Yes.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, thank you. You've got your 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name's Corey Diamond. I'm the executive director of a group called Efficiency Canada. We're a national organization focused on working with all levels of government to unlock the enormous potential of energy efficiency. And as a national organization, and one that's connected to groups all over the world, we kind of have a global view of what policies are most effective at improving affordability, creating meaningful jobs, and bringing emissions from buildings down to zero. So we're quite concerned at the City of Toronto's decision to defer a cornerstone of Toronto's net zero strategy indefinitely, the building emissions performance standards, as part of the existing building strategy. For the past 2 years, we've been working with lots of groups and with staff of the city to help design a bylaw that works for everyone, and one that's in line with best practices in other jurisdictions. And we think we landed on something really solid. The reality is building emissions continue to trend upwards over the past 4 years, and delaying a tried and tested tool to reverse that trend will only make it harder to meet the city's climate and economic development goals. Building emissions performance standards are not an experimental policy. Vancouver, Quebec, and major cities and states all over the US, including Boston, New York, Washington, DC, Portland, have all demonstrated that a clear and effective mechanism will move the needle on building retrofits, and it will be effective in getting Toronto to reach its 2040 climate goals. A well-designed standard implemented now will give regulatory certainty to the construction sector and allow them to create over 16,000 jobs. It will also prepare our commercial and real estate sector for changing and competitive conditions. It will guarantee concrete action towards our 2040 goals, which I remind you is only 15 years away. And it will follow through on the climate and resilience strategies that an overwhelming majority of Toronto residents have called for. In fact, recent polling showed that 84% of Toronto residents support building requirements to reduce GHG emissions, and 92% support building requirements that will make buildings safer from extreme weather and temperatures. These standards for commercial buildings should progress. Approving the development of a standard for commercial buildings within the current council term with clear compliance periods, an efficient administrative structure, and a strong support system from city staff will ensure that the Toronto real estate market is aligned with leading jurisdictions and allow it to bring in the necessary capital market expectations. We understand there's trepidation to move ahead, but the rollback of these, because of rollback of federal and provincial policies, but we don't think that that excuse holds water. So in conclusion, we urge the city to resume consultations and engagement and approve the Building Emissions Performance Standards bylaw as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Corey? No? Thank you. 3 minutes.
Yes, Corey, good to see you again. You talked about the importance of regulatory certainty for business. What is the usual working lifetime of the HVAC system for a large building? And how much notice do building managers and owners need in order to properly plan to electrify it?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Obviously, every building is different, but what a standard like this does is it says that by a certain date, 5-year increments, 10-year increments, you need to make the necessary changes. So when that HVAC system is at the end of its life, and it's in between those 5 and 10-year periods, the building owner has to make a decision based on that and say, if I don't replace this in time of this time period, that could cost me a lot more money in the penalties that might come. So I may as well make that change within this time period. If they don't, then that's obviously on them and they will lose out financially. So by knowing that in the 5 or 10 or 15-year increments, certain things are going to happen, they can start to plan on their own what that capital improvement is and when it is. Right. That way it's not sort of like, oh, by December 31st you must do. It gives them that flexibility within those time periods.
Right. So they need time so they can plan. But isn't it true that the HVAC system for a large building usually has a working lifetime of 15 years or more?
Yes, of course, like from day one, but it's obviously up to each building based on when they implemented it. So it could be less than that, of course.
Right, exactly. But if we're trying to get to net zero by 2040, there's many good reasons for that. And the HVAC equipment lasts 15 years or more. When do building owners need to know about this deadline in order to not waste money?
Obviously, as soon as possible.
Yeah. Is it okay? How are the consequences if we wait another year or two?
Well, continuing to delay this will actually make it harder, and there may even be buildings that are implementing new HVAC systems between now and when the policy comes in, and then therefore you've lost another 10 or 15 years for that switch out as well.
Right. And do you have any sense from the buildings that you work with how much notice they need in order to be able to plan to electrify? You can't just order a heat pump tomorrow and have it the day after.
Yeah, of course. So typically for larger commercial buildings, they have already a planned cycle of investment for capital improvements. So they look at their aging equipment, not just HVAC, but all of the equipment in the building, and they sort of plan out, this might end at this time, this might end at that time, we should plan and save up for this and that. So knowing that this kind of law is in the books gives them a sense of like, oh, we need to make that decision within this period of time. Not knowing makes it very difficult to make the right decision.
Right, and those plans are multi-year plans.
Absolutely, multi-year plans.
Thank you. I don't think you have time for another question. Thanks so much. Any other questions here? This deputant? No? Thank you. Next deputant is, I called your name earlier, Katie Harper. Oh, you're lined up and ready to go. Thank you. And after that, Lynn Adamson, and after that, Majed Hargaya. Go ahead.
Great, thank you so much. Good morning, my name is Katie Harper, and I'm here as a resident of University Rosedale, a parent, and someone who's worked on climate solutions in the private sector and the community sector for most of my career. I'm here today to ask you to take a modest but crucial step to addressing climate pollution in our city by continuing movement on the building emissions performance standards. And I wanted to thank Councillor Fletcher for bringing forward a motion today on that. As Corey said, many of us were very distressed to see its absence from the agenda today. As many of you know, BEPS is a straightforward, proven policy that's already in place in many cities to reduce emissions from buildings, mainly avoiding the burning of fossil fuels, fossil gas used to heat buildings. And I say modest because BEPS bylaws are deliberately designed to be attainable. In the Toronto draft versions that we saw before, 85% of buildings already met the initial requirements. The remaining poor performing buildings would have multiple years to make improvements, as Corey talked about, a planned cycle to take advantage of these changes. The first phase was not even intended to start until 2030. And importantly, as tenant advocates have highlighted, these improvements can be made while protecting renters, ensuring that affordability isn't compromised. Now, the changes that we're talking about don't need to be futuristic or sci-fi. They're really practical stuff. Better building automation, insulation, envelope upgrades, and crucially, fuel switching to efficient electric heat pumps as these systems age out. These upgrades can reduce energy waste and make buildings healthier and more comfortable. And for building operators, this doesn't actually require heroics. A friend of mine manages over 200 warehouse facilities across the GTA. And his approach is really simple, just like we were hearing about a moment ago. As gas-fired equipment reaches end of life, he replaces it with energy-efficient electric heat pumps. It's not a big leap, just thoughtful planning and taking advantage of these natural replacement cycles. This policy would provide predictability for other operators to take these steps. But I also say this is crucial because Toronto simply cannot meet our climate commitments without BEPS. 60% of our emissions come from buildings. And so trying to reduce emissions without tackling this is like caulking all of the windows in your house while leaving the front door wide open. We can't ignore the biggest source of the problem and expect to make real progress. Ultimately, this is about people. Heat pumps and other efficient technologies provide stable, efficient heating and, crucially, cooling, which offers real protection during the growing and more dangerous heat waves. I have a friend who lives in a Toronto community housing building that recently underwent a deep retrofit that included adding heat pumps. And the results were more comfortable buildings, cleaner air, and cooling for everyone in the summer. This is the kind of outcome that BEPS can unlock. So
Thank you.
thank you. We urge you to
Thank
continue
you.
on this, and thank you for your efforts.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah. Katie, thanks for coming. Is it clear that BEPS compliant buildings will be more resilient to extreme weather, healthier, more comfortable, and cheaper to operate?
I would defer to city staff on the specifics of that, but generally speaking, if a building is, I'm thinking particularly about access to heat. You know, we know that the number of heat waves are increasing. The predictions are something like 60 heat days over the course of the summer in the next few decades, which is basically a continuous heat wave from Canada Day to Labor Day. And if residents and people working in offices don't have access to cooling, this is you know, that's very dangerous and also has productivity costs. Swapping out efficient like equipment so that it has cooling as part of it, which is what happens when you have heat pumps, makes it possible to add cooling to some of the buildings that don't have it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for acknowledging, yes, we're going to have something come in on building standards as a motion today. Next up, Lynn Adamson. After Lynn is Majed, and after
Thank you.
Majed, Brian Purcell.
Okay, I just have to check with you. I prepared a presentation on each of
No,
these
you
motions.
have 3 minutes for,
Okay, I just need to say that's not fair.
so you have 6 minutes then.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I just want to show these slides, so maybe I can get a share screen here. Hold on.
You ready?
Uh.
If you have something that you wish to show, please come to the clerk now, because I'm going to start everybody's time if you don't have it ready. If you're not ready, we'll send the next person up.
It's on my screen.
Let's just let them help you and ask Maja to come.
Okay, so as they're doing the slides, I'll just say, I'm speaking for Climate Fast. I'm speaking for Climate Fast today. We've been involved in the development of TransformTO since 2015, so 10 years of civil society engagement and working with the city. And so many have contributed to the adoption of the climate plan. So if this slide we're showing, it would show you the students deputing in 2017 from Thorncliffe Park. It's in your package, but I would like everyone to see it, but it's not coming up, not showing. So in 2019, in response to youth climate strikes, the city declared a climate emergency, and in 2021, a more ambitious plan was adopted, and the Citizens Advisory Group set up to work with staff in implementing short-term steps and supporting long-term planning to achieve the city's targets. I'm part of that group, and the process of developing the current plan in front of you today. It's wonderful to see this work coming before you today, but I want to put it in a global context. Oh, thank you. Let's see if it goes. Yes. So this is where we are. We have to realize why it's an emergency. So we are here, up at the upper right-hand side. We are skating towards an unlivable planet, and that's what we're leaving for our children if we do not do it. And I know that the rest of the world, including Canada, there's Canada's record, is not acting the way, but we as citizens of Toronto are saying, like, at least we need to do what we can. I know you can't read that whole chart, but the highly insufficient rating is what I want you to see. That's Canada. This is us and Toronto, and we're doing our best to try to achieve the 65% reduction by 2030 that you see on the right. That means a 20% drop from now till 2030. Right now it's an 8% predicted estimate, and it's got the missing piece. We don't have the buildings in there, as people have said. Let's see. They're my kids. My grandkids, sorry. My kids are a lot older than that. But those are two of my three grandsons, and that's why we're here, because it's going to be their future. It's really serious that we do this. We cannot get to that reduction I just showed you by doing things the way we're already doing them. We have to have big changes, and there may be pushback, but people need to understand why we need to do it, because we're facing floods, we're facing famine, we're facing food shortages, we're facing an unlivable world if the temperature continues to rise, which it will do as long as we're burning fossil fuels. So we want a better future for our children, or at least a livable one. And the good news is that climate action brings investment in good green jobs, training for youth, lots of economic activity, and also brings cleaner air and better health. And so let's work together to take the bold steps we need to get back on track with emissions reductions and put that puzzle piece back in the picture, the buildings. Thank you. That's my
first one.
Yep. Thank you.
You have your second one, Lynn?
I have it.
Yep. Okay.
And there's no slides, so I'll just
Thank
go
you.
straight into it. So I'm also speaking for Climate Fast here. We support the resolutions Councillor Sachs is bringing forward to you. We share the deep concerns that motivated bringing forward these recommendations. And we note that these resolutions fit with the history of support for renewable energy and closing the Portland's gas plant from this council. We are appalled at the imposition of an electricity plan by the province on the city that is not in any way collaborative or respectful of the wishes of Toronto City Council and its residents. And it's really important for City Council to publicly state that the IESO's IRRP plan does not meet our expectations, and implementing it will make it impossible to meet our emissions reductions targets, in addition to endangering the health of Torontonians. And an electricity plan that sidelines and ignores the major contribution that solar and wind can offer to our city in combination with battery storage for secure and reliable electricity supply is not suitable for our city. Any electricity plan that ensures rising electricity costs for decades to come, in addition to toxic output, of the gas plant and the proposed new nuclear plants is not suitable for our city. Where are the wastes going to go? How are they going to be kept safe for 1,000,000 years? Is this the legacy we want to leave the next generation and thousands of generations after that? We are still paying for the existing nuclear plants, hidden in our electricity bills and subsidized to the tune of $6 billion annually in our provincial taxes. This will be rising to $9 billion. Why would we take on this horrendous debt when renewable solutions are at hand and being implemented all over the world? Why wouldn't we go for least cost electricity? We might be subject to the whims of the province since they have the power to decide on many aspects of our electricity future, but we surely should not be robbed of the right to publicly declare that this is not what we want to see for our future. It also makes perfect sense to ask Toronto Hydro to do as much of what we want in developing renewable energy for our electricity grid as they can, and it makes sense to ask the Auditor General to review the exorbitant costs that the province plans to commit us to, as well as the emissions that this will generate. The Auditor General has already excoriated the provincial government over their lack of progress on a climate plan in her report on October 2nd. The province's response was to kill the climate target altogether. If we as the City of Toronto don't stand up and say, this is not okay with us, it looks like it is okay with us. Is it okay to you, members of the IEC? We as Toronto residents count on Toronto councillors to be our voice to the province. To not speak up because of fear of being bullied or because we just feel we have no say in the matter is to stay silent in the manner that many institutions in the US are allowing themselves to be made silent and bullied by Trump. But some are standing up, like Mamdani. Yes, there's all kinds of programs in New York City. They're standing up to Trump. We can stand up to Ford.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you for your many decades of activism.
Yeah.
This
I
will
have
go
I have
unnoticed.
questions.
Thank you. Sorry, you have a question?
I do. Yes, Lynn, hang on.
Yes.
Again, thank you for your many, many years of work on this. So you've also been co-chair of the city's Climate Advisory Group,
That's correct.
right? And that was set up, and that includes a cross-section of representation of Toronto's business community as well as civil society, correct?
Yes.
And the Climate Advisory Group strongly supports the building emission performance standard, right?
We have a buildings working group within our Climate Advisory Group, and they have been working along with the development of this program all along. So I do believe, yes, you could say that the members of the CAG, it's not an official position because we don't necessarily do that, but the members of the CAG very much support a buildings performance standard coming forward.
Right, and that includes representatives, a representative sample of the building owners and managers, right?
Yes, there are industry people, there are business people, there are real estate people. It's a cross section of, as you say, and on our CAG. And we are in the process of writing a letter together that you probably will get. It just couldn't be ready for today. So yes, the support is there.
And the CAG members have spent years working on this?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you. I'm going to get Majed up here. Also let everybody know that there will be a motion to bring back building emission performance standards after consultation and legal looking, coming back beginning of 2027. So if you're worried that it's gone, it's not gone. It's just being managed at the moment. So we'll see where that motion goes. Thank you. Very nice to meet you. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Majid Hargaya. I'm a regional energy coach working with nonprofit housing providers across the province. And I want to start with a proven idea. Retrofitting is not a technical project with social benefits. Retrofitting is a societal project powered by technical solutions. And that's where building emissions performance standards come in. It's not just a regulatory detail, it's a framework that makes large-scale retrofits real, predictable, and scalable. When you retrofit with people at the center, we unlock what I call the triple dividend. People, planet, prosperity. One investment, 3 exponential returns. Let me walk through each briefly. Number 1, the people dividend. I want you to picture an aging tower in Toronto late in July. The hallway is sweltering, the apartment windows barely open, the air is stale. A senior on the 18th floor is trying to sleep in 30-degree heat. afraid to turn on an old, inefficient AC because they don't know what the electricity bill will be. This is not hypothetical. In many older buildings, tenants live with chronic overheating, poor ventilation and stale air, and unpredictable utility costs. Those conditions drive asthma, sleeplessness, mold, and daily discomfort, especially for seniors, children, low-income households, and racialized communities. Now contrast that with what happened when we retrofitted 7 aging buildings. They didn't just change equipment, they changed lives. Fresh air delivery doubled. Chronic overheating was eliminated. Kids slept through the night. Seniors no longer had to choose between comfort and cost. And residents were hired, trained, and paid to support this retrofit work. Tenants became skilled workers with long-term employment pathways. Number 2, the planet dividend. Retrofits are one of the most powerful tools we have for real climate action. Those 7 buildings cut almost 1,000 tons of CO2 every year, and that is just 7 buildings. Now imagine scaling that across Toronto's entire building stock, particularly in social and affordable housing. Even as provincial and federal supports shift, deep retrofits in existing buildings remain one of the fastest, most direct ways to move forward towards our 2040 net zero target. We know that buildings are responsible for the majority of Toronto's emissions. Without strong standards and large-scale retrofits, there is no credible path to our climate goals. And 3, the prosperity dividend. Retrofits lower utility costs, stabilize operating budgets, and create local jobs that can't be outsourced. With the performance-based financing models, the savings from energy efficiency help pay for the upgrades themselves. That means we can move faster without putting extra financial pressure on tenants or on the city. That is exactly the kind of affordability-first climate action Toronto residents are calling for. They also line up perfectly with the goals of the Net Zero Strategy Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions?
So you're saying that the BEPS is very important for creating and keeping green jobs in Toronto that will stay here?
Absolutely. Not only keeping the jobs in Toronto, but growing that sector. Training new people, growing the contractors' ability to implement.
And the skilled workers and the contractors, they need work, a steady, predictable flow of work every year.
Absolutely.
And the bylaws necessary to make that happen.
Yes, make that happen and grow
Thank you.
that part of the economy as well. Thanks.
I have a question, sorry. Just yesterday, we agreed to, did something that allows Wood Green to spend $27 million for a retrofit of a senior's apartment. But that, of course, is money from the federal government. You talked about shifting priorities. How would you foresee doing any of this work with all of the climate projects and monies being shifted from the federal government? You're not expecting the city to finance all those retrofits, are you?
No, there's many financial models beyond just getting funding from a government or federally. There's grants available. There's
From?
FCM, for example, Federation of Canadian Municipalities
So
has grants.
federal again, they have getting those.
That's one, but you can apply those measures initially through many other financial models that I can't explain at the moment because I'm not a finance person, but they pay for themselves very quickly, and then over time they actually contribute.
But there's an initial capital outlay that's required, correct?
Absolutely.
And are there any financial institutions that you know of that are willing to do that in that way?
I would refer to city staff. Finance is not my background.
Okay, maybe somebody will be here that understands that one. Thank you, very good. Thank you for being with us today. Sorry, there's no clapping here. You can do your jazz hands and all, but we're not doing clapping. Not allowed. Thank you. I'm just keeping the rules going here. Now you are Brian, right? Thank you, Brian. Next up, Diana and Mills, and after that, Kate Mills. They're on video. Thank you, Brian. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Brian Purcell here on behalf of the Atmospheric Fund. First, I want to commend and thank staff for their diligent work on the plan and the analysis behind it, which carries on important longstanding priorities like Toronto's flagship Toronto Green Standards. But as drafted, the action plan's not aligned with our climate targets. That's not just our assessment, but it's actually right in the staff reports. They've done the modeling and shown that we're certain to miss our 2025 climate target. And the plan as drafted doesn't get us close to 2030 target and leaves us well off track for our 2040 target. So that's a problem from our perspective. And the biggest shortcoming you've heard about already was the proposed elimination of building emissions performance standards from the plan, or BEPS. And I'm encouraged to hear that there's a motion to look at how that could be reintegrated. Just emphasizing, consultations on BEPS began more than 5 years ago. It's been a very extended consultation process with dozens of experts across all stakeholder groups, and who volunteered thousands of hours of time providing input. Despite many different priorities and perspectives, there's been a consistent message that the sector is ready for BEPS, and provided that the city provides adequate lead time, notice of when requirements take effect, and collaborates with stakeholders to get the policy details right, which we're getting close to before consultations were paused. We don't believe that BEPS will undermine affordability. Proposed targets were to begin being phased in 2030, so no near-term costs, and there is actually a record amount of federal and provincial funding available right now for building retrofits in large buildings, much greater than what's required to comply with BEPS. We provided details on all the programs in our letter. And there's also extensive flexibility mechanisms built in that allow buildings to defer action until it makes sense with their capital cycle or if they have financial distress. And we've seen other leading jurisdictions like Boston, New York City, and Seattle giving us great examples of how to do this in a way that supports tenants and building owners and realizing the benefits of energy efficiency. So, and as been noted, based on the proposed timelines and targets, 85% of buildings would already comply today with the initial targets. And the few that don't are the city's least efficient buildings with excessive utility costs that are being passed on today to residential and commercial tenants. So improving the worst performers in the city in a targeted way is an opportunity to reduce costs and enhance affordability. So we urge, as others have, that the consultations be resumed with stakeholders on the building emissions performance standards to get the design right, and that a report be brought back as quickly as possible to bring a fully designed policy along with complementary support programs to council for a decision. In other areas, we've also highlighted other opportunities to strengthen the plan.
Wind up.
We'd like to see energy benchmarking strengthened and renewed. And we'd like to see an emphasis on dealing with some of the unnecessary red tape in city bylaws that blocks things like solar and electric vehicle charging and heat pumps. And I'll just close by saying leadership means stepping up even when other governments are stepping back, and we encourage Toronto to move forward with a strong plan.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No. Thank you very much, Brian. Diana and Kate are online. I will just note that I will have a motion that will bring back consultation and also a clear legal analysis for BEPS, just so everybody knows that. Okay, 2 online depths, are they ready to go? Or if they're not, we'll put, they are. Thank you very much. So Diana, you are first up.
Hello, my name is Diana. And I'm a homeschooler in grade 8, and I live in East York. I'm a member of Fridays for Future Toronto. Since I learned about the climate crisis, I've had climate anxiety, and taking action makes me feel better. By my high school graduation in 2030, Canada must cut emissions by 50% to keep below the 1.5 degrees Celsius warming. Cutting emissions by 50% avoids increasing wildfire smoke from fires, plus floods, crop failures, forced migration, and infectious disease outbreaks. What gives me hope is all the possibilities that I can imagine for the 2026-2030 version of the TransformTO. I'm here to encourage you to imagine my future with acceleration and investment in TransformTO. This is the last generation that can prevent catastrophic runaway climate change, and I need your help. Imagine establishing a municipal youth climate corps so that young people like me can have access to training and meaningful work in building green, more sustainable Toronto. Imagine establishing free transit for students from grade 8 to 12 so that transit is accessible and more frequently used by young people. I just turned 12, and to avoid paying for transit, I asked my dad to drive me to Girl Guides. I'd also like to have free transit to go to high school next year. Imagine expanding safe cycling infrastructure so that students can safely cycle to school. I'm too scared to cycle in Toronto. Imagine how my future would be so much better in energy-efficient buildings that take advantage of modern technology and up-to-date building practices. I imagine I'm going to be a future renter or homeowner in Toronto. I want you to build my future home with heat pumps using Toronto Green Standard, and I want to urge you to move forward with Building Emissions Performance Standard to retrofit buildings to be inexpensive for me to live in. It makes me feel angry how pointless it is to use fossil fuel infrastructure in new buildings. By around 2070, we will have taken all the fossil fuels from the earth, and fossil fuel infrastructure and investments will become pointless. Not to mention how fossil fuel pollution will have wrecked the earth for my generation along the way. Burning fossil fuels is the major driver of climate change. Fossil fuel companies like Enbridge are stalling the inevitable, and I despise it. I'm also upset that developers and landlords are stalling the transition to less polluting and more modern and efficient heat pumps. These things I'm imagining are real and are all possible now with your investment in TransformTO. Please invest in my future.
Thank you very much, Diana. And thank you for all of your great work. I appreciate it. Any questions? No, thank you. Kate Mills is online. Do we have Kate? Yes? I don't see her. Ready? There you are. Are you Kate? Nice to see you. Thank you. You have 3 minutes, Kate.
Hello, Environment and Infrastructure Committee, and a special hello to Councillor Fletcher, my Toronto councillor. My name is Kate Mills, and I'm a busy full-time parent who is immunocompromised living in East End of Toronto. I'm also a volunteer co-lead for Our Kids Toronto, a parent-led climate action group working to mitigate the climate crisis. I'm debuting today because I love my kids, my family, my community, so I am voicing my support and investment and acceleration of TransformTO. My kids and I were on an evening walk on June 4th, 2025, and I smelled something burning. What I didn't know was that that burning smell was announcing the start of a June and July where it felt like every other day was an air quality index of 5 or above, a heat warning, or both. Enjoying my kids' outdoor swimming lessons at the Riverdale pool, volunteering at the Big Carrot Rooftop Garden, and visiting with friends at the park became exercises in risk-benefit analysis. If the smoke and the heat were bad, we would not go out at all, and instead stay inside with the HEPA filters cranked, which was not fun. Experiencing wildfire smoke this summer on and off for 2 months made me feel so sad that my kids won't have summer without wildfire smoke caused by the climate crisis. We all know that the major driver of the climate crisis is burning fossil fuels, but I also know that every action that is taken will reduce the emissions and in turn mitigate extreme weather, drought, meaning wildfires, and floods my kids will experience in the future. For Our Kids Toronto currently has a petition that parents like me are sending to Mayor Chow with suggestions on how to accelerate TransformTO. One suggestion I want to highlight is so exciting: expanding local renewable energy, cheap solar panels over city parking lots, so that we can reduce our energy costs and pollution from the Portland Energy Center, so that our kids can breathe cleaner air. I can see the Portland Energy Center from my condo, and knowing about the pollution it spews out makes my heart ache. I have so many Toronto parent friends who do their own personal climate actions in hope of making a livable future for their children. But only Mayor Chow and Toronto City councillors like you, Councillor Fletcher, can do the policy actions to majorly reduce emissions in Toronto. Toronto's emissions come 58% from buildings, and this means the Toronto Green Standard for new buildings and Building Emission Performance Standard for retrofitting older buildings is important. I know Premier Ford, developers and landlords are pressuring the city of Toronto to back down from environmental and resident money-saving building standards. This is the decisive decade for climate action. Help me, City of Toronto councillors. You're my only hope. Thank you so much for listening to my concerns and hopefully investing in TransformTO because you have lots of support from worried Toronto parents.
Thank you. Thank you, Kate, and thank you so much for your work on the Portland's Energy Center. We all
Thank
know.
you.
Thank you. Any questions for Kate? If not, we'll move on to, I think Laura Tozer is here. And after Laura, we have Jean Harper. And after Jean, we have another Laura Lindberg. Thank you. Laura, you're here. Thank you for coming, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Dr. Laura Tozer. I'm a professor at the University of Toronto, and my research focuses on building decarbonization policy, municipal climate policy, and equity in the energy transition. I lead a research project on how Canadian municipalities and their community partners can accelerate building retrofits while addressing energy poverty. I also led the Youth Climate Engagement Project, partnering with the City of Toronto, that produced recommendations now reflected in the TransformTO Net Zero Action Plan. First, I'm speaking in support of the actions in the strategy to support youth climate initiatives. Youth are among our most powerful climate ambassadors. They need more support, and the first crucial steps for doing that are reflected in this action plan. We spoke with over 800 young people and their families, and they were very clear. Your young Toronto constituents demand to see courage from leaders to take transformative action focused on climate justice. I'm also here, like many of us, to speak about the building emissions performance standards, since my expertise is in building decarbonization policy. And I particularly want to talk about the transformative potential for Toronto's most vulnerable residents. As you've heard again and again, buildings are essential climate action. Reducing building emissions from our existing buildings is absolutely key to reaching our climate targets. You just cannot succeed on climate action without transforming Toronto's existing buildings. It's not optional action that we can delay. Building emissions performance standards, as we've seen them rolled out all around the world, can reduce emissions from existing buildings while addressing health, safety, affordability, and resilience. Right now, vulnerable groups live and often work in buildings with the poorest energy performance. They have high energy bills because these buildings are inefficient and drafty. They suffer through the summer heat and wildfire smoke with no air conditioning. BEPS policy, Building Emissions Performance Standard policy, is standard worldwide. There are dozens of these policies in place and committed to in the US and in Canada, as you've heard. And the research on this is very clear. Buildings take a very long time to change. So it's essential to start as soon as possible. BEPS would be phased in over a very reasonable timeline, starting with commercial buildings. And we've seen in jurisdictions around the world that voluntary measures are just not enough. The workplaces and the homes of marginalized community members will be the last ones upgraded without measures like these standards. What's needed is pursuing the building performance standards bylaw alongside affordability protections. There are many, many opportunities for synergies between affordability and climate action. This is what my research and the research of many others shows. Renter protections can be things like limits on rent evictions or above guideline rent increases. They can be established with internal measures or parallel bylaws, bolstered by additional funding supports, resources, and incentives. I have numerous specific examples I'd be happy to share with you. This is about protecting and enhancing affordability, bringing Toronto households out of energy poverty, and decarbonizing Toronto's buildings at the same time. I urge you not to lose any more time and move this forward as quickly as possible.
Thank you so much for being here and your work. Question from Councillor Sachs. Yep.
Yes,
go ahead.
Thank you very much, Professor. What is the impact on Toronto's most vulnerable tenants if we kick this down the road another year or two?
We have hundreds of thousands of households living in energy poverty, working in buildings that are inefficient and difficult to work in. So delaying, kicking this down the road has a knock-on effect beyond just the one-year delay. We'll see further degradation of these buildings that are some of the last affordable ones in our city. In fact, we risk losing some of these buildings that are in such poor condition to real estate investment trusts or other firms that are going to pull them out of the affordable building sector. So the delay, when we see from the research, is that trying to transform buildings is a long-term project that requires certainty. So adding uncertainty compounds the confusion in the sector and means that it's a longer impact than just the 1 year. It'll take you time to get everything lined up again.
Right, so the city has committed over and over and over again to have BEPS in effect by this year. Kicking it down the road, you're saying, will that add uncertainty in ways that damage our most vulnerable residents?
Kicking this down the road will add uncertainty among the building owners, among the sector that would be delivering all these upgrades and the jobs. And that's a real threat to some of the most marginalized communities in Toronto, because they are the ones that are living in these worst and working in these worst performing buildings.
Right. Now, Lord Stern's report in 2006 predicted that deferring climate action would greatly increase the costs. Based on the research since then, do you agree, and does that apply to kicking BEPS down the road as well?
Yeah, great point. I do agree. And because these buildings that are inefficient are also wasting money. Inefficient buildings have energy costs that are much higher than they need to be. And so by kicking this down the road, we are offloading that responsibility for paying all these costs to the residents of Toronto. And we're also having building owners invest in fossil fuel gas infrastructure rather than electrification for investments that they could be making now to modernize their buildings. So they will lose that opportunity to make that smart investment now.
Would you agree that kicking this down the road a year or two is bad public policy?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Question, we have to do some legal due diligence on a bylaw. Would you agree with that?
I'm not a lawyer.
Oh, okay, we do. All
But-
right, thank you. And then you heard me talk about the $27 million for the seniors, which is a building that was built maybe 50 years ago. That's a really good news story. How can you help us ensure that there's a funding stream for that kind of retrofit, for air conditioning, for good quality living? What do you do already, and how can you enhance what you do because of the funding cuts that we're seeing at the federal level and kind of abandoning the ship at the provincial level?
We are seeing cuts at the federal level, but nothing that related to the buildings that would have been affected by the BEPS policy, which started with commercial buildings and started with large buildings. The drawbacks are not related to these buildings. They were related to a couple of retrofit programs we had for single-family homes, a different issue. So we still have many funding programs, and I'd refer you to TAF's letters, probably the greatest resource to be able to look at them specifically that they submitted to this, for the funding programs that already exist. Now, in terms of what I do to talk about funding programs, in particular, I'm working with my research to prove all of the ways that healthy, resilient, decarbonized buildings are the mission of many of our government departments. It's health departments, multiple levels of government. We have combined outcomes that are possible when we do these holistic building retrofits. So recommending wider funding programs that draw on the resources of more than just our climate and environment departments so that we can deliver healthier and resilient and decarbonized homes.
Thank you. But scaling up to a massive number of buildings will also require more funding, correct?
More funding.
Scale up?
Scale up will require more funding from many different sources. And I think what you can see with the response to the BEPS is that you actually have the support of quite a bit of private sector as well. And so many of these upgrades will be combined between grant programs and private sector.
We'll get into the money when we ask our questions of staff. Thank you so much for being here. Next up is Laura Lindberg. No, sorry, it's Jean Harper. Where is Jean? And then after Jean, Laura Lindberg. Oh, I'm sorry, Jean, you're online now. We'll wait for you.
Yes, hello.
Yep, you have your 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. My name's Harper Jean Tobin, and I'm the Community Resilience Project Director for the 519. I regret that I couldn't be there in person. Our downtown East Catchment area is among those in the city with the highest vulnerability to extreme heat, as the city's assessment shows. Many of the neighbors we work with every day live in buildings that can rapidly become unsafe during extreme weather. Our mission includes also serving 2S LGBTQ+ communities across the city. The report we released last year on queer climate justice and resilience shows that these communities are also more exposed to and more at risk from climate health impacts. More exposed because we're more likely to be low-income renters, to be unhoused, to live in institutional settings, or be isolated as we age. We're at risk from climate hazards because there are multiple disparities in health and social determinants of health, including respiratory, heart, mental health, and disability, and face barriers in getting help due to legacies of discrimination. The 519 is working to advance climate resilience and action across our work. We're preparing to celebrate our 50th anniversary last year, and we're keenly aware of how our climate's changed dramatically in those 50 years in the city and the accelerating impacts in the next 50. We are working and have direction from our board and look forward to working with city partners to ensure retrofits on our own buildings, our own city-owned building. And we hope our city partners will work with us in all the AOCs to ensure that that can happen. We have more to say about that in our submission. But we're not just concerned about our own building. We were pleased to participate in the BEPS Equity Advisory Committee because we know this stuff sounds technical, but it really is an urgent matter of life and health, as well as the city's human rights obligations. Others have said we're not on track to meet our net zero goals. We can't do it without BEPS. We support all efforts to engage other levels of government to fulfill their responsibilities. But Toronto urgently needs bylaws and investments to ensure life-saving decarbonization and its co-benefits while holding tenants harmless. We suggest a concrete proposal be brought forward early next year, along with transformational investments and incentives, which can come from many sources, but which we can't afford not to make. We've included in our written comments a number of additional comments about other parts of the Net Zero Action Plan that we support. We suggest ways to improve it in some ways, including around the equity indicators. But I just want to underscore, we appreciate the hard work of staff and city partners on this.
Thank you.
And we look forward to working with you along with all the AIs.
Thank you so much. And I'm sorry I said your name wrong, Harper Jean. So
Oh,
thank you
that's
for
all right.
being here with us today. Any questions?
I do. Harper Jean, just to clarify, are you saying that kicking this down the road, creating regulatory uncertainty is bad for the vulnerable tenants in Toronto?
Absolutely. And it disproportionately affects our catchment and our 2S LGBTQ communities for the reasons that you've heard from other people, the real health impacts and the concerns about whether people can sleep through the night to whether people will, in some cases, wake up in the morning, as we've seen in BC and in Paris. We're talking about preventable deaths when we're talking about climate change and retrofit.
Do you think it's good public policy to kick this down later and waste a year or two before anything happens at best?
Well, we suggest that it's not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Laura Lindberg, Valerie Endicott, and Michael Green, all of whom are signed up for number 3 and number 14. So you are going to get your 3 and 3 doubled up. You can decide how you want to use those. And you are Laura, correct? Thank you. And at some point, Deputy Mayor will be stepping in the chair, so don't be surprised when I'm stepped out. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Do you want me to wait for the, okay. Thank you very much, Chair, Councillor Fletcher, and thank you to all of the councillors of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee for being here. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to address you today and to thank you for all of the work that you do every single day for this wonderful city of Toronto. My name is Laura Lindberg. I live in the beautiful area of Etobicoke, and I am 100% behind Toronto's climate plan with a net zero target of 2040. I'm asking this committee to continue to strengthen that plan to ensure that it can meet that target. Buildings make up over half of the emissions, as you know. I'm here speaking mainly for BEPS, which has been spoken about by many other speakers before me. So I think what I'll do is, first of all, I want to give kudos to many of the speakers that have gone before me. We have heard from the technical benefits of building emissions performance standards. We've heard about the social benefits, and honestly, I cannot say it better than some of the technical experts that have gone before me, and I certainly can't talk about the social benefits more than our prior speaker and better than Majid, so I won't. I will say, what do Torontonians really want? We want livability, we want affordability, and we want fairness. And when you think about retrofitting these existing large buildings, it leads to all of those objectives, right? You have fewer lost work days when you reduce building emissions. You have fewer grandmas dying during extreme heat waves. You have fewer asthma attacks for kids. You have better mental health, lower costs. You have retrofits also builds energy resilience. So how many of us have our elbows up? That benefits elbows up. More livable, more affordable. It builds energy resilience. It creates local jobs. Again, that's more livable, more affordable. Reducing emissions leads to bringing the temperature down, which creates fewer big storms, less flooding. Again, less property damage. What is that? More livable, more affordable. So forget talking about the emissions reductions. It delivers exactly what Torontonians need. And large building owners are not voluntarily doing it. My MP told me once, how do you decide if a policy is working? You take a look at the outcomes. And if you're not seeing the outcomes, the policy's not working. So we need this to be mandated. And I'm so, so proud, Councillor Fletcher, that you are going to bring this back. So that makes me very, very happy. I'll just tell you a quick story. Earlier this year, I installed a cold climate heat pump, insulated the attic, and learned how to use a caulking gun. I actually also learned how not to use a caulking gun. There's a longer story there. But it's only fair that large building owners do the same. And why shouldn't all tenants benefit from what I'm enjoying now? It's really a question of fairness and equity as well. So thank you very much for bringing that back, Councillor Fletcher.
You have your other 3 minutes.
I do, and I'm going to be really short on that one and give you some time back. Okay, because again, great speakers will be coming before and after me on that one as well. What I want to see in the IESO's IRRP, or whoever does it, what I want to see is an absolute priority of efficiency, demand management, solar, wind. We need to bring renewables up as the #1 and lean back on what we've always done as the latter priority.
She's number 11.
You know,
She's speaking now.
Okay,
Laura.
Valerie.
No, that's all right.
Keep going, sorry.
Okay. I'm speaking on the Councillor Sachs motion now. So I would like an IRRP that prioritizes renewables. I think we need bigger, stronger, bolder thinking. This city is not living up to its potential in terms of our energy needs. We can get there in a clean way, in a fair way, in a healthier way. We need to prioritize renewables. Yes, it's going to be big and bold. I'm growing tired of the incremental steps, and I ask you to continue to do what you're doing. Be bold. Let's move forward toward a better future. Thank you so much for your time. Actually, I'll leave you with one short question. Who are you doing this for? Each of you are doing this for someone in your life. Maybe it's your kids, maybe it's your grandkids, your nieces, your nephews, maybe it's all children, maybe it's all life. For me, I'm doing this for my 2 amazing sons. And they give me the backing every day to continue in this fight. And please, do not make me go home and tell them that this city is not going to make the climate targets that it promised. Don't make me do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Valerie Endicott. And you have 3 and 3, Valerie. Your group. 6 minutes. Thank you.
So I'm Mike Green.
And I'm Valerie Endicott.
And we're from Green Neighbors 21, which is a grassroots green group in St. Clair West, covering parts of Toronto, St. Paul's, and Davenport riding. We address all things green, from climate advocacy to waste reduction to nature appreciation and improvement, and have been doing so since 2007.
When I retired from teaching kindergarten in 2019 and joined Green Neighbors 21, I thought I was doing what I could to save generations of life on Earth at some distant future. I had no idea then that by 2025, the crisis would be so much upon us. Now we are securing our very present, and as we speak here, millions of people just now in Indonesia are suffering the fallout of this fossil fuel-induced climactic crisis. In the words of Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, England, speaking at the World Mayors Summit recently, the fight between those wrecking our planet and those defending it is the defining battle of our times. It demands urgency, courage, and grit, not delays or excuses. All of us here know that local leadership drives global change. Toronto is a leading city in North America, and the next 5-year plan for TransformTO is inspiring. though its implementation continues to completely lack ambition. For example, the long-awaited Building Emissions Performance Standard, BEPS, is not included, as we all know. Volunteer emissions reductions on commercial buildings is just not going to cut it. Regulations are required for all the reasons people have said. We must not back away from this because, as the plan summary document says, rapidly reducing fossil gases use in buildings is the most important step for achieving net zero emissions in Toronto. So let us not cower at the prospect of yet another Ford government overreach. Let us boldly move ahead with regulations now.
Beyond BEPS, another means of reducing these building emissions is by assisting in aggressively expanding existing thermal networks and providing the funds and administrative support to do that. Heating planning is the first step to bringing district heating at scale to Toronto, and we are pleased to see it in the action plan. However, in a plan covering 5 years, it is not enough. The city ought to be signaling that we'll begin to roll out the expansion of thermal energy networks during this time frame, and will seek the support of the senior levels of government in that rollout. Won't necessarily be the same people involved. It will also require the cooperation of all players in the city: roads, water, hydro, the TTC.
And finally, despite grassroots efforts to engage councillors and inform the public on TransformTO, it remains a poorly understood plan, and it needs to be one that is shouted from the rooftops in every conceivable way, on bus shelters, libraries, schools, and hospitals, particularly those institutions that are engaged in renewable energy efforts. For example, the TDSB has hundreds of solar panels on their roofs, and the Toronto Western Hospital has a wonderful thermal heat project to boast about. Were the city to lead with an ambitious TransformTO at its centre, we would all have a healthier, more affordable lives. Thank you.
We're going to move on to the second part.
So earlier we spoke of the fear of the Ford government's overreach resulting in the absence of a building emissions performance standard in the TransformTO action plan. Standing up to the provincial government is what is required at this time. The recent Integrated Regional Resource Plan that the IESO has published is a case in point. It will lead to higher emissions in Toronto as our grid would continue to get dirtier and dirtier, and it would pose an unnecessary health risk to East End residents near the Portland gas plant. So we strongly support Councillor Sack's motion rejecting the proposed IRRP and directing Toronto Hydro to come up with an alternative plan that has a clear phase-out for the Portland's Energy Centre and that ramps up renewable energy.
We are particularly supportive of the second recommendation. That is, City Council requests the Toronto Hydro Board to propose and cost a plan for electricity supply to the City of Toronto that is aligned with the city's 2040 net zero target. Phases out the Portland's gas plant by 2035, except in extreme exceptional emergency circumstances, and aggressively pursues all cost-effective local energy efficiency, renewable energy, and storage options. Publicly engaging the Toronto Hydro Board and gathering the evidence of the cost of a dirty plan and the cost of a clean one is precisely what should be done at this moment. We know that the clean plan is cheaper on a worldwide scale. There's plenty of evidence of that, but the public will want to know how that translates to Toronto. What is missing, not from this motion, but overall, is a similar effort from the city in relation to the federal government's recent contribution, or lack thereof, to the city's ability to meet its TransformTO goals. The previous federal government played a leading role in urging the world to make best efforts to hold the temperature increase to 1.5 C, and this played an important role in the city's adoption of the TransformTO plan. However, the actions of the current federal government have made the transition to a lower carbon way of life less likely. These include ending carbon pricing, the carbon tax, promoting major projects that were almost exclusively associated with oil and gas, and as part of the Memorandum of Understanding with Alberta in relation to a new pipeline, offering exclusion from clean electricity regulations and methane reduction weakening and slowing. The federal government instead ought to have a national renewable energy storage strategy, including solar, wind, and storage, with an aim of an entirely clean grid by the end of 2030. This will require significant energy investment.
Can you please wrap up?
Toronto ought to be playing a leading role in advancing climate demands of other levels of government by municipal organizations through the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. And citizens ought to be telling their MPs that the federal response to the climate emergency is unacceptable. And that's all for today. Subject to questions.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Michael Green, and you have 6 minutes. Oh, sorry. So Michael was part of that. Okay, thank you, Michael. Thank you, Valerie. Next is Lana Goldberg.
Hello, council members. My name is Lana Goldberg. I'm a Toronto resident and a campaigner with Stand.Earth, an environmental advocacy organization. We're deeply disappointed by the postponement of BEPS, which could lead to it being abandoned entirely. There is no reason to delay the improvement of our buildings, which would improve the health and safety of residents while making buildings more efficient. Delaying BEPS will only increase costs for building owners as they waste money on interim measures that don't meet modern standards. Many building owners have said that they welcome rules from the city so they can plan their planned upgrades accordingly and reap the benefits of modern technologies. The current BEPS plan wouldn't come into effect until 2030, and then only 15% of included buildings would have to take some measures to decrease emissions. Most of them will be able to accomplish this with low or no cost simple updates. In contrast to the fear-mongering about raising housing costs, the updates BEPS would require would be part of regular upgrades that building operators already have to perform. Upgrades are part of the business of managing buildings. For those building operators that would like external financial supports, and this will be necessary for non-market and some affordable housing buildings, there are numerous federal and provincial and other funds available. And since the question was asked, I'll mention that some of those include the Canada Infrastructure Bank, BMO, SOFIAC, and Efficiency Capital. Toronto also has its own existing energy retrofit loan program. Together, these programs would cover the costs of necessary upgrades. The city simply needs to put in place rules that ensure that the costs are not passed down to renters and tenants. This has been successfully done in many municipalities in the US, including Los Angeles, New York City, and Beverly Hills. Toronto staff have worked hard for 2 years to develop a BEPS plan for Toronto. It would be a shame for all of that work to be wasted, for the project to be shelved until some future date with no guarantee that it will be picked up again. We urge members of this committee to deliver on your commitment to launch this program by continuing to actively work on it. This should include resuming consultations with stakeholders, writing the bylaw, and studying pathways to protect renters. So the whole package can be passed in the first half of next year with the current council still in place. Even if the program is long-term and only slowly phases in various building types, at least there will be a plan in place, and Torontonians will see that you are following through on your promise to rein in building emissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Lana. Next question.
Yes, Lana, thank you very much. I know that you spend a lot of time looking nationally and internationally at how climate action is taken and building standards in particular. Would you agree that there's nothing unusual, innovative, or groundbreaking about moving ahead with BEPS for Toronto now?
Yes, that's right. 10 municipalities, at least in the US, have introduced BEPS. A few states, essentially the entire province of Quebec, Vancouver has a BEPS. This is the new norm. This is the direction that municipalities and other jurisdictions are heading into. And the ones that are in existence have come into effect with no great opposition. They're in operation. It has not led to any negative effects. This is just part of the overall transition to cleaner technologies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lynn Blacksley. Lynn? And Lynn, you have 3 and 3, 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. So as you mentioned, my name is Lynn Blacksley, and I am speaking on both motions. I'm a member of Seniors for Climate Action Now, SCAN, and a member also of Toronto East Residents for Renewable Energy, TARE. But I'm especially speaking for myself. A longtime resident of Toronto, I raised my children here, and I love this city. This is the first time that I've spoken at a city committee meeting. I'm speaking because I fear for the consequences of weakening the city's climate action plan, TransformTO. But first, I would like to acknowledge the many things the city has done. When I hop on an electric bus, and I don't hop with the same agility that I once did, I appreciate the TTC Green Bus program. I'm pleased to see on-street electric charging stations across from my condo. A friend speaks very positively about the support that he received when he converted to a heat pump. I'm pleased that these initiatives will continue. My worry is that this plan stalls at a time when the impact of climate change is accelerating. More days of extreme heat, harder downpours, and more frequent forest fire smoke. The price paid by the city and its residents goes well beyond the financial costs of damage to infrastructure and homes, and increased insurance. It's paid in health, sometimes loss of life. The vulnerable pay the most dearly, and the longer we delay actions, the greater the price. The only long-term solution is to reduce carbon emissions, net zero by 2040. Yet we are told that this 5-year plan will not achieve its 2030 targets. Others have spoken well to a critical stalled piece, the BEP, so I won't speak to that other than to add my concern that this not be delayed, kicked down the road, and I'm pleased to hear that it is being brought back. In summary, with regard to this motion, I'm requesting that TransformTO be strengthened, not weakened. With regard to the third item, I've been following environmental and health issues related to the Portland's Energy Center for about 2 years. When I walk in Tommy Thompson Park or on the boardwalk near my home, I can see the PEC stacks. And it reminds me that I'm looking at the largest single source of greenhouse gases in Toronto and the largest single source of health harmful nitrogen oxides. City Council is to be congratulated for its motion in 2024 that directed towards phasing out PEC by 2035 and further rapidly increasing local renewable energy and storage and maximizing energy efficiency. The Integrated Regional Resource Plan, the IRRP, has failed Council and the citizens, the residents of Toronto, on both these counts. The IRRP does not set out a projected date for the closure of the Portland's gas plant or a path to get there. In addition, it completely underestimates the city's potential to develop local renewable energy strategies. There is huge potential in rooftop solar alone, made greater with innovations like parking lot and balcony solar. Storage technology is improving rapidly, and energy efficiencies are highly cost-effective. The IRRP locks the city into the most costly forms of electricity at a time when the cost of renewables is dropping rapidly. Ultimately, these costs will be passed on to Toronto residents. Further, renewable options provide potential for thousands of local jobs. Cities around the world are shifting to renewable energy. Toronto can be among the leaders or left behind. I'm asking this committee and City Council to provide leadership where the IRRP and the province have failed us. We need Council to stand up to provide for phasing out of the Portland's Energy Center, and to aggressively pursue renewables, storage, and energy efficiency. I respectfully request this committee to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Next is the Hamish Wilson. Hamish, where are you? Come on down, Hamish. It's only been 40 years you've been doing this. Still fighting the good fight.
Shields, tilting at windshields, yes. Sometimes you get a breakthrough. I'd love to have the overhead on, please. And I'm lucky to be doing 2 depths, so thank you. Yes, the climate emergency, absolutely. So when we have that, we need to do more, and it's been very clear that forwardwards is backwards almost always, and we aren't necessarily climate criminals. So please, let us be strong and make sure that we have a good initiative against what is basically prioritization and climate criminality from the other levels of government. There was the Toronto target, some of you might remember. One of the issues that we had when we had the Changing Atmosphere Conference, which I didn't get to, they did react and think, oh, what could we do for climate issues? And the push for Bloor Danforth bike lane goes back to that Changing Atmosphere Conference and the Toronto target. And nowadays, Mr. Ford and his ilk don't seem to see the subways. They don't have enough tunnel vision to see the subways that underpin the sense of having bikeways on top of the subway. And bikes are the most efficient means of urban transportation. And so now we're having a situation where Mr. Ford, you may not have been able to see this current column from former Mayor Sewell, why is Doug Ford destroying cities' world-leading green roof bylaw? We need to really make strong reference to the Toronto target because it's starting to get international, or it should be getting much more international attention about how stinking bad we are. And could we see about approaching His Majesty King Charles about having some interest in saying, deflecting the pace of royal assent to some of these bills. And this is from his Harmony book, saying, this is a call to revolution. The earth is under threat. The earth's alarm bells are now ringing loudly, and so we cannot go on endlessly prevaricating. So forwards is definitely backwards, and it is climate criminality, and what can we do? Now, there are, however, some major gaps in what we're doing and how we account for things, quite honestly. We're not looking at concrete contributions because that's 8% globally, and we don't seem to count it in our emissions profile. That's overdue, and that's also part of how we don't actually look at the per capita and the consumption-based accounting, where, in fact, if we did do that, we're not so green, folks. We are not so green. Merely looking at, it's good to be looking at the operating energies. We need to do that. Absolutely, but there's also a whole set, if you're having a carbon budget, whole set of capital carbon emissions, such as the energy to actually fire toilets, to make the LEDs that are then brought in from China or halfway across the world, or bricks or concrete. This is not a new topic for me. Back in '91, when I was more involved in the building preservation movement, I had a column in the Star of the Merits of Old Buildings, started to fussing about stricter demolition controls. We need demolition control. It's within the power of the City of Toronto. We could actually start to have a firm prohibition on sound, larger buildings, because look at the size of the Leslie Street Spit compared to the Toronto Island. The Leslie Street Spit is where a lot of lake fill, a lot of sound building goes to become, lake fill, and that's wrong. There's a lot of embodied energy in bricks, and in books as well, which I have too many of. To quote from one, I can't remember where it's from now, it says triple bottom line and historic preservation. The renewal of existing buildings offers the wisest energy strategy because a retrofitted building begins to benefit the environment more quickly in 34 years rather than 57 years than a new building, which is burdened with its own embodied energy as well as energy costs of the demolished building, even when partially salvaged. And in Britain, new tricks from old bricks this study found that refurbishment generated 70% less CO2 than new construction, and that it takes anywhere from several decades to as many as 50 years for new super-insulated homes to surpass the CO2 savings achieved by renovating existing homes to make them energy efficient. So we need to have demolition control. Start with the big buildings, and that's overdue. Just an absolute prohibition to have the building demolished if it's structurally sound, and work down to encouraging rehab, to have incentives for strong incentives for recycling. Now, since it's getting close to the end of the time, how time scuds, in terms of the peak demands, that's part of the Portland problem too. We have too many mobile furnaces. One of the things that we could do is actually be recognizing that cars are subsidized, all cars, electric or not, and to have more efficiency in our transportation system and less mobile furnaces. Part of the $2,700 per car per year subsidy is the cost of air conditioning. So we need to actually trim our costs a little bit by having freer flowing traffic. And again, the bike is far more efficient than Ford, say. So again, demolition control, please. I gave a suggestion in the written statement that in fact we need to have a demolition control bylaw, and that's overdue. Please move on that and count concrete and tiles.
Thank you so much, Hamish. Good to see you again.
Yep, thank you.
Next is Catherine Ann Marshall. Okay, you may start.
Members of the committee, I am an independent real estate investment consultant. I'm also the financial engineering expert for Sustainable Buildings Canada, and on the basis of my extensive experience working with the owners of real estate in the United States with respect to their exposure to BEEPs, I was asked to be a member of the advisory council for BEEPs here in Toronto. I'm here to tell you three things that are probably going to surprise you. And that is that I'm going to demonstrate that there's a business case for BEEPs. So first, do you know that the sustainable finance business here in Toronto is growing by leaps and bounds? With respect to BEEPs, it offers low to no cost financing to retrofit buildings. Or it offers major bank financing at ultra low rates. Sustainable finance works because the savings from the efficiency measures actually pay for the capital investment. I've spoken to several sustainable finance leaders who are confident that there is enough sustainable finance money right now to do all the buildings that would be covered under the initial BEEPs targets. But, and I hope you're going to ask me about this, the City of Toronto has the ability to further expand the pool of capital available for decarbonizing buildings by enacting a commercial PACE program. Effectively, as we found in the United States, this creates an unlimited supply of capital for decarbonization retrofits. Because of this, BEEPs can be achieved without any undue financial stress on building owners. Second, BEEPs is good for the real estate business. Guess what the problem is? Most of the building owners don't know it. We have evidence from other cities in Europe and the United States that have enacted BEEPs that building owners who get a good grade for decarbonization also improve their financial support, their financial performance. And I hope you're going to ask me about grading buildings. Tenants want clean, green buildings with healthy indoor air quality, and it's widely known in these cities with BEEPs that getting a good grade for decarbonization leads to lower vacancy, higher rental rates, and less tenant turnover. When you look at the building holistically, it makes perfect business sense. Third, I want to talk about affordability for residential tenants. Decarbonization projects reduce their energy costs by installing heat pumps for heating and cooling. Using sustainable finance to provide cooling to apartment buildings is the smartest and most cost-effective way of meeting the rising need for air conditioning.
Please wrap up.
BEEPs can achieve this. If you instead bring in a municipal bylaw for chilling, cooling, they're going to install chillers, and no sustainable finance money will cover this, so it will increase rents.
I have a question, Mr. Chair. I have a question.
Question.
Thank you. Through the chair, it's good to see you, Catherine, and thank you for joining us today. I am so proud of the work that you do and was glad to tour your net zero building in our ward. I wanted to ask you a bit more about this commercial PACE program that you mentioned that might unlock unlimited capital. It sounds like there's been some success south of the border. Can you talk to us a little bit more about what that is?
So the PACE program allows building owners to buy the equipment or to find money for the equipment and to basically recover the cost of the equipment over a long period of time on the municipal tax bill. And unfortunately, most buildings have what's called a split incentive problem for financing retrofits. And so really it's a very complicated structure, or it's a complicated kind of financial issue, but basically putting it on the municipal tax bill removes all the split incentive problems that many building owners will talk about as an impediment to doing retrofits.
Amazing. I'm going to advance that question as well to our staff when we get the chance to do questions of staff, but I really appreciate you sharing that lead with us so we can dig in further. That's my question. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks again, Catherine.
Yes, Catherine, very good to hear from you that BEPS is good for real estate. These many benefits you described, will they happen if we just kick this down the road without any clear commitment or schedule?
Very unlikely. The leading building owners in Toronto are actually actively decarbonizing their buildings because they are sophisticated enough to understand that, in fact, it leads to higher rents, lower vacancy, longer tenant retention, and ultimately it drives the revenue side of buildings.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off there because I've got trying to get some more questions in. The federal budget has created a time-limited 100% capital cost allowance for energy efficiency in buildings, renewable energy. And that's available right now for buildings, right?
It is, and it's actually one of the financial levers that the most sophisticated owners are using very effectively.
Right, but if we kick this down the road for a year or two or three, there may not be such an incentive then.
Absolutely, you're absolutely correct.
So if we want business, commercial buildings in Toronto to take advantage of a federal incentive that was just created last week, we need this bylaw to go ahead now.
There is every reason in the world to be moving expeditiously with this bylaw, and only downside by not doing so.
Tell us more. Why is there only downside by kicking this down the road?
So Toronto has to compete among global cities for capital and global occupiers. And both of those are sophisticated groups that are looking for the best buildings in the best cities with the best futures. Toronto needs to be demonstrating that it can compete with New York.
Sorry,
and all these other cities.
time is up. Thank you. Is Norm Cheeseman. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, councilors. My name is Norm Cheeseman. I'm with a group called the Toronto Industry Network, or TIN for short. We've been around since 2002, and we represent manufacturers in a number of different industries, concrete, vaccines, welding equipment, silicone, chemicals, road building equipment, pretty much the gamut of the manufacturing community. And our role is to advocate on our members' behalf, both here at City Hall and increasingly at Queen's Park, for reasons we all know. And our mission is to promote their interests and strive for a competitive and sustainable business environment. I think I'm feeling a little bit, my comments are going to be feeling like swimming a bit upstream, because our recommendation is that the reporting requirements for manufacturers under the current or succeeding bylaws for emission standards actually be eliminated, or at least that manufacturers be exempt from reporting and complying on a permanent basis. The rationale that was in the staff report for not proceeding at this time was due, or is due, and I quote, due to recent actions taken at the global, national, and provincial level, which have created significant affordability and economic competitiveness challenges for Toronto's businesses and residents. And we would also cite this decision not to proceed at this time is consistent with the initiative to cut red tape and also the Mayor's action plan to prioritize global competitiveness. So we're pleased, at least at the moment, that the city hasn't proceeded with this initiative further, although that's could be subject to change pending the motion later on. But I want to state that, you know, TIN members, manufacturers are keenly aware of their environmental stewardship responsibilities, not only because they are following mandates set at the international level for products they are producing, but also there are national and provincial standards in place, and the marketplace is also mandating they meet certain targets and certain environmental standards. So it's not like they're being lax. They're working hard to be environmentally compliant in many ways. In this economic moment of greater attention to the need for more productive and competitive national economy, we do not believe that having to report or comply with similar criteria set by the city is a productive use of time and resource, whether it's under the current or a subsequent bylaw. We just do not believe the cost benefit is there for the city, and we think both requirements should be eliminated permanently. Thank you very much. I'll try to answer your questions if there are any.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Question?
Thank you. Thanks for joining us, Norm, and I appreciate the submission today and the recognition that you are upstream amongst fellow deputants in this committee. I wonder if you could talk to me about the sentiment of the group you're representing on the importance of sustainability as to maintain and to lead the pack, frankly, as global competitors. Like, where does sustainability come into the mix with the work that you're doing and the vision that you have for the groups you represent?
Well, I understand sustainability to be maintaining your practices, your services, your products consistent with the requirements of the environment, the requirements that are increasing all around the world. And they're working to do that. I mean, you know, if they don't, they're not going to be in business, because they're not going to have people or countries buying their stuff, quite frankly.
Would you agree that tracking and measuring is an important component of us as a society, understanding where we can do better?
Absolutely. In fact, they spend a lot of money on measurement tools and software and processes and consultants to make sure they are consistent with requirements that they do have to meet.
So it shouldn't be too much of an extra stretch to request that same information be shared with the city as part of our climate goals. Would you agree?
Well, what I would agree with is that there's a lot of good data out there from the federal and provincial government that I think the city should try to access first before we move forward with separate standards.
Thank you. And I'll just say, as you know, and you sort of mentioned, we don't always get a collaborative or cooperative relationship with those other orders, but appreciate the comment. It's well taken. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next is Jeffrey Levitt.
My name is Jeffrey Levitt, and I live in Ward 19. And this is only the second time I've ever made a deputation to a committee of council, and I'm here because of the critical importance of the new TransformTO draft plan, which I feel must be strengthened in some areas if we want to pass on to our children and grandchildren a livable city. I'd like to address the plan, critical step 3 of the plan, which deals with energy. While there's certainly much to like in the draft plan's energy provisions, they omit any mention of the elephant in the room of Toronto's energy landscape, and that's the Portland's Energy Centre, or PEC. The PEC is clearly a critical element of Toronto's decarbonization plans, as it is the largest emitter of carbon pollution in the city. And unless the draft plan calls for phasing out the PEC, it will be very difficult for the city to achieve its 2040 net zero emissions target. It's worth noting that the PEC is the city's largest emitter of nitrous oxide pollution and also emits fine particulate matter, volatile organic compounds, all of which have serious negative impacts on the health of Toronto residents, including asthma, lung and heart disease, Alzheimer's, just to name a few. These harmful emissions are of concern, obviously, to all of Toronto residents, but are a particular concern to me as I live in the south part of Ward 19, only a few kilometers from the PEC. I understand that the city has limitations on its jurisdiction over PEC. However, I urge the committee to amend the draft plan to address, to the extent possible, phasing out PEC except in extreme, exceptional, and emergency circumstances. We owe it to our children and grandchildren to help the city meet its 2040 net emissions target by phasing out fossil gas electricity at the PEC and instead meeting the city's electricity needs through non-emitting renewable power, battery storage, conservation, demand management, and distributed energy resources, among other means. This will help avoid the disastrous effects of climate change we are already experiencing in the city, floods and extreme heat, among others, and at the same time avoid harmful emissions that affect the health of city residents. And I would just like to conclude that respecting Councillor Sachs's motion in item 14, for the reasons expressed, I very strongly support that motion.
Okay, thank you. Next is Millie Roy, excuse me. And you have 6 minutes, Millie.
Thank you. Just have some slides. Are you able to? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today on BEPS, followed by the IRRP in context of public health. And I speak as the Ontario co-chair for the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, also informally as co-chair of the Ontario Climate Emergency Campaign, professor with the Faculty of Medicine at University of Toronto, and very importantly, as a mother. Speaking on BEPS first, CAPE strongly supports inclusion of BEPS in the TransformTO Net Zero strategy. We commend the hard work of city staff who've already worked to draft a BEPS policy and recommend that this be implemented without delay. Buildings that we know are the single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in Toronto, and simply without BEPS, we cannot meet our emissions targets. There are many associated co-benefits that we'll look at as well. But from the health perspective, it is so important to understand that when we burn methane gas in our buildings, this harms our environment and our health by 2 main pathways. We are generating carbon pollution, leading to climate change, and we're generating air pollution. In the carbon pathway, we now recognize climate change unequivocally as the single greatest threat to human health that we face, through impacts such as extreme weather, food, water, housing insecurity, infectious diseases, mental health impacts, and more. On the air pollution side, air pollution today kills over 8 million people worldwide every year. This translates to nearly 7,000 Ontarians every year, with huge fiscal impacts, of course, tied along. How does this happen? When we breathe in polluted air, the pollutants cross across our lungs into our bloodstream, gain access to the entire body. So we're looking at not only serious lung diseases as a result, but also serious heart diseases such as heart attacks, brain diseases such as strokes and dementia. Many types of cancer are strongly linked, serious implications for pregnant women and babies, and mental health, among others. Indoors, our gas stoves nearly double the risk of childhood asthma and release harmful chemicals into our buildings, some of which are actually carcinogens. There are other co-benefits to BEPS, such as the lower cost of renewable energies, which is the obvious solution, conservation, energy efficiency, and all of this may reduce energy poverty as people struggle to make ends meet. Other co-benefits, we know that most of the gas sourced and used in Ontario is of U.S. origin. We can improve our energy independence by phasing out this gas, and this will produce thousands of jobs. It is well understood that investments in the clean energy sector generate about triple the number of jobs as fossil fuels. So in conclusion, Toronto cannot meet its climate targets without implementing BEPS, and meeting these targets is non-negotiable. This is our only evidence-based path to a healthy, livable future. And ambitious municipal level action is all the more critical when we are facing headwinds at the federal and provincial level. So we are counting on committee to make the right decision today. And a reminder that when the BC heat dome killed 619 people a few years ago, most died inside their homes. Most were elderly and of lower income. Widespread BEPS, the right energy policies, heat pumps, heating and cooling every dwelling could both mitigate and adapt for future similar tragedies. And as physicians, we want to push for better for our patients and for all people. Now I'm just going to end there and move to my other and just to speak on the IRRP as well, again from the public health perspective. CAPE recommends rejection of the IESO's current draft IRRP, including phase out of the Portland Energy Center. We agree with the call for Auditor General review and consulting Toronto Hydro for a better plan. There are many alternatives. And we also respectfully request that health impact consultation and assessment must be part of developing this policy. This is a public health concern. Rationale for this, we reject the plan currently because it is simply incompatible with Toronto's climate targets, our energy needs. It fails to phase out Portland. It promotes nuclear and gas energy. I'm happy to take questions on the concerns with that afterwards. It promotes dependency on U.S. energy sources, both in terms of gas and nuclear. Again, I welcome questions. And it fails to harness the available solutions, large-scale renewable energy, energy conservation and efficiency, modern-day battery energy storage systems. We've already gone through the implications of burning gas. If we hone in on the health impacts of Portland Energy Center, why we want to see this phased out, it is the largest greenhouse gas emitter and the largest nitrogen dioxide NO2 emitter in all of Toronto. And remember that PEC is also accountable for the entire life cycle of the gas being burned there. This means fracking at site, massive line leaks that we know occur in distribution, and the associated carbon pollution, which of course impacts well beyond the local area. But furthermore, there's significant population growth planned in the area, which means that more people will suffer, more people will be exposed. The health impacts of NO2 that are spewed out of these gas plants, lung and heart diseases, especially asthma, COPD, which is often fatal, Alzheimer's and other neurologic disease, cancers, infection risks, risks to pregnancy.
Please wrap up.
And premature death. So in conclusion, the current draft does not allow Toronto to meet its targets, and there are many roadmaps. This is meeting the targets or the roadmap to survival. And the final reminder from the Canadian Public Health Association, we're the last generation with the opportunity to make these changes, make these decisions, treat the climate emergency as a public health emergency, and we hope to see the right decisions made today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Question?
Dr. Roy, thank you very much for coming and for all the work of CAPE. So in terms of public health, if this council cares about the health of Torontonians, is it a good idea to pass BEPS now or to kick it into some future year, 2027 or later?
Absolutely, it makes sense to do this now. The health impacts are accruing, and dealing with it now is so much better than dealing with it later.
And are Torontonians experiencing health impacts already because of climate breakdown associated with fossil fuels?
Yes, unequivocally yes, and there is data in terms of loss of productivity at work, asthma rates, premature death, and so on. So yes.
And are BEPS compliant buildings better for the health of the people who live and work in them?
Absolutely, in so many ways, both by reducing the future risks by mitigating carbon pollution, mitigating air pollution, but also a BEPS compliant home has cleaner, for example, indoor air quality than a non-compliant home. There's also the social determinants of health. Maintaining a BEPS compliant home, energy costs are lower. This leaves more money aside for a household to spend on other essential facets of life, and those all factor into human health.
And burning gas inside a building, how does that affect the health of the people who live and work in it?
Well, as I touched upon, our gas stoves, for example, are the biggest source of indoor air pollution. There's a lot of data that suggests 1 in 8 cases of childhood asthma can be attributed to gas stoves in the home. Also, our stoves emit not only methane gas, but they leak things such as benzene and other components even when our stoves are turned off. There is a low-grade leakage of some of these chemicals, and some of these are known carcinogens. They also cause serious health impacts such as lung diseases.
So anyone who cares about their health should get a gas stove out of their home?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If I could ask Councillor Chernis Lynn to turn on her camera, please. Thank you. Next is Sheila Admonson.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Sheila Adamson, and I'm a retired TDSB special education resource teacher. I live in Toronto St. Paul's, Ward 12. Most importantly, I'm a citizen of the City of Toronto, and I care deeply about the climate crisis that we're in. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I want to start by thanking the IEC Committee for the work you've done in the Greater Toronto Area in relation to climate change mitigation with TransformTO. We are facing a rapidly changing climate, which has been discussed a lot this morning, with a wide range of damaging effects: wildfire smoke, heat emergencies, drought, abnormally intense rainstorms, floods, heavy snowfalls. Frankly, we should all be terrified. I am here on behalf of those who cannot yet speak, specifically the under age 2 set, which in my case includes my 7 great nieces and nephews, the most recent of whom was born November 6th. This is not the world I want them to inherit. No one can deny that it's been a disappointing year internationally, federally, and provincially for climate action. But that's the part of the story where your committee comes in, and your leadership at the city level is critical. TransformTO is a great responsive policy created out of the climate emergency. The updated 2026-2030 policy looks very good, but there's the important, crucial missing piece, as we've already heard this morning, that the previous building goals are not included in the update. And this isn't problem solving, it's avoiding doing doable solutions. For robust climate action, like many here today, I'm asking for the inclusion of the Building Emissions Performance Standard, or BEPS bylaw, for large buildings specifically. We know that 56% of Toronto's climate warming pollution comes from burning gas to heat buildings. Having a BEPS bylaw would make large buildings safer, healthier, and more cost efficient. Additionally, the standards would bring us in sync with existing policies in other major cities around the world. As has already been said, 84% of Torontonians support green building requirements. Building emissions contribute to the majority of emissions in the city, and without the BEPS bylaw, TransformTO will lose much of its potential for any real positive climate impacts. I want to finish my presentation with a quote from the Canadian climate scientist Dr. Catherine Hayhoe, who's a professor in the Department of Political Science at Texas Tech University and the chief scientist for Nature United. She says, and I quote, "I study the difference that our choices make in the future, and I can tell you, without a shadow of a doubt, that our future is in our hands. Every choice matters, every year matters, every bit of warming matters, and every action matters." Thank you all for your time today.
Thank you. Next is Sanai Sridharhan. And Sanai is on video conference. Sanal Sridharhan, video conference call. Do we see him online? Okay, we'll just move on to the next one then, and hopefully Sanal can get on later. Roberta Tevlin. Next, Roberta.
Hello, okay, there we go. I'd like to thank the city councilors. I'd like to thank the staff. I would particularly like to thank all these incredibly hardworking, knowledgeable people. I don't want to take up your time, okay? Most of what I wanted to say has been said. I'm here to speak to my support for BEPS. And just a little story. In '87, I bought a house in East Toronto, and it's an old farmhouse, and the only insulation it had was newspapers kind of stapled, right? So I insulated inside. I got working with a caulking gun before Laura learned how to do that. I then insulated outside. I got new windows, and 5 years ago, I got a heat pump and got completely off gas. And my house is so cozy in the winter and the summer, and I'm saving so much money. I just want the rest of Toronto to get on board, and BEPS will really help with that. That's it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Next is Luke Eisen.
Hello, everyone. My name is Luke Eisen, and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Low Income Energy Network, also known as LEAN, regarding the TransformTO Net Zero plan. In reviewing this plan, LEAN was disappointed to see that Toronto's Building Emissions Performance Standards, BEPS, have been removed. Now, for some context, LEAN is an Ontario-based network and a joint program of the Advocacy Centre for Tenants Ontario and the Canadian Environmental Law Association, funded by Legal Aid Ontario. Now back to BEPS. To help inform our perspective on this topic, last April of 2025, LEAN conducted a survey with participants from community legal clinics, social service agencies, tenant advocacy groups, climate and energy organizations, and community groups. The results from this survey showed broad support for BEPS if equity and housing protections are prioritized. Most of Toronto's low-income tenants live in multi-unit residential buildings, and a BEPS bylaw would mean better buildings across the city. BEPS would provide several benefits for tenants through improved living conditions, health enhancements, and potential energy-saving costs. Let me briefly elaborate. Building retrofits would improve indoor comfort and by enhancing insulation and ensuring more efficient heating and cooling systems. Upgraded filtration and ventilation would improve health and indoor air quality and reduce issues such as mold. Some retrofits, such as electric heat pumps, would offer access to cooling and provide safety during instances of extreme heat. Increased energy-efficient buildings are projected to, and thus likely would, reduce energy bills for tenants where costs are not included in rent. and better insulated buildings would maintain safer temperatures for longer during outages, increasing building resilience during extreme weather events. Now, Lean understands concerns about potential impacts on affordability. However, by optimizing existing funding and financing tools and collaborating with other levels of government to secure targeted support for building owners and operators, we are confident that these risks can be effectively managed. Toronto is facing both climate and fiscal pressures, and a well-designed BEPS plan offers a strategic opportunity to help us address both. We thus urge you to resume consultations and to approve a BEPS bylaw as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Jacqueline Wilson.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Jacqueline Wilson, and I'm a lawyer at the Canadian Environmental Law Association. The City of Toronto Act provides broad powers for municipalities and also states that any ambiguity about whether or not a municipality has legal authority under the Act to make bylaws is to be resolved in favor of the municipality. As you know, the city may pass bylaws respecting economic, social, and environmental well-being, including respecting climate change, and with respect to the health, safety, and well-being of persons. Section 105.3 sub 1 of the Act provides that the city may provide for or participate in long-term energy planning in the city, which includes consideration of energy conservation, climate change, and green energy. Construction and demolition of buildings are governed by the Building Code Act and the Building Code. There is a conflict provision in Section 35 of the Building Code Act, but it relates only to municipal bylaws respecting the construction or demolition of buildings. Although the definition of construct is broad in that act, it's also not a new definition. That conflict provision and the definition need to be read consistently with the broad municipal powers elsewhere in that act, including respecting property standards, and in the City of Toronto Act, and the broad powers to pass bylaws on environmental health and well-being. The jurisprudence from all levels of courts has favored broad interpretations of municipal powers relating to environmental health risks in Supreme Court of Canada, Court of Appeal, and other case law. The Rexington Heights case found that property standards can apply to existing buildings as long as clear language is used. In the Tay Valley decision, a municipal requirement for a 15-meter setback was found that it could apply to existing buildings as opposed to the building code requirement of a 0-meter setback, and it was resolved in favor of the higher standard that the municipality set. The Provincial Residential Tenancies Act does allow for some capital expenditures to be passed along to tenants and above guideline rent increases. We share your frustrations about a provincial regime which regressively imposes additional costs on tenants. However, I wish to point out that Ontario Regulation 51606, a regulation under the Residential Tenancies Act, requires a landlord to subtract the amounts of all grants, other forms of financial assistance, rebates, and refunds received by the landlord from any above guideline rent increase application. That's in Section 22 and 24 of that regulation. We urge the city to pass complementary measures at the same time as a BEPS bylaw to ensure that the funding assistance is in place and targets landlords of low-income tenants. Mandatory building emissions performance standards are good policy. Incentives without clear and predictable standards are not working.
Could you wrap up, please?
Yes. Recall that the bylaw itself should be passed immediately because it creates the regulatory framework but does not impose standards now. And the proposal will still have compliance deadlines years down the road. We're calling for a BEPS bylaw now without further delay. Thank you.
I just have a question.
Sure.
You referenced the City of Toronto Act and the fact that City of Toronto bylaws will basically be in effect when there's ambiguity involved with other laws. Could you quote that section again?
Sure. It's Section 6 sub 2 of the City of Toronto Act. And it states that any ambiguity about whether or not a municipality has legal authority under the Act, in that case it's the City of Toronto Act, or any other, and for any other action, is to be resolved in favor of the municipality.
How do you relate that to the provincial decision about eliminating green roofs?
That decision looks at a standard that was in place for new buildings only. It doesn't have a lot of applicability to what we're talking about here today. But in terms of the broad powers of the city to do this, this is a clear direction in a piece of legislation about how all those powers are to be read. It's to be read broadly. That word is actually used twice in section 6 sub 1. It's giving direction, and that's backed up by case law, which has really strongly supported broad municipal powers on things like environmental health within the city.
Okay, thank you. We're now going to
Wait, hello, I have a question. Right? Yes, so Jacqueline, thank you very much again for the work of CELA. But to be clear, you've done the legal analysis, you reviewed all of the available cases, and it's your opinion that the city clearly has legal authority to adopt BEPS, right?
Yes, that's right. We've done significant amount of legal work on this topic. The City of Toronto does have legal authority and should be moving forward without delay with a bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we are now going to break until 1:30, and we'll resume the deputations at 1:30. Thank you.
one item first, clear a couple of things off. As you all noticed who went online, there are a lot of deputations and so much interest because we have such a fantastic, active community. But right now, we have to go to the timed item, which is to receive a lovely grant in order to establish a park, a Chinese garden, up in Councillor Myers' ward. And we do have a deputation there. I'm not sure if they're online or here. Oh, here you are. Hello, how are you? So we're going to go to that item now. Tell me when you're ready.
Madam Chair, we're ready. We just need a moment to make sure that the IT setup works for our presentation. Just a moment of patience. Thank you.
Just take that second then. Thank you. For anybody who's watching, it's item 12, accepting a donation and entering into agreements with the Chinese Cultural Center of Greater Toronto for an Asian garden project at Cynthia Lai Park. Assuming that you've got that ready to roll. I've just sent a piece of correspondence to our clerk with a motion for later for everybody that's here for TransformTO, which will go on the public website shortly in the form of a letter. Lots of communications on this issue. Are you ready? Okay, great. Thank you so much. Just tell us who you are, please, and then show us your great video.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and members of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. Thank you for allowing me to appear in front of you. I am Alan Lam, the chairman of the Board of Directors of the Chinese Cultural Center of Greater Toronto. Behind me, a senior member of the Board of Directors, I have Andrew Chen, President, and Tony Kwan, Senior VP, and Stephen Fishman, Center Manager, joining me today. On behalf of the CCCGT, we would like to thank Justin Hanna, Doug Bennett, and Eric Ropano for their tireless effort that had gone into bringing this item forward to this committee. Let me introduce you Tony Opentester, planner from Boatfield Inc., to make a short presentation.
Thank you, Alan. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, committee members. As Mr. Lam indicated, my name is Tony Volpentesta. I'm here as a representative of the Chinese Cultural Center of Greater Toronto. We are overjoyed to get a receipt of the report to this committee dated November 20th, and we're here to wholeheartedly endorse the findings of the report and the fact that the report is seeking this committee's support and ultimately City Council's support to accept the in-kind donation of the Asian Garden from the Chinese Cultural Center of Greater Toronto, and to negotiate entering into a fundraising agreement and a construction and donation agreement to support the implementation of the Asian Garden. First, a word about the Chinese Cultural Center of Greater Toronto. The CCCGT was established in 1988 and is the largest Chinese cultural center in North America. The CCCGT has been a multicultural hub and has provided educational, cultural, and health resources for the Chinese community and the diverse communities across the city. Let me speak about the subject site, the subject of this great endeavor. The Scarborough Community Center complex currently includes the CCCGT, Burroughs Hall Community Center, and a branch of the Toronto Public Library. Together, these facilities form a key cultural and recreational destination in Scarborough, providing educational, cultural, and health resources for the Chinese community and diverse communities across the city. The proposed location of the Asian Garden is on the lands identified in the figure with a green outline and is currently a vacant grassed area. The proposed Asian Garden would be located south of the existing CCCGT building and east of the Burroughs Hall Community Center and the Burroughs Hall branch of the Toronto Public Library. The proposed Asian Garden will be located away from the southern portion of Cynthia Lai Park, where there is currently active parks programming. So how did we get to this important milestone today? The CCCGT and the City of Toronto's longstanding relationship can be traced back to 1993, when the tripartite agreement was signed establishing the Scarborough Community Complex. As part of that original tripartite agreement, an Asian Garden was contemplated as Phase 3. In 2021, the CCCGT received $5.2 million in federal and provincial funding to support the Asian Garden project. Grant funding is contingent on completion of the project by July of 2027. In June 2022, a motion from the late Councillor Cynthia Lai endorsed in principle the use of parkland at Cynthia Lai Park for the purpose of implementing an Asian Garden. As noted in great detail in the report, there has been considerable outreach and consultation dealing with the proposed Asian Garden as part of the concerted and coordinated community consultation outreach strategy. Many multi-departmental meetings were facilitated by the CCCGT and the Business Services section of the Parks and Recreation Department over the past 8 months, which included a community engagement plan, a promotional booklet, a video, and survey. Ultimately, an in-person community consultation meeting was held on September 11th of this year, which was attended by 120 people, including representatives from all levels of government, including local Councillor Myers. Today's committee meeting marks an important milestone in that it allows the CCCGT and the city to continue fundraising based on the understanding that fundraising agreement, construction and donation agreement, and management agreements will all be executed between the CCCGT and the City of Toronto.
Thank you.
2 more slides, please.
Okay.
If I could, a moment more of your time. There is no doubt that the proposed Asian Garden will be a legacy project for all those involved. It will provide a new cultural destination for a diverse community reflecting Asian Canadian identity and Chinese cultural heritage, while providing a dynamic and socially inclusive space for visitors of all backgrounds to gather and enjoy. It will expand cultural programming and recreation by creating an opportunity for intergenerational and multicultural programming across the CCCGT, Burroughs Hall Community Center, and Public Library.
Okay.
I'll skip to the thank you slide.
Yes, because I'm giving you the two of you. You're getting 6 minutes, and you'll have to skip to it. We have
Okay, I will skip to a big thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to emphasize the strong community support. There are 15 letters submitted to this committee, including members of Parliament, members of Provincial Parliament, retired senators, Councillor Jamal Myers in particular, Lily Cheng from the City of Toronto, Councillors Lee from Markham, Regional Councillor Rocco from City of Vaughan.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to please thank Justin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hate to do that, but you heard everything. You see the number of people here. So within your time, you're used to that. You're from Bothfields.
I am.
So thank you so much. Are there any other deputants here? No? Any questions of the deputants? Thank you. We do have Councillor Myers online, so I know he wants to speak to this. I'm sorry to rush you, but we have probably 40 people still waiting to make a deputation on one item, which I'm sure you've been watching, so you'll know that. And appreciate your work very much. It's very exciting project. Thank you.
No, thank you. I just want to express my strong support for this project and just to thank you to the staff and the team at CCGT for making the Asian Garden at Cynthia Lai Park happen. For more than 3 decades, the Chinese Cultural Center has been an anchor in our community. Their work in cultural programming, arts education, senior services, and community building has enriched the lives of thousands of residents. They are a trusted and respected partner, and it is fitting that they are leading this vision for a new public space that reflects the community we serve. The proposed Asian Garden is more than a design enhancement. It's a thoughtful and culturally rooted project that will bring new life to Cynthia Lai Park through landscaping features, planting, and elements that honor the tradition of many Asian communities that call Scarborough North home. This proposal also aligns directly with our city's goals of building inclusive and accessible spaces, supporting community-led placemaking, and strengthening neighborhood identity. It will offer residents of all ages a welcoming gathering place and a place to learn, relax, and reflect. I also want to recognize that Cynthia Lai Park carries the legacy of a former colleague who championed Scarborough and its multicultural spirit. The Asian Garden will honor that spirit in a meaningful and lasting way. Thank you very much to everyone who worked so hard to make this incredible day happen. And that's it.
Sorry, Counselor, are you having trouble? Oh, he's done. You're finished.
Done.
That's
Done.
amazing. I could give another minute over to the Chinese Cultural Center. Anybody else that wishes to talk about this auspicious occasion here?
Just a quick note of congratulations, and I'm happy to move the item before us, Madam
You'll move
Chair.
the item. Thank you very much, and great work. We really look forward to spending some time in this beautiful, beautiful location that you're going to be creating. So thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
Appreciate that. I think that we did say we go to cycling. I'm just going to let everybody know that there are hard stops here for this committee. I know we're at 3. We have over 100, I forget how many, 120 something deputations. So we've got a lot of business in front of us because everybody is very interested in these issues. I will be finishing item 3 and 15 first before we move to the cycling. Do I need to vary the agenda to do that, Mr. Clerk? We're just, pardon me? Oh, yes, yes. We're just checking before we do that, yes. So you're moving that we accept that wonderful donation. Deputy Mayor, all in favor? Do we want a recorded vote on that? Yes, let's do that so we show our great support. All right. Clerk, will you take that or will I take that? All right, all in favor of this great opportunity? Deputy Mayor Cole, Deputy Mayor Morley, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Sachs. I think Councillor Chernos-Lynn is there. Councillor Myers, you're not on the committee, but I know your hand's up anyway. And Councillor Fletcher is the chair, and that's unanimous for that donation. And thank you very much, everybody. Oh, we can't clap. Oh, sorry, can't do that. I already told we couldn't clap, so that's fine. A lot of hands for that. Good. Great. So the only other thing we could do is clear up the other deputants now. Well, we'll do that later when we finish this. Okay, so we're going to go back to our deputant list, which the deputy mayor did so well. And I believe we are at Jacqueline Wilson from SELA. Is that our next deputant, Mr. Clerk? Pardon me? Oh, Judith Lawrence. All right, thank you. And Judith, you're online, correct? Are you here? After Judith, it's Lee Scott, and after Lee Scott, it's Emily Hunter. But I'm not sure. Do we want, that's another video. While that's happening, is Emily here? Because if you're here, why don't you come down, then we'll get all of the video people organized.
I'm here.
So, thank you. You're next then. And you're listed for both items, so you'll get 3 minutes and 3 minutes, okay?
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Emily Hunter. I'm the Senior Program Manager for Ontario Climate and Environmental Defence, a national environmental nonprofit organization. We are here today to express full support for both of Councillor Diane Sack's motions. On item 3 with TransformTO's accountability framework, in support of BEP's bylaw, and on item 14 with the province's electricity plan for the city, the Integrated Regional Resource Plan, the IRRP, because these are all essential to Toronto's climate credibility and climate energy future. But I want my remarks today to focus on the IRP, especially given our time. So I will focus there. And why? Because in June 2024, City Council directed the ISO to work with Toronto and Toronto Hydro to phase out Portland's gas plant by 2035. Also to rapidly scale renewables, storage, and efficiency, as well as empower Toronto Hydro as a modern distribution system operator and align energy planning with TransformTO. The province's new electricity plan for the city, the IRP, does none of this. It provides no pathway to reduce emissions from the Portland's energy center, relies on decades of more gas and extremely costly nuclear expansion, and ignores Toronto's climate, affordability, and health goals. The committee here today can correct that. Now, our public mobilization on this issue is large, broad, and growing. Since last spring, Environmental Defense and our allies who are here today have coordinated one of the largest electricity planning mobilizations Toronto has seen in some time. Nearly 8,000 residents have already sent letters or made calls to their councillors. Our coalition of 26 environmental, health, legal, academic, senior, and community groups have been mobilizing this issue. The message is clear. Do not lock Toronto into a more gas pollution, higher cost, and higher risk, and a plan that contradicts TransformTO. This motion today, motion 14, reflects what the people across the city are demanding. The Portland's Energy Centre must be phased out by 2035. Portland's is Toronto's #1 stationary emitter of smog-forming nitrogen oxides and the city's largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. It sits beside what's planned to be a dense, growing waterfront neighborhood and directly impacts thousands of families, including my own on the East End. Continuing to operate the plant past 2035 would worsen respiratory illnesses, undermine TransformTO, and deepen fossil fuel dependency. Council already gave a clear instruction. Phase out PEC by 2035 except for rare emergencies. Motion 14 will implement that direction. Now, a clean energy pathway is realistic, is reliable, and is more affordable. The ISO's own modeling shows renewable storage and efficiency can meet 99.5% of reliability without new gas and without continuing to rely on gas. The costs show us the comparisons that wind and solar is by far the cheapest and more readily available to put onto our grid right now than gas and nuclear, which is more expensive and takes longer times to build out. Electricity rates are projected to rise 29% by 2028, driven by gas and nuclear. Clean energy protects residents from energy poverty and pollution. Now, if Toronto is serious also about our elbows up approach, we must acknowledge that the province's plan makes us dependent on imported US gas, mostly fracked gas, not less. Ontario already imports most of its gas burnt at PEC from US shale fields, and the IRP expands this dependency while undermining solutions we can build right here in our own city with homegrown clean energy. Now, we've been tracking heavily the Ontario's long-term energy procurement, the largest energy procurement in the province's history, and we're seeing a doubling down on new gas and new nuclear, and while restricting renewables. If Toronto accepts the IRP as is, it will fail. It will just fall and fail. It will fall in the province's pathway, and a pathway that expands fossil gas reliance, commits ratepayers for decade-long and expensive nuclear mega projects, and deprioritizing local clean solutions that will put the city out of control of its own energy future. Without action now, Toronto will be locked into a gas and nuclear heavy strategy by default, with higher bills, higher risk, and higher emissions for decades. In closing, I want to say that Toronto has climate, health, and affordability commitments, and now a provincial plan that undermines all of them. Councillor Sack's motion on item 3, along with the BEPS bylaw, and item 14 provides a constructive, evidence-based alternative to help realize TransformTO and the 2035 Portland's phase-out. The public supports this, as evidenced by today. Experts support this, as evidenced by today, and our coalition supports this. We're asking the committee to heed the voices of nearly 8,000 Torontonians and the many voices that are here today who have already stepped forward. Our coalition will continue to grow, and the calls for clean energy plan will only intensify. Environmental Defense urges you to adopt both motions in full. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of the deputant? No, I just wanted to say one thing that you said, Emily, that we directed the IESO City Council, and the city has no ability to direct. It was a request to align because it's not ours. So just to let everybody know.
Sure.
Okay.
Could I comment on that?
Sure.
Yeah. So while this is the province's energy plan at the city to tell the city how we're going to develop our growing energy needs over the next years, decades to come, yeah, this is a directive, as we're seeing from Minister Stephen Lecce, Minister of Energy and Mines, coming to the ISO, coming to the city with this plan. What we're seeing is this is a moment right now in this time, and we're not going to get it back again, is that this city has the ability to approve this motion and put a fork in this and create its own directed, city-aligned energy plan, electricity plan.
Yes, we'll ask the staff about that. Just because you're from CELA, I wanted to make sure you legally had it right. We can't direct, we requested, okay?
Okay, I'm in from Environmental Defense.
Sorry,
Yeah.
there's lawyers there, because I know. All right, thank you very much. Thanks, Emily. Any other questions? No? Great, thanks a million. Do we have our people online now? Judith Lawrence and Lee Scott, are you online? Ready to go? Perfect. You ready to go? I don't see them.
Here in person.
For these good folks, it's Lisa Robertson, and Jacinta McDonald.
I'm here in person.
Oh,
Scott.
oh, you're here in person. I have you down as being online, so please step up. You're Lee Scott. I've got video conference request here.
Oh, hello? No, I made it in person, but in any case.
Well, we'll hear from
I'm
you,
here.
and then we'll go to Judith after.
Thank you.
Pardon? It's okay. We're taking Lee. Thank you. You have your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Sorry for the confusion. We had you down as a online person.
Okay, I'm here. My name is Lee Scott. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here representing the steering committee of Walk Toronto, a grassroots volunteer organization. Also, I am a published author of 2 books on the importance of walking for human health and happiness. Improving the conditions to make active transportation a preferred option whenever possible is foundational to any climate action plan. This has been mentioned in the update several times. The pedestrian experience is at the heart of urban life. If the city works for pedestrians, more people will walk, cycle, and take transit to destinations, because walking is at the beginning and end of every single journey in the city. Yet, what we experience as pedestrians on the ground and what we see in this action plan update barely pays lip service to pedestrian infrastructure. The daily pedestrian experience in Toronto is one of countless indignities and risks. I highlight some that we at Walk Toronto believe are low-hanging fruit that the city can correct without restriction from federal or provincial governments. These include inconsistent, even inoperable pedestrian buttons, extensive missing sidewalks and new sidewalk installations that randomly end, especially outside of the downtown core, paved trails that have no winter service yet could provide shortcut pedestrian routes year-round, and healthy outdoor leisure walking options, dangerous exits from streetcars, especially along Lakeshore Boulevard West in South Etobicoke, which is where I happen to live, poor snow plowing prioritization of sidewalks and transit stops, especially outside of the downtown core, dangerous and inconvenient pathways around small and large construction sites, which I can attest to as I took a very catastrophic fall a couple of weeks ago downtown, random obstacles for people with mobility issues, poor tree canopy for summer shade, especially away from the downtown core. Climate change is producing more extreme weather and increased emissions that profoundly lower the pedestrian experience, even as increased pedestrianism is an important part of the solution. Walk Toronto believes that the city must implement measures which mitigate the adverse effects on the pedestrian. This is the only way that active transportation can become a successful element of the climate action plan. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Any questions? Thank you. So we now have Judith Lawrence, who's online, and Judith is going to be taking a second to get, she's on the phone. So we'll just hear from her first, give her a second. Thanks very much, clerk. Judith, I think we're ready. If you can start, we're ready for you. Just maybe having some connection problems. I'll just read who's next. After Judith, Lisa Robertson, Jacinta McDonald, and Anita Brannick. All coming up shortly.
Hello?
Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Judith. You have your 3 minutes with us today.
Okay, well, it's taken me about 2 hours to get on.
Sorry about that.
My own problems. I'm visually impaired and I'm not very digitally good. But my name is Judith Lawrence and I live in Willowdale, Ward 18. And I want to talk to you today about a subject that is very dear to my heart and to which I've spent a lot of time thinking about and working on, and that is TransformTO. And I'm very happy that, we finally are at the stage of looking at and making a decision positively on TransformTO for the next 5 years. And I think that this is absolutely essential for, Toronto's climate future. Now, I am an old lady, and I actually, if I don't take care of myself, by exercising, by a good diet, etc., I'm going to become decrepit sooner than later. And so therefore, I really need to do things that are going to help me. But I need some guidance and also, nudging now and then. And I am comparing myself to something like this, old buildings. So old buildings in Toronto need help to be vibrant and to be environmentally sound. And I'm looking at this BEPS. It took me 2 webinars to figure out what BEPS really was about. And I'm sure a lot of people, except for everybody who is a climate champion on this time is, knows. But anyway, I realized that BEPS, building emissions standards, performance standards, is absolutely important to continue with the proper, development of TransformTO. And I'm just saying that really we need to make sure that it is there. I heard a lot today about it, and I'm just saying that I support it, and I don't want it to become old and decrepit. Buildings are with us, just like old people, and we don't want to be forgotten. We want to be vibrant. And so, although I will be gone before a lot of the buildings, and I will be gone before 2040 when we do all this fantastic emissions control, I really hope that my grandchildren will get the benefit of at least starting out with this bylaw and making TransformTO a reality in the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Judith, any questions for Judith? And we're glad you got through to us today. No?
Okay.
Thank you. We'll move to our next deputant, and that is Lisa Robertson. Welcome, Lisa. You have your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Test. Hi, everyone. Thank you. This is my first time doing this. It's a little nerve-wracking. My name is Lisa Robertson. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I live in Ward 14, Toronto Danforth, with the very hardworking Paula Fletcher. I'm a filmmaker, an award-winning filmmaker, an activist, and my most important role is a mother. 6 years ago, I was in the basement watching a climate crisis film with my teenage son. It was bleak and, not surprisingly, very depressing. Halfway through, he paused the movie and looked at me and asked, "It's not really that bad, is it?" I talk about climate all the time at home. But somehow the scale of it hadn't reached him. So I told him the truth. Yes, if we don't cap our emissions, your future will be very difficult. And then he asked me the harder question. So what are you doing about it? He was holding me accountable for his future. Fast forward 6 years, and I am doing. I became a member of Artists for Real Climate Action, ARCA, a not-for-profit. I deeply insulated my 100-year-old semi-detached home, housing 5 people. And this past year, I received $21,000 of a no-interest loan to install heat pumps so my top floor could finally get the heat where I work, since being laid off from Bell Media after 20 years of service to them. $21,000, a loan I will be paying off for years. And I'm one of the lucky ones. Many people can't afford that or even qualify for it. I am doing everything an individual can reasonably do, and now I'm here to ask the city to do the same, and probably the province, because Paula, it sounds like you've already done your work. Because buildings produce more emissions in Toronto than transportation and waste combined. So with many older buildings and so much reliance on gas heating, cutting building emissions isn't just helpful, it's the single most important climate action we can take. So what do we need? We need affordable, accessible retrofits, heat pumps, solar insulation, real support for homeowners, renters, and apartment buildings. We need people to train the contractors to do it. When I renovated my 100-year-old home, no one would take it on. No one. We need a buildings emissions performance standard to drive emission reductions. Cities around the world already have them. Cities around the world have them. We don't. Toronto is falling behind on this and this is very risky, and it's also very shameful. Our biggest polluters are buildings. We know it.
Lisa, you're going to have to wind up.
So today, my son's question is to you all. What are you doing about it? Give us beeps. We need them so the next generation doesn't ask you, why didn't you do something when you could? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'll just let everybody know that there's correspondence. Questions for Lisa? Sorry. Thank you, Lisa. Thanks very much. Thanks for your great work. I'll just let everybody know that on the Timbus agenda and the communications that my letter is posted with the motion that will be coming later today. If you're interested, you can get to it online. I think the city still has internet here. Jacinta, you're here, and then Anita, and then Shelley Gordon. That's who's up next. Thank you. I'm off you go.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak about the TransformTO 2026-2030 report. Many thanks to Madam Chair Paula Fletcher and all the committee members and staff for your important work. My name is Jacinta McDonald. I live in Toronto with my 27-year-old son. We care about our health, the environment, and animals. We eat a plant-based diet to support all of those causes. I am a city campaigner with the Plant-Based Treaty. In my presentation, I would like to emphasize that the City of Toronto needs to launch a public information campaign on the climate and health benefits of plant-based food to help the city get back on course and meet its climate targets. Since launching in 2021, Plant-Based Treaty teams have secured the support of over 60 cities around the world. In Southern Ontario, Brampton, Caledon, Mississauga, Richmond Hill, and Vaughan support the treaty and are including major public education in their signing on to the Plant-Based Treaty. For example, Brampton launched a plant-based food awareness week this year during Earth Month, I should say, sorry. In regards to the new TransformTO report, I would like to recommend that in the section under Waste and Circular Economy, that the city considers ways to provide education on the benefits of a circular economy. Posters on the TTC with information that there is evidence that a plant-based diet is healthy for all stages of life and definitely better for the planet would be amazing. Canada's food guide is 87% plant-based, and the glass of milk has been replaced with a glass of water. It states people should eat at least 5 portions of a variety of fruits and vegetables a day, but aim for more, as eating up to 10 portions a day has additional benefits for health. Approximately 65% of the population lack the digestive enzymes required to process lactate proteins. Dr. Zara Kassam, co-founder of Plant-Based Canada, notes that food systems are the largest contributor to the transgression of 5 planetary boundaries and is responsible for a third of global anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions. In closing, I do hope that you seriously consider my suggestion for public education on the benefits of plant-based foods as part of your climate action plan. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Jacinta, for speaking about that today.
Thank you.
Any questions for Jacinta? I know we were going to have a food week, I think, here at some point, so stay tuned. Anita Krajnik is also here you're online, Anita, that's great. I will take you, and then Shelley Gordon is here, and then Ann Keary is next.
Thank you. I think we'd like to see, sorry, I'm just going to.
Could you just speak up a tiny bit or get closer so we can hear you, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Like Jacinta, we'd like to see public education as well as menu change and efforts towards diet change. We'd like to see the food system as a separate chapter to the TransformTO net zero strategy, because even if we phase out fossil fuels, emissions from our current food system would take us over 1.5 degrees Celsius. A third of global greenhouse gas emissions are from foods, so we have to consider scope 3, and the City of Toronto should redouble its efforts for consumption-based emissions. Globally, 36% of methane emissions are from animals raised for food. We are transgressing planetary boundaries, 7 of them. Climate is just one of them. But the food system is responsible for transgressing 5 of those planetary boundaries, such as biodiversity, land use, phosphorus and nitrogen, and freshwater use, ocean acidification. Globally, 4 billion hectares of land is used for farming. If people went plant-based, that would be 1 billion. That's a 3/4 reduction. We do need a holistic ecological framework, such as donut economics. And it's good to hear that Councillor Amber Morley went to Singapore to a conference on circular economies. So in this approach, numbers are attached to different boundaries. So for example, greening cities, it would involve 20 to 25% of every kilometer of urban environments to be covered by greenery. And I'd like to see that in the TransformTO initiative. We'd like to see climate hero programs. So for example, Muskoka District Council introduced the Climate Hero program for its citizens and we've developed a plant-based Climate Hero leaflet with many initiatives that individuals can take. If you look at carbon labeling, you can eat 10 vegan burgers for the same climate cost as an average beef burger. So the savings are enormous. If you look at plant-based milk, the impact of plant-based milk, such as oat milk versus dairy milk, is it has 10 times less land use and also huge implications for greenhouse gas emissions, acidification, eutrophication, and water use. Again, it's not just about carbon, and we shouldn't have a carbon tunnel vision. We should be looking at all the planetary boundaries as well as all the UN Sustainable Development Goals. With respect to health, we think the city should promote cooking demonstrations like a lot of other cities do. For example, you could promote eating more vegetables and fruits and things like the green smoothie. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. Any questions of the deputant any questions for Anita? No, thank you, Anita. Next deputant is here, Shelley Gordon, not Shelley Carroll. That's her class.
People always mix us up.
Yes, I bet. Yeah. You've got all that money, all the billions that she looks after. I'll start that again. Thank you. Shelley Gordon, Seniors for Climate Action. Please proceed.
Thanks, Councillor Fetcher, and hello, all of councillors. I am Shelley Gordon. I live in Ward 4, and I'm here to present some of the comments from Seniors for Climate Action Now, or SCAN as we call it. And a number of speakers here today and other members of the audience are from SCAN, and people sent in other letters as well. We are a group of all volunteers, and what we say is we are seniors compelled to urgent action to mitigate the climate crisis. We come from every background, we come from every corner of the city. Some of you have worked with SCAN members in your constituencies. We believe that climate action has to be based on social justice and economic transformation to succeed. And again, I just want to talk about urgency. That, I think, is the main message that we can bring here today, that it's urgent. It's urgent what we do. I'm a grandparent, and I lay awake at night wondering what this place will look like for my 4-year-old granddaughter when she's not my age, when she's an adult, right? And we think about the First Nations way of looking, that you're supposed to look 7 generations forward. And I think about climate change in 7 generations, and that is horrible. It's just horrible. And so we urge you all to do the same. I thought I might end my remarks there because there were so many people saying great things, but Seniors for Climate Action started working on what we wanted to see in TransformTO a year ago, and we had workshops and we wrote reports and we amalgamated them. And to respect the work that we've already done, I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about the main points. Transform Toronto getting to net zero is a fantastic piece of work, and we applaud the staff and the councillors who have, and the citizens, residents who have made that happen over the years. And you know, the city has declared a climate emergency. You know what the impacts are if we don't bring it under control. The report in front of you, just to, you know, talk about urgency again, it goes 5 years out. And so if we don't start something now, if we start it in 5 years, Councillor Sachs keeps asking, should we kick this down the road? And, you know, we're here to say our interest is don't kick it down the road. That's not good enough. We see too that the provincial government, the federal government, the states to the south, right, they've all turned their backs on climate change. And it kind of feels like the TransformTO next plan gives up. Well, then what can we do? And like other deputants have said, we think you need to lead. Then you need to take the lead. Don't turn your back. Residents need council to take the lead. Now, I have used up all my time, and I just want to do one more thing. A year ago, somebody said, be audacious. Tell them, be audacious. And since it was a year ago, I forgot who it was, but I'll do that. And one more remark for Councillor Pasternak, who I know, because I know you're in the room. When you get a report back on the blue box, can you get a report back on how much is being recycled? Like not just what was customer service like, but what happened to recycling?
I'm not sure we can get that, but your MPP could get that. Just advise you. Okay, thank you. Because customer service will come from our data, not theirs. You'll have to get in touch with please get in touch with them anyway. Thank you. Next one is Ann Keary. Is Ann here? Where is Ann? Oh, I thought we'd moved him. Oh, Nelson. Then Ann, I see you as video. You're not in video. Ann, is that you? Sorry. Sorry, Diane, I'm chairing. I appreciate that. I'm going to Ann. You're here. Thank you very much. You have 3 minutes.
Both the TransformTO and the item on the IRP, 3 minutes for everything. Three and three. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak. My name is Ann Keary. I serve as the co-chair of Toronto Climate Action Network, which is an umbrella organisation of over 70 climate groups across Toronto, and many of us are here today, as you can see. I'm also a part of the parent climate advocacy group For Our Kids, and I work for CAPE as the regional coordinator for Ontario. It's a really hard time to be a climate activist right now. Our federal government is gutting climate policies and has announced its support for a pipeline. The provincial government has just eliminated its climate plan and its targets altogether. So it really is starting to feel that you, our municipal government, are our last best hope. So we really need your leadership now. And with that, I'm going to really ask you, as so many others here have done, to keep our TransformTO plan alive and bring BEPS back. And I'm happy to see that there will be a motion to that effect. BEPS is a critical policy. Without this policy, our climate plan will fail. A BEPS bylaw could set us on a pathway to reducing emissions from buildings, our largest source of emissions, doing the retrofit work that will protect us from climate-related health harms such as extreme heat and air pollution from wildfire smoke, reducing our energy bills through energy efficiency measures, and generating at least 7,000 much-needed full-time jobs annually. The best climate policies are health, economic, and environmental policies, and BEPS is all that. So bring a BEPS bylaw forward, and I hope you will support its passage as soon as possible. The second issue I wish to address is the Net Zero strategy's emphasis on community engagement. Of course, we can't rely on engagement to decarbonise our economy and infrastructure. That requires investments and regulations. But I do recognise its importance in advancing societal shifts. And here I applaud the city's recognition of the need to better understand and support the needs and priorities of Black, Indigenous and equity-deserving communities. And great to see the expansion of grants for school climate action projects and the emphasis on community hubs. What I would like to see in addition is a climate communication strategy, one that corrects, counters misinformation, which is becoming more and more pervasive, and really highlights the co-benefits of climate action, the benefits to our health, our communities, to affordability, and to our economy. And even better, if this communication strategy were co-created with youth and members of racialized and equity-owed communities who were paid for that work, and then promoted through our libraries, schools, community centres, and community events, including environment days. Please, let's make full use of our information infrastructure. And this brings me to another issue central to our TransformTO climate action plan, which is our energy plan. And here I am urging you to fully support Councillor Sax's motion to reject the IESO's IRRP plan that will tie us to dirty gas and nuclear and is totally incompatible with our climate goals. And please to direct Toronto Hydro to develop a new plan that phases out the Portland's gas plant and propels us to a clean, renewable energy future. There are so many reasons to support this, as you've heard from so many other deputants. This is critical for doing our part to address the climate crisis. Phasing out the Portland's gas plant is absolutely needed. It's Toronto's single largest source of emissions. Health. The Portland's Energy Centre is a major source of nitrogen oxide pollution. As Millie demonstrated so clearly, it has so many health impacts. We need to shut it down for public health reasons, particularly for those in that neighbourhood. Affordability. Gas and nuclear are far more expensive than renewables. Locking us into a gas and nuclear future will increase our energy bills and worsen the affordability crisis. We already have a lot of solar here in Toronto. My favourite example is the 350 TDSB schools that have solar. So let's scale this up and scale up all the other solutions which we currently have in this city. Wastewater heat recovery, geothermal, lake water cooling, and connect this with battery storage and vehicle-to-grid integration. This is the future the rest of the world is moving towards. Let's not be held back into a dirty fossil fuel past. Jobs, this will increase, investing in local renewable energy will create thousands of jobs. Energy independence. By producing renewable energy locally, Toronto can reduce its reliance on fossil gas and enriched uranium that are being imported from the United States. Energy independence and security requires shifting to local renewables. Lastly, climate resilience. Local renewable energy can keep the lights on in climate emergencies, and we are unfortunately experiencing more and more of these. So for all these reasons, climate, health, affordability, jobs, energy independence and resilience, I urge Council to support the motion before you and accelerate Toronto's transition to a clean, renewable energy future. For our kids, for all young people are demonstrating today in Sankofa Square. It's their future on the line. Think about them and think about your kids and your grandkids and all future generations. We cannot delay. It is an emergency.
Thank you very much, Anne, and reminding us a number of things, and to say we never wanted the Portland's Energy Center. It was to be a peaker plant, and now it's running all the time. It was a mistake by the lake, and that's being proven very true. So thank you for being here today with us. I'm going to call the next debutant, Nelson Switzer. I think Nelson is online. Is that correct? Nelson, are you online? Yes? Do we have Nelson there? Sorry. Yes?
Yep.
Are you there? Okay. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, and thank you for the. My name is Nelson. And not only a resident of Ward 12, St. Paul's in Toronto, but also as a climate technology investor. I invest in technologies that make businesses more efficient, more competitive, and more profitable, and as a byproduct, dramatically. I do this work because the economic opportunity in this transition is enormous. These technologies permanently lower costs, reduce environmental risks, and expand shared prosperity for residents and industry. I want to focus my remarks on something simple and non. Toronto is sitting on a financial opportunity, and we are at real squandering it by delaying action. Waiting until 2028 and is not caution, it is a financial liability. Every year, delay means higher capital costs, higher labor costs, higher material costs, more, and the lost economic value of jobs, investment, and industrial activity that could start immediately. This is the stern. Emission reductions today are far cheaper than emissions reductions tomorrow. When Toronto delays, we lock in higher future operating costs for the city and higher living costs for residents. If affordability is a priority of council, delay first financial. When buildings use the costs drop, when water modernized leakage, loss, and maintenance costs drop, when homes switch to heat, long-term energy costs drop. Equals lower costs. They rise and fall always. That is why net zero should be reframed as Toronto's net strategy. This is a plan to get the city's costs and residents' costs as close to zero as possible through efficiency technology. Implementing the net zero plan is not simply an environmental choice. It is a budget choice, fiscally prudent plan. This matters because Toronto is economic anchor. We have the opportunity to capture this high-growth sector by signaling clear demand, building retrofit, electrification, heat pumps, water energy system upgrades, low-carbon infrastructure, procurement of low-carbon materials. They are environmental expenditures, they are levers of economic development. And if we want to support citizens in this city, for a citywide shift to electrification and efficiency. The net zero plan is fundamentally a job creation and cost reduction strategy. Building retrofits alone are estimated thousands of jobs across the country over the next 2 decades. Clean tech deployments generate local installation, maintenance, construction, engineering, and operations. Cities that Oslo, Vancouver, already seeing lower infrastructure, higher economic competitiveness, and significant influence.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Nelson, any questions for Nelson? No, seeing none. Move on to our next debutant, Sophia Hempel, Fridays for Future Toronto. Are you here or are you in Sankofa Square? There she is. I'm so happy to hear you call it by its right name, because sometimes people don't. So thank you very much for that, Anne. Welcome. So welcome, Sophia. You have our 3 minutes. Thank you.
Is it working? Okay. Hello, my name is Sophia Hempel. I should be in school right now, so I'm going to be pretty quick about this, but let me explain why I'm not in school. I worry that because of the instability of my future, owing directly to the inaction of all levels of government in terms of their climate policy, nothing that I will learn can prepare me for what's to come. I want to be part of the solution, which is why I'm one of the coordinators of Fridays for Future Toronto, a youth activist group. I also want to help build a resilient city and work a green new job. The current TransformTO plan emphasizes the importance of grassroots action. But I believe that our work has to come alongside good law, like the Building Performance Standards policy. Where is the dedication to creating green new jobs when crucial policy is being set aside to make way for the illusion of cost cutting that will ultimately lead to the destruction of the planet? My position is simple. If Toronto is really going to become a climate leader, let's not get rid of the building standards or the bike lanes or the strength we've already built. Instead, let's be much more ambitious in our goals and stand together against the greed and the greenwashing and the delays that threaten their success. Let's achieve true net zero quickly and build stronger connections and unity within the city while we're at it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. You can stay here and say you were at school at an educational forum today. How's that? Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any questions? No? Thank you very much for being here, Sophia. Next, we have an online debutant, Charles Lynn. We have Charles online? Yep. Anytime, Charles. There you go. You're up. Please proceed. Thank you. Can't hear Charles.
Okay.
Just give us a minute to make sure we can hear you, please. You want to test
Can
that?
you hear me now?
Just a little closer to the mic, your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Charles Lin, and I have a background in weather and climate science. I was a professor at U of T and McGill for 27 years in weather and climate science. And for the last 10 years of my career, I was in Environment and Climate Change Canada of the federal government. So my world at that time was in policy and operations, doing the science that support the government operations. I have moved from that world to the world of concerned citizens. And my original intent here was to talk about BEPS, but there's been a lot of talk on that, and there will be a motion on that. So I will shift a little bit of the emphasis to our work with youth. I founded and lead Climate Impact Net Zero, and the website is impactnetzero.ca, which is an outreach effort aimed at the Canadian public on engaging and informing citizens on climate change and climate action. We use a storytelling approach to win hearts and minds, not just facts and figures. In fact, facts and figures often do not win hearts and minds. I'm trained as a scientist to use facts and figures, but I have moved from that world. So one of our projects is to work with youth and to address climate anxiety, which we heard about from our last speaker. In one of my discussions with a youth, what he said resonated with me. I asked him about climate, he's concerned. I asked him, what are you doing about it? And his response was, I push it out of my mind. I push it out of my mind. I think it's a sad commentary on how we are treating our youth. We have youth like Sophia who take action, but we also have youths who feel helpless in view of the daunting task ahead of us. So I urge the councillors to make TransformTO a stronger policy, make it stronger and stronger, as opposed to weakening it by dropping key components like BEPS off it. And our youth is appealing to us to do something about it. So when in your deliberations, please remember the comment that stayed with me. I push it out of my mind. And we need to have a good response to our youth on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you heard earlier that I have a motion to put the BEPS in with a few things. So I'll just say that again. It's in the Timis. Thank you very much. And looking for our next deputant online is Sean Pears. Sean, are you with us now? Or are you in person? Oh, you're in person, the real in the flesh. Thank you. I just have here they're going to talk to us on a video. So better to have you in person. Thank you for taking off 3 minutes.
Right. My name is Sean Pears. I'm part of Ward 8, Eglinton Lawrence. This is my first time deputing. I recently completed my master's degree in the philosophy of biology and medicine from the University of Bordeaux, and I'm here to advocate for the building emissions performance standard, as most people have. As buildings contribute to 56% of the city's carbon emissions, rather than restate fantastic arguments we've heard today about the importance and feasibility of BEPS, I want to highlight an unexpected effect of rising atmospheric CO2, highlighting the need to reduce Toronto's highest source of carbon emissions. According to a 2012 meta-analysis from the University of Guelph, a significant effect of elevated CO2 levels is reduced protein content in plants, a reduction by 6 to 18% according to 2012 CO2 levels. The field of nutritional ecology teaches us that most animals, humans included, are protein-seeking and protein prioritizing. This means that while our energy consumption levels may vary widely, our protein levels stay constant. When we don't have enough protein, we actively seek it out through certain hunger-seeking behaviors. This enhanced protein appetite will lead us to seek out this protein in whatever we can find, which often ends up being low-cost, high-calorie, and protein-weak foods. This compacted with stressful social environments and an all-around lack of affordability is hypothesized to be one of the leading causes of obesity. Less protein in our plants is likely to rise agricultural costs to feed livestock. It's likely to require greater consumer purchasing of non-meat protein sources to meet our biological needs, and grocery bills are very likely to rise, obesity rates will rise, and the greatest affected will be those most marginalized in our communities. Climate justice is social justice, planetary health is human health, and we must meet our emission targets and play an active role in shaping our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us today. Any questions? No? Thank you very much, Sean. Nathan Horton, you're on video? No, you're here. That's great. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me today. My name is Nathan Horton. I'm the CEO of One Click Heating and Cooling. We're an electrification provider. We operate nationally across Canada and specialize in heat pump installations, electric services, and mechanical and electrical design. One of the things we consistently have to do across Canada is fight misconceptions in the industry. Do heat pumps work? Do I have enough capacity in my house to do an upgrade? And that's what I want to talk to today. The technology in our industry has moved forward at a rapid pace. Sometimes that leaves industry behind in not knowing what's available, but here to tell you that there is solutions. When we look at electrical capacity restrictions that we see or we hear about, there's technology like load managers, smart panels, and different technology that we can do to limit service upgrades or infrastructure upgrades that we need to do and manage power instead of look at just adding power. And again, we hear this pretty much every province across Canada, and it's become a full-time job when we have these conversations and showing that the technology does exist and combating the misinformation that we find in the industry. All right, I was doing pretty good with memorizing that whole thing, but you can only get so far. When we talk about it, you know, and I say this a lot, actually, probably 100 times this year, is that we do need to change the conversation. Power, or the lack of power, or the idea that we don't have enough power, can't be the conversation or the obstacle that stops good policy from moving forward. Technology has progressed, and we have the ability to do this. Net zero building and electrification, it's not abstract, it's not experimental at this point. It's the next frontier in Canadian construction. There is companies like us that are doing this nationally, have built very large companies off it. And there's a lot of people moving forward, not only in the public sector and the private sector. So by continuing to push these changes down the road, not only does it create lack of confidence within the industry, but it creates lack of confidence within the building community. Thank you.
Very good to hear from you today. Thank you very
Question.
much, Nathan. Oh, sorry, question, go ahead.
So what is we've heard a lot about the need for certainty for building managers and operators. What message does it give the building community and people like you if we defer this to 2027?
It creates a lack of confidence. Right now in communities across Canada, I'll use BC as an example, where in new construction under 10 floors, you're not allowed to use gas in Vancouver. It's policy. So what do? We do air-to-water heat pumps. We do air-to-air systems. We're doing geothermal. And when the policy is enacted, it takes away that uncertainty, where now you have industry buy-in, as well as you also have the community buy-in. And it pushes those projects forward at a rapid pace. In areas where there is no policy, there's a lot of politicization of what electrification or net zero is, and you get a lot of combataness in the marketplace. That pushes more standard air conditioners into people's houses, and it pushes more gas equipment out with a 13-year life cycle, which continues to prolong the inevitable, and that's that we need to move to a net zero society.
Do you think it's good policy to defer adopting BEPS?
I think it slows us down. And, you know, as you're trying to engage community, upskill workers, push the industry forward, the more you slow it down, you're just pushing off the inevitable that we are already moving towards. And
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask you a question. I just want to, we don't really have a legal framework yet. Would you like to know that a bylaw we bring in would be legal and pass the legal test?
I'd assume, same as myself as a corporation, legal always gets involved. You want to make sure good policy as well as good governance are going to follow good precedent.
You want to make sure that the bylaw would stand. So making sure we have all the legal ducks in a row, just as you would have to for
100%.
liability and everything for you. So it might take a tiny bit longer than you think. So thank you very much for being here and being from the industry. Appreciate it. Next deputant I have is Michelle Hort. And Michelle, I think you're here with us. Yes. And you're a 3 and 3. You've got 3 and 3. And then after you is Michael Riddler. And after you is Susan Bakshi online. Thank you. Please go proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Yort. I'm a clean energy retrofit advisor with Energy Neighbor. And we just won a Clean 50 award, as did Nathan Horton with Click One Energy. So pretty great to get that recognition. What I do is help homeowners switch to clean energy. So help them switch from a gas furnace to a heat pump, help them improve the building envelope of their home, help them pursue the available loans and rebates, and then get referred to excellent contractors to do the work. What I wanted to address specifically was that question of is it a good idea to have a 2-year delay on this? And I would say unequivocally no, partially because of that certainty that building owners want to have and the planning that's required. One of the concerns is that people might be tempted to put in another gas furnace when their furnace is end of life if they haven't done the proper planning. And then you're locking in the fossil fuels for another 15 plus years. And if you assume that things last for 15 to 20 years and every year about 5% of them are failing, then if we wait 2 years, we've had 10% of buildings renew their commitment to fossil fuel with their HVAC. And that's just something that we would really prefer to avoid. And so part of the planning is that it's not as simple as just swapping out your furnace if you're electrifying, and the technology is all proven and it's excellent. However, it takes a little bit longer. You have to ensure the capacity, the electrical capacity of the building. You have to do proper heat load calculations, determine where the equipment's going to go, and you need to bring in contractors who know what they're doing. And there's a lag in awareness with contractors and with building owners. So if you put the BEPS in place, it accelerates the uptake, it revs up the energy, the industry so that it builds awareness in all of the sectors and helps advance the technology. And companies like ClickOne, who are doing things like installing load managers and doing smart management of electrical systems. Some of those things aren't even that well known among building owners. So to install the BEPS and encourage them to learn about that is really important for advancing the technology. And I'll just end my bit there.
Did you want your other 3 minutes?
I would like that, but just open to questions if there's any.
Oh, I'll do that after your.
Alrighty, thank you.
3. Thank you.
Okay. For the other piece, a lot of really smart people have said a lot of things, so I'm going to kind of emphasize solar energy and how important that is as a technology, because I'm concerned that a lot of us sort of think that solar is this sort of like veggie, groovy, hippie thing that only a few people do, and that serious people are going to do something like nuclear or fossil fuels. And I think it's just not true. And I think being a petro state like Canada is a bit of a curse, actually, because we have the oil and gas lobbyists who are pushing hard every day. Meanwhile, the rest of the world is passing us by on solar. What do we get? We get, you know, a proposal for Portland's gas expansion or an MOU to build a pipeline. And meanwhile, I'll just read a couple of things from Bill McKibben's recent article about the advance of solar power, because even for me as an environmentalist, it kind of blew my mind. But he's saying that it took from the invention of the photovoltaic solar cell in 1954 until 2022 for the world to install a terawatt of solar power. The second terawatt came just 2 years later, and the third will arrive either later this year or early next. That's because people are now putting up a gigawatt's worth of solar panels, the rough equivalent of the power generated by one coal-fired plant every 15 hours. Solar power is now growing faster than any power source in history and is closely followed by wind power. Last year, 96% of the global demand for new electricity was met by renewables. And in the US, 93% of new generating capacity came from solar, wind, and an ever-increasing variety of batteries to store that power. In March, for the first time, fossil fuels generated less than half the electricity in the US. In California, at one point on May 25th, renewables were producing a record 158% of that state's power demand. Meanwhile, battery storage capacities increased 76%, and on. Texas is now installing renewable energies and batteries faster than California. And all this is dwarfed by what's happening in China, which currently installs more than half the world's renewable energy and storage within its own borders and exports most of the solar panels and batteries used by the rest of the world. It's just incredible what's happening the world over, and the concern is that we're just going to get left behind in Canada. We've got some things going on in solar, but not enough, and it's really important for all of us to push hard to advance renewables. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Michelle? No? Oh, you're getting some jazz hands up there. Can't see them. Thank you very much for being here. Our next deputant, Michael Ridler. Then I've read Susan Bakshi and Liz Addison. Michael, you're here? Great. Thank you.
I am here. If I don't get jazz hands, I'm going to be so disappointed. I'm going to call that out right
tell
now.
all the deputants they have jazz hands.
I just want to start with, I've never written down anything. I'm usually walking around with a microphone, but I only have 3 minutes, and they've already started. I better shut up. So, my name is Michael Rinder. I am the General Manager of Eat Energy Equipment. I work with various leading organizations from CSA to CIPH. It's a long list of acronyms. I'm here to talk to you about technology and the unintended consequences of choosing the wrong technology. So my message is pretty simple. It's about leveraging technology to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We have to make sure that we're keeping the door open to all modern mechanical heating, cooling, and emphasis on hot water technologies. The reality is that innovation and technology is moving faster than policy, and this is now becoming something that can be a bit of a solution, but also a challenge as we see innovation happening across Canada. We have heat pumps of all kinds. And so far, for the most part, we've only talked about air source heat pumps. A couple of speakers, Michelle and Nathan, a few others have talked about air to water and ground source. The reality is air to air is flexible. Air to water replaces boilers, gets us away from gas. And ground source, seen as costly, is the most grid effective way for us to electrify in Canada. So to succeed in electrification, we need to make sure that our policy frameworks keep up with all of the technology. And the irony is some of the most innovative technology has been in Ontario for 50 years. Right? We look at some of the heat pump technologies happening with ground source heat pumps. Ground source heat pumps are the most reliable way to reduce peak demand, lower operating costs, deliver the strongest grid benefits, but more importantly, heat and cool homes, and people can actually afford to live in those homes. So when you guys are looking at policy, I know that you support all kinds of subsets of emerging technology, but if you don't know about the technology, then you can't support it. So to me, I'm an HVAC nerd. I only want to talk about the technology. And the other thing we look at is if you look at electrification, 70% of net zero homes are still using gas. And the reason they're using gas is it's really easy to say we're going to electrify the hot water, but how do we do it? How do we make it fit? And again, we need to sometimes look locally and we need to look globally. If we were to deploy technologies right now like phase change thermal storage, we can go into every single home in Canada and we can electrify the hot water. We can shift hot water loads off peak, we can reduce the electrical bills, and more importantly, we can ease the pressure on the grid. So I think there's a challenge in front of us we face, especially with the BEPS program getting pushed back. My big message here is we have to recognize there is new emerging technology you may in fact not know about. Innovation is outpacing policy and we need to act with an intention. I think you guys have a really important role to play because all I can do is tell you what technology can work that maybe you don't know about, but your power is you can set up planning pathways, you can give us permitting clarity, you can pilot projects that I can't do that are grid friendly, and more importantly, you can help develop partnerships with builders and industry, and I'm here to tell you as the industry guy, they want your support. So there's tools out there for you guys here in Ontario and or in Toronto. If you don't end up doing it in Toronto, they're just going to do it in the city next to you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Any questions? And you do have some jazz hands. So there's
Perfect, thank you. And 3 minutes.
Yeah.
You guys thought I couldn't do it.
Everything good. Our next deputant is Susan Bakshi, followed by Liz Addison, followed by Louise Edinger. So, oh, Susan, you're here.
I'm
okay.
here.
I thought you were
live
online.
and in
So,
person.
great.
So I'm Susan Bakshi. I'm from Ward 12, and I'm here today to urge you to support and strengthen TransformTO. Years ago, an artist, Joel Pelt, drew a comic of a climate summit. The comic shows a person at a podium with a screen projecting all the great things that would happen with climate action: energy independence, green jobs, livable cities, clean air, healthy children, etc. And in the foreground is an angry man in a tie yelling, "What if it's a big hoax and we create a better world for nothing?" Members of the committee, when I read through TransformTO, I see how it can help us create a better Toronto for everything. A city that can be a leader in clean energy and healthy buildings, an incubator for sustainable design, and a city that is working to ensure a healthy future. It gives us hope that climate action in Ontario isn't dead, that despite extraordinary vested interests from those with wealth and power to continue on business as usual, leadership in Toronto recognizes that before us is a beautiful opportunity to ensure our legacy is one to be proud. We can't stop climate change. It's too late for that. Toronto is already feeling the impacts with increased flooding events, heat days, and rising costs. So the question now is, how do we stop the worst consequences of climate change? And business as usual is not the answer. It is with adopting, strengthening, financing, and enforcing policies like TransformTO. The report clearly states that we are not on track to meet our targets, mostly due to other levels of government and shifting policies. I understand that, but I don't think we have time to accept that as our fate. We don't have the luxury of allowing Toronto to capitulate to the whims of others. We must find ways to make things happen, to innovate, to inspire. Constituents look to their councillors to provide them with information and resources that allows them to make informed decisions and take action. But too often, climate is kept in the shadows, like a scary story we only bring out when absolutely necessary. But that isn't working. And quite frankly, it's not fair. From the city's own polling, we know that 89% of Torontonians agree that climate change affects personal health and well-being. yet only 23% are aware of TransformTO. This speaks to the need to bring more community members into the conversation, to let people know that the city has a plan to help us avoid the worst of what is to come. We could be doing this by helping more people get access to resources available the next time a billion-dollar flood hits the city. We could be connecting the dots that climate action equals new jobs, lower building operation costs, and more affordable transportation. Councillors, I understand that these are times of great uncertainty, and that is why I strongly urge you to support and strengthen TransformTO.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I just have a question about the shifting priorities. I do believe that that's not just priorities, it's money that's being shifted out, the federal government. They've shifted money away. Is that not the case?
Shifting money from
out from climate work.
Well, I think that if you ask the Minister of Climate and Energy, she would probably say no. But I think we can all agree that yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just checking. The shifting is more than policy. It's
which is why we need to get innovative and come up with some new ideas.
Thank you so much. Liz Addison, everybody surprised me. They're actually, you got some. You were online, but you might be here because everybody's surprising me. Is Liz, are you here or online?
No, I'm here. I'm online.
You're online. Okay, thank you.
Yes. I don't see my image there, but I'll start talking.
Wait 1 sec. Wait till we'll get you up there. Do we
okay.
I'm
losing seconds.
You're not on camera. You don't have your camera on. Oh, wait, Counselor, we don't have quorum if you leave. Sorry.
I do have my camera
we'll
on,
just go. You won't worry about the camera. We just want to hear what you have to
say. Thank you. Nothing lost. Good afternoon. My name is Liz Addison, and I live in Ward 11. And I'm speaking today to request that this committee direct city staff to introduce a bylaw to establish building emission performance standards without delay. Not 2027, but without delay. I've been concerned about the climate for some time and have concluded that the most impactful thing that I and other homeowners can do for the climate is to reduce or eliminate the use of fossil fuels in our homes. I've retrofitted my own home, cutting my emissions by 84%. I was the 2022 Neighborhood Climate Action Champion for Ward 11, where my project was the creation of the Home Retrofit Forum Facebook group, which now has 799 members. I'm now very involved with Toronto Home Energy Network, a nonprofit organization that helps Toronto's homeowners reduce their emissions. And recently, I've organized a community-based home retrofit support group in my neighborhood of Seton Village as a partner community of the network, alongside the Pocket Change Project in Ward 14, Harvard Village in my Ward 11, and other communities across the city. I'm committed to bringing down emissions from Toronto's building sector, as are many of the people that I've met while promoting home decarbonization. And I've always thought that the city was committed to this too. But the suggestion that the city might defer implementing a BEPS bylaw even until 2027 has made me question this commitment. The headwinds acting against the city's ambitions to control its greatest source of emissions call for a redoubling of efforts, not a lowering of ambition and a capitulation to the interests of the fossil fuel industry. A timeline for the establishment of BEPS standards will make expectations clear and enable property owners to plan ahead for compliance. Such a bylaw will also convey to senior levels of government the importance the city attaches to emissions reduction and all climate action. Single-family houses were not going to be included in this phase of the BEPS bylaw, but by delaying standards for larger buildings, the city is pushing its emissions framework for smaller properties further down the road. Thank you very much for considering my request that this committee direct city staff to bring forward as soon as possible a BEPS bylaw for the entire building sector.
Thank you very much, Liz, and I think we will be doing that. Our next person, Louise Hiddinger, and then Brian McLean, and then Alunad Lee. Louise, I'm assuming you're online?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can. Thank you.
I'm speaking on behalf of Clean Indoor Air Toronto. We're strong supporters of the city's climate action plans. However, we're greatly concerned over the removal of the building emissions performance standards from the TransformTO Net Zero plan. Reduction of emissions by conversion to heat pumps and renewable energy sources is not only cost-effective and energy efficient, but it also removes a major source of indoor air pollution. Burning fossil fuels like natural gas and heating oil creates harmful pollution, including particulates, nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and VOCs, all of which can collect indoors. Low-level leakage from gas-burning appliances means that methane, benzene, and other aromatic compounds that are known carcinogens can also collect indoors. Many Toronto buildings lack mechanical ventilation and air conditioning, meaning they're not resilient to the impacts of climate change, including wildfire smoke and extreme heat. Many Toronto buildings that do have mechanical ventilation actually don't comply with ASHRAE Standard 62.1, the current ventilation standard upon which the Ontario Building Code relies. Even for those buildings that do comply with the standard, it's outdated. It's not designed to handle the fine particulates from burning fossil fuels indoors, wildfire smoke, and other pollutants now commonly found indoors, like microplastics and PFAS, and airborne pathogens. Access to clean, safe-to-breathe indoor air is not equitable across the city. It should come as no surprise that buildings that lack adequate ventilation are typically found in lower-income communities. Poor ventilation means poor indoor air quality, chronic exposure to which is associated with higher rates of disease and poor health. The City of Toronto has an indoor air quality policy for its offices, but this policy doesn't extend to all of Toronto's buildings, creating an inequitable access to clean air. All of these factors mean that without a program to accelerate HVAC upgrades and retrofits, people who work or reside in buildings lacking adequate ventilation and air conditioning will continue to be impacted by chronic exposure to indoor air pollution from climate change in the urban environment, and extreme heat. The TransformTO Net Zero plan and BEPS provide the opportunity to not only upgrade HVAC systems, but also to improve ventilation and air filtration at the same time. Taking action helps to reduce the systemic barrier that poor indoor air quality presents and creates a safer, more equitable living environment. We thank the committee for the motion to reinstate BEPS, but we're also urging the committee to pass a motion to request city staff to draft an indoor air quality policy and bylaw that includes IAQ monitoring to ensure indoor air is clean and safe to breathe. Such a policy should follow the latest recommendations from ASHRAE, the Ontario Society of Professional Engineers, and Health Canada to specify a minimum clean air delivery rate. Taking action now will protect the health of Toronto's residents, especially our most vulnerable sectors, and make the city more resilient to the impacts of climate change and future pandemics. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Next online is Brian McLean. Brian? Oh, you're in person. Okay, Brian McLean in person. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. I live in Ward 2, Etobicoke Centre, and I'm speaking today for myself, but also for Etobicoke Climate Action, an all-volunteer group. I'm so impressed by today's speakers, many of whom are here as volunteers. Most have stressed the need to strengthen the city's TransformTO action plan and certainly reduce the largest sources of greenhouse gas emissions, the way we use natural gas to heat our buildings and hot water, and to produce some of our electricity at the Portland's Energy Centre. We agree with those priorities, so we won't take our limited time to repeat those points. This morning, I walked by new storm sewers being installed on the Westway near Kipling. There are no new developments or water users nearby, yet my neighborhood needs more capacity for handling storm water. I've seen similar work being done in other parts of Etobicoke and the rest of Toronto in what the city calls its basement flooding protection program. This is obviously a very expensive program for the city and its taxpayers. And it's but one example of the new costs coming our way as we adapt to climate change, bringing more intense storms, that overwhelm our water infrastructure and cause backups into basements. This is climate change happening now. There are costs to doing too little, costs to our shared infrastructure, to our private property, to the costs of food and shelter, and to our health. I thank councillors for unanimously declaring a climate emergency in 2019 and endorsing a net zero greenhouse gas emissions target. The city has established voluntary programs such as Neighborhood Climate Action Grants and the Neighborhood Climate Action Champions program that I joined in its first year, and it's now in its 5th year. I went on to co-found Etobicoke Climate Action, and last January we hosted a workshop on TransformTO's goals for the next 5 years. Since then, Green Mimico is a new organization that has started in Etobicoke Lakeshore, and it's hosting excellent workshops on transit and home retrofits. In Etobicoke North, the TRCA has been engaging residents with its Rexdale SNAP program, Sustainable Neighborhood Action Plan. Etobicoke Climate Action has been doing intro tables at various events this year, including some environment days. We'd love to see those days become more than drop-off days for the solid waste division, to become genuine environment and climate days, where residents can learn more about their roles in transforming Toronto. We asked to bring our own info table to the environment days in all 3 Etobicoke wards, but only one councillor welcomed us, and other nonprofit, nonpartisan groups advocating for programs consistent with TransformTO. We think that's a lost opportunity across all 25 wards to engage our neighbors. In Ward 2, additionally, the TDSB trustee helped organize a school-based eco-fair that young people and their parents visited. He hoped to link it to next year's Environment Day as one bigger, better event, but of course he and his fellow trustees have been forcibly retired. Outreach and engagement is a big challenge for city staff and all of us volunteering in this field. I heard of a really interesting example at the Toronto Urban Ravine Summit.
Brian, could you wrap up, please?
Yeah. So I'm suggesting that we can make TransformTO a point of pride for all of us, and even a reason for people to visit Toronto to learn from us, if we make it visible and real. We are making progress, but we have to speed up that progress, remembering that we're in a climate emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next is Elunde Lee by video conference. Elunde Lee.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
We
Okay.
can't see you.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
I'm not sure how to. Sorry about that.
Luna, you could just speak if
Okay.
you want.
Sorry. Esteemed councillors and city staff, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you to previous speakers. This is my first time here, so I'm very nervous. I'm so sorry. I'm here as a resident of Ward 8, concerned about the world today's children will inherit. My spouse wasn't able to speak today, but he is a cancer researcher at the UHN and wanted me to mention that he is fearful about what we are facing at the public health level, and as a speaker from Cape brought up, buildings are a big risk factor for illness. I've been alarmed since I was a kid, sitting up nights with my asthmatic brother.
Luna, could you just slow down a bit? We can't quite hear you clearly. Just slow down a touch.
Sorry.
No, no problem.
Since I was a kid, sitting up nights with my asthmatic brother when he wouldn't stop breathing, and now as an adult, I'm seeing global projections more horrifying each year, direct from farmers, frontline workers, and researchers. I deeply appreciate all the hard work from members of this committee in getting us to this point, with all the positive measures mentioned in the plan, such as improving bus lanes and reducing emissions in government buildings, and I'm very thankful for the motions raised today. I support the adoption of a version of this plan strengthened by the BEPS bylaw with a clear timeline and with no delay, with a speedy phase out of the Portland gas plant. Without these measures, the commitments outlined in this plan are far too modest relative to the scale of our emergency. Our emissions have been trending in an unsafe direction, meaning we're gambling with possible futures. Additionally, these measures would improve life for residents here and now. New jobs, public health, improved efficiency, lower costs, and are all reasons enough, even without considering our climate commitments. Shifting away from fossil fuels and phasing out PEC will also, by all metrics, be cheaper and less polluting for Torontonians. Many things are competing priorities right now, which must make this difficult. However, climate is not, as it may seem, a single issue for our city. It is the context in which all other issues exist. A previous speaker quoted Canadian scientist Katherine Hayhoe, so I will too. She urges us not to, as some do, quote, erroneously view climate change as yet another bucket at the end of a long line of other, more urgent buckets, such as poverty, hunger, and disease. Climate change isn't a separate bucket, rather, it's the whole in every other. Not only that, but the holes are getting bigger and bigger over time. We all live downstream of heat, drought, and pollution. We have an increasingly narrower window of time in which decisions like yours today can still shape a future, can make Toronto and the City Council a leader in that future. Leader is too late. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Aluna. Thank you. Next is Magda Barrera via video conference. Magda? Magda Barrera, calling you again. No, we don't see her online, so we're going to move on. Next is Gabby Galapos. Gabby?
Hi there.
You're
Thanks
here?
Thank you
Okay.
to the chair and thank you to the whole committee for the time on what is a very busy agenda. I wanted to, my name's Gabby. I'm from the Climate Action Partnership. We're a charitable environmental organization. We previously were called the Clean Air Partnership, and we work with municipalities all across Ontario to help them with the climate action implementation. I did want to do a shout out and thanks to the City of Toronto for the implementation of the TransformTO, in particular in getting your own house in order and the significant focus that you've put on retrofitting and advancing net zero emission buildings. I also wanted to come with a thank you, not just from the Climate Action Partnership, but also from the municipalities across Southern Ontario who have received a lot of support from the City of Toronto staff on the designs and the learnings from those net zero efforts within municipal buildings. That also extends to the transportation initiatives with the passenger vehicles moving from internal combustion engines to EVs, as well as the EV buses and the electrification of small equipment. These are critical things not only for their emissions reductions, but also because of the important role they show in getting the own house in order and that leadership to other jurisdictions. Having said all that, I think that there is, you can hear a but coming, and which goes to show you that I didn't learn a lot in relationship therapy on that one, because they always tell you like never to use but. So I was thinking like however, therefore, but I'm gonna have to say that we need to talk about these buts. And one of the important issue that we need to talk about is we need to be talking about building emissions performance standards, as you already heard. And these are critical because voluntary programs, as amazing as they are, will not get us where we need to go. They're not going to get us anywhere close to where we need to go in the time frame we need to get there. In addition, in voluntary programs, we face the issue of boom and bust within cycles, and we can't have that boom and bust cycles. We need to have BEPS policy certainty. That is the fertile ground on which the retrofit ecosystem can grow and prosper. So we have a BEPS policy that provides that assurity to the property owners and managers network. We do have financing that can help for it, and I'd actually love to kind of raise that if there's a question related to that. But I really wanted to say that if we have that BEPS policy assurity, and we have it now, we have to work on getting this into the asset management plans and schedules of building managers and operators. These are long-term plans, and the BEPS policy assurity is the lever we need to work with these building property owners and managers to get into their asset management schedules. This is not a penalization BEPS policy. This is really meant to help property owners plan this out along the lines of their asset management schedule. So I really wanted to kind of highlight this. This is a huge economic development opportunity, but we need that BEPS policy assurity to create the fertile field for the retrofit ecosystem and capturing those job creation and economic development opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabby. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Question?
over here. Right. Gabby, thanks very much. You invited us to ask you about financing. We keep being told there's a financing problem despite everything Catherine told us. Is there a financing problem with large commercial buildings?
There isn't a financing option. I'm not going to lie that the removal of the carbon tax is going to hurt us in terms of building that economic business case over the longer term. But one of the key critical things that was definitely helping in building that value proposition against business as usual systems versus low carbon electrified systems. So that is going to create a longer term payback associated with this, but there still is a payback attached to this. And in addition, there is still infrastructure Canada. There are aggregators that are performance-based contracts that property owners can work with. There also is financing, financing in terms of regular financing that you can bring into the market from private equity, private financing. It does come with a higher interest rate, and that's where the commercial PACE program can really play a critical role in leveraging that private financing to come into this retrofit market, in particular if we can attach it to the properties themselves. But there's opportunities to address the problems we're facing, and it's the BEPS policy assurity that will help unlock the conversations that we need to do on how do we address the critical pinch points that we're going to face in advancing a BEPS policy. But we need that BEPS policy assurity to work through these pinch points, data access, how we advance the commercial PACE market, how we get private capital coming into this market, how we reduce the interest rates on these so that we can build a better business case for people. How do we get the service offerings to help people figure out and move themselves from the like-for-like replacement towards what they need to go towards. There's a lot of pieces in the ecosystem that BEPS policy is critical for unleashing.
But your time is up. Thank you. Is Hao Sen Chong in person? Hao?
Hi, how's it going? My name is Hao Sen. I'm the climate campaigner at Toronto Environmental Alliance. I got some extra seconds because the numbers aren't turning. Okay, there we go. I'm the climate campaigner at Toronto Environmental Alliance. I've been a climate activist for almost 25 years, and I'm actually born and raised in Etobicoke. First, I wanted to send a thank you to all the staff and the city councilors, past and present, and all the people in this room who've been at this for 10 years. Because for 10 years, we've been doing TransformTO before even I got involved. So if you, I know you're not supposed to, clap or anything, but this is my round of applause for all of that work, because I definitely wouldn't be here without that work, and I wouldn't be here without the work of all the people here, staff and the councilors and everybody else as well. This is the second 5-year plan. There's actually a lot of great things about it. There's strong commitments on cutting the city's corporate emissions. There's an inclusion of wastewater emissions, the integration of a circular economy strategy, and there's also the recognition of the importance of investments in transit. And the last TAF emissions report showed that the city's emissions, transportation emissions, are actually going down about 6%, which is great. But of course, more than half of the city's emissions actually come from buildings, and that's why we were concerned when we originally saw the report in front of us, that the buildings emissions performance standards looked like they were shelved. So we're very pleased to see that there's a motion now, or that we're expecting a motion here, that would come back to bring BEPS back and move us back on a track towards a BEPS bylaw. And it seems like there's a really fascinating coalition of businesses and community groups here who are strongly supportive. T is also very supportive of the aspects of the motion that are implementing protections for tenants. The buildings emissions performance standards, like rent safe and like a potential max heat bylaw, are all buildings performance standards, which are all great. But also there's a risk of things like above guideline rent increases and things like that. So we're very supportive of the city looking into those. And we actually have submitted a letter alongside various tenant organizations with some recommendations for those. So we're happy to make sure that staff and council have those as well. T also recognizes that it's impossible for the city of Toronto to fund and finance the complete decarbonization of the city all by itself. That was very clear in city reports in the past. So we're also really supportive of the city working with other municipalities and working with other governments to actually go out and get that financing and funding, both from the federal government and the provincial government, but also finding new ways of getting private investment as well. I don't have much time left. That's 10 minutes left, 10 seconds left. I'll welcome any questions you may have. But again, thank you for everybody who's done this work. It really is 10 years of fantastic work, and we have another 15 years before 2040, and I think we can get there if we all come together and work on it.
Thank you, Hao-San. Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you.
Next is Valen Petrella. Valen Petrella. She's on video conference. Valen.
Hello, thank you.
Oh, there you are. We can hear you. There you are.
Hi there.
Yes.
Good afternoon, councillors and staff. My name is Valen Petrella. I'm a resident of Ward 9 Davenport. This is my first time deputing, and I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I was born and raised in Toronto and have always spent as much time as possible outside in the beautiful outdoor spaces throughout the city and on the water. My passion for the outdoors led me to volunteer as a chapter lead in Toronto with Protect Our Winters Canada, or POW Canada, a national organization advocating for policy solutions to climate change. We know that buildings account for almost 60% of the greenhouse gas emissions in Toronto, and that the city has already identified the implementation of Building Emissions Performance Standards, or BEPS, as one of the most impactful policies to significantly reduce our carbon impact. That's why it was so concerning that the city's 5-year plan that was released for this meeting originally does not include a strong green building standards. I'm speaking today to urge you to strengthen the plan and commit to continue doing the work to bring forward a building emissions performance standards bylaw. And I'm pleased to hear that there's a motion to bring it back. With the BEPS bylaw, along with other great aspects of the plan, like increasing local renewable energy, we can reduce emissions and protect our climate so everyone can enjoy the outdoors as we continue working towards making Toronto one of the most environmentally sustainable cities in the world. Thank you for all of your work, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Valen. Thank you. Next is someone that has double deputation time, Lisa Ripo Martel. Lisa? Come on down.
Hello, I didn't know that I had double deputation time, but I'm only going to take my one deputation time. This is my first deputation, and it's very exciting to be here, very inspiring to hear everybody speaking with such passion and experience to these issues. My name is Lisa Repo Martel. I live in Toronto Danforth. The wonderful Paula Fletcher's riding just a couple short miles north of the Portland's gas plant, which means I live in one of the most, if not the most, polluted neighborhood in the GTA. And as many people have spoken to, we all know how terrible the greenhouse gases are that come from the Portland's plant, that they are the largest emitter in the GTA, as well as the #1 emitter of nitrous oxide. And this thing that I'm about to highlight, I found one of the most shocking and vivid statistics about the whole issue. The gas plant makes the air so toxic, the local air quality is so toxic that residents of the proposed condo developments will not be allowed to open their windows above a certain elevation due to health risks. And I just thought that people can't hear that fact enough. Approximately 15,000 people die every year prematurely from air pollution in Canada, and close to half of those deaths happen in Ontario. Air pollution from fossil fuels may be mostly invisible, but it has life and death consequences, not to mention its effects on the stability of our global climate. So all of those things were part of the reason that brought me down to do my first deputation. But one of the other things was my incredible enthusiasm, appreciation, excitement for the incredible work being done in the Portland's floodplain protection project. It is just amazing. I go down there all the time, and it's just becoming more and more beautiful every day. It is going to be such a gift, is already such a gift to the city and for generations to come. So it seems perverse that at the same time we are inviting people down to enjoy this miracle of urban planning and natural splendor that cost, I think, through different levels of government, north of $1 billion, we will simultaneously be exposing them to poisonous fumes spewing from the gas plant 14 to 21 hours a day, like right there, right in the same place. Especially when alternative sources of energy are now cheaper and cleaner. So I urge City Council to do everything they can to shut down the Portland's gas plant, and I support Diane Sachs's recommendations to reject the IESO's draft plan for Ontario's energy future, and I agree that Toronto Hydro should be tasked with coming up with an evidence-based plan to meet our energy needs in the cheapest, cleanest, and most efficient way, which is renewables.
Thank
Conservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next is Maria Medelno, video conference. Maria? No sign of her? Is Maria here? Okay, have to move on. Sarah Alizieda. Sarah, I think you're here in person. Come on down.
Hi there, my name is Sarah and I'm from Ward 13 Toronto Centre, and I'm here on behalf of, or with, Fridays for Future Toronto. I would have spoken about, a little bit even about the Portland's Energy Center, even though I never signed up for that item. What, does it have me listed on that item? That's interesting, I did not sign up for it. And also about the building's emissions performance standards, but so many people before me have spoken very eloquently on both of these issues, and so I'm just going to express my support for the building emissions performance standards and my support for advising the interior regulator that we as a city are opposed to the Portland's Energy Center. But I want to take a step back and focus a little bit on like the broader picture here, which is the political context that we're finding ourselves in and that city staff has cited to justify the decision of the implementation of certain parts of TransformTO. Because obviously this is not a very easy time. We're facing a lot of budget cuts at different levels of governments. We're facing austerity measures, and we're facing cutbacks of social programs and environmental programs. And the thing is, we have several different levels of government here. We have the provincial and federal governments, but we also have a municipal government here. And I don't think that is necessarily the best approach for our local politics at a municipal level to always necessarily have to follow every single step of the provincial and federal governments. And so if they're taking steps in the wrong direction, and if they're trying to cut back funding for retrofit projects, or if they're trying to take away the carbon tax that incentivizes people to reduce their carbon usage, or in fact, more importantly, incentivizes larger polluters and corporations to reduce their carbon usage, I don't think we should be contributing to that. In fact, quite the opposite. I think that just means that we have an even bigger role as a municipality to play here. In fact, we also have to look at the fact that these decisions that are taken by those upper levels of government, they're not permanent decisions, right? Or the elected officials, they're not even permanently elected officials. And if we continue with our building emissions performance standards, even if there's not the same amount of funding available federally or provincially for retrofit projects, that creates political demand for that kind of funding. And that means that we're contributing towards making such funding happen again, instead of simply going along with the flow and deciding, all right, well, the federal government isn't helping us here, so we're not going to help ourselves either. Do I get to have 6 minutes considering I'm listed for both items? Okay, that's good.
Sorry. Anyways, I think you made a very salient point, though, in your 3 minutes, so thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Hassan Mahmoud. Hassan is here in a video conference. Oh, he's here. How you doing, Hassan?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Hassan Mahmoud. I'm here originally from Ward 8, Eglinton and Lawrence. Here on behalf of the Toronto Community Benefits Network, here to convey our unequivocal support of the TransformTO Net Zero Strategy Action Plan as a coalition advancing equity, diversity and inclusion in infrastructure and construction. TCBN has actively participated in the city's extensive consultation processes and recognizes the substantial benefits this plan delivers for historically disadvantaged and equity-deserving communities. We commend the city staff for their diligence and leadership. We are encouraged by the continued implementation of the Toronto Green Standard despite political pressures. However, are incredibly disappointed that progress on a building emissions performance standards has stalled. And we underscore the urgent need for a clear, mandatory, and equitable regulatory framework to reduce emissions from existing buildings. Without it, Toronto will not meet its 2030 or 2040 climate commitments. This is both a climate necessity and a generational economic opportunity. When designed with an intentional community benefits lens, TransformTO can drive inclusive workforce development, expand access to good jobs, economic opportunities for Black, Indigenous, and equity-deserving groups across the city. Deep retrofits, energy efficiency upgrades, and low-carbon construction will generate sustained demand for skilled trades, green technologies, and local businesses benefits that must be equitably shared. Now, given that most buildings standing in 2040 already exist and represent Toronto's largest source of emissions, the regulation is essential. Mandatory framework will ensure the scale of action required cannot be deferred, create market certainty that fuel job creation, local business growth, and equitable pathways to good jobs and training opportunities, improve affordability, resilience, health outcomes for vulnerable residents, position Toronto alongside global leaders such as New York and Vancouver who've tied emission regulations to green economic development. We urge Mayor Chow and Infrastructure Environment Committee to recommit to a clear, updated timeline for BEPS in the City of Toronto and acknowledge that its role as a key driver of climate progress over the next decade, resume consultations with industry, civil society, and professional associations to finalize the BEPS and a suite of support that balances climate ambition with economic feasibility, work with key stakeholders, including community, labor, academic, and industry stakeholders to develop a green job strategy as part of the Net Zero Strategy Action Plan. This plan would prioritize decent work, equitable pathways, mobility, and training jobs to opportunities in the sector, and report back with a phased-in BEPS, beginning with large commercial buildings expanding in mid-sized commercial multi-residential buildings, a summary of stakeholder input, including measures ensuring affordability and tenant protections, and implementation plan outlining compliance enforcement and available technical financial support. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to a sustainable and inclusive Toronto. TCBN stands ready to support further dialogue and engagement as this critical work advances. Attached in this letter is a recent TCBN report, building new green job strategies for Toronto with analysis, recommendations, and case studies from Vancouver to New York. Thank you.
Thank you. Hassan, I have a question for you. As you know, today was announced that we are going to undertake the largest public housing construction project in Canada in Lawrence Heights. Are you going to be involved in that project to ensure we meet these climate goals in our construction of these 10,000 homes?
Yes, that is a separate, but yes, I am from TCBN. I am the main person involved in the Lawrence Heights Rebate project, the contact person at TCBN.
Okay, look forward to seeing you on Varna.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Gail Farley. Gail is on video conference.
No, I'm here.
Oh, Gail is here in person.
Hi, I'm Gail Fairley, and I'm a resident of Ward 10. I have to begin by saying I wholeheartedly support TransformTO. And I think the city's been doing a really good job of leading by example and decarbonizing its own buildings, and things that it has authority over. But I think it needs to be stronger, and I think we need to look more at mandatory regulations and timelines and consequences for not following through. And that's the thing that is good about BEPS. It's going to be it will be a bylaw that's going to set those kind of standards and timelines and consequences for not complying. So I'm very happy that we have a motion on the table to bring that back. And I'm not going to say too much about BEPS because it's been, lots of people have talked about it. But I am going to suggest something. Toronto Community Housing Corporation has over 1,300 residential buildings. And they produce 54% of Toronto's corporate building emissions. I would really hope that the City of Toronto would follow the example of New York City and Boston, and now several other cities, who are putting in packaged window heat pumps, which are so much cheaper than the traditional heat pump. They go in a window, they don't require upgrading in electricity, and they don't require changes in the structure of the wall that your window is put in. And they're really significantly cheaper. And I think the City of Toronto could move forward with a pilot project and maybe fund it with green bonds. And I think the green bonds could probably be used to also fund some initiatives on solar energy, which again, as someone mentioned, is getting so cheap that it would be a shame not to take advantage of it. The thing about something like solar is that the return on that bond would be relatively quick because that's been proven in other places.
Sorry, thank you, Gail.
Okay, I'm up?
You're up.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us in person. It's always nice to see people in person. Any questions, so for Gail? She takes off? No. Thank you so much for those ideas. Very good. Next is Juliana Chambers, TCBN. Are you on video conference, Juliana, or are you in person? Oh, here she comes. Okay. You're with us. Great.
Hello? Okay, great.
Go ahead.
Dear Chair and members of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee, my name is Juliana Chambers and this is my debut deputation. I volunteer with the Toronto Community Benefits Network's Youth Policy Table. We are a collective of youth focused on creating pathways into employment, building community, and dismantling systemic barriers that young people face. For May 2026, our Youth Policy Table is planning a Green Summit to address the uncertainty youth have surrounding the green industry. Through our research, we have found support for green initiatives, especially amongst youth. Unfortunately, young people are discouraged from entering the industry over concerns it won't provide long-term stable careers. Green building work is a major part of the industry. Retrofitting remains one of the most common and economically impactful initiatives. Toronto is home to many beautiful but outdated buildings that need to be upgraded. Without building emission performance standards, owners are no longer required to retrofit. Without these requirements, retrofitting will slow, thus eliminating green jobs opportunities for youth. At a time where youth unemployment in Toronto is at its highest, I urge the Council to reinvigorate the green sector by expanding the creation of green jobs and demonstrate to youth that this industry can offer them lucrative careers. Despite the fact that buildings are the largest source of emissions in Toronto, building owners are more focused on the immediate costs of retrofits than the long-term economic and environmental benefits that outweigh these costs. Cities such as New York, Boston, Seattle, and Vancouver have already seen the economic and employment benefits of maintaining building performance standards. Retrofitting isn't just about creating jobs for young people, it will improve the lives of residents through upgrading their homes. For example, heat pumps add cooling to buildings that have none, protecting tenants through heat waves, which in our current climate will become more common. Heat pumps also filter smoke, allergens, and other contaminants to improve air quality inside the home. Retrofitting, such as fixing leaky windows and insulation, offers protection from extreme weather and lowers energy bills. To summarize, maintaining building emission performance standards, or BEPS, isn't just a pathway to creating stable green careers for youth, but also for safeguarding the well-being of Toronto's residents. Retrofitting strengthens our economy, reduces emissions, and lower costs. I ask that the Council uphold strong building emission standards to create jobs, support youth, and secure healthier homes for all Torontonians. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I think it's your first time deputing. Can we just give her some really big cheer? There you go. Look behind you. Thank you so much for being here, Juliana. Next deputant is Avila Montenegro from the Federation of Metro Tenants. I believe you're here in person or online.
Madam Chair, I believe someone listed just before Avila.
I'm sorry, can't hear you.
I'm here. I was just saying I believe there's someone listed just before Avila. Allison?
She dropped off.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Avila, no, we'll just give you a minute to get online or get here. So we'll just jump to Jacob Pendergrast, if Jacob is here. Had to leave? He's gone. Okay, thank you, Lynn. We'll just hold Avila, if you're here, your spot, because that's item 3, and everybody who's on both items 3 and 14. And then, so what we'll do now, we'll hold that spot open for Avila, should she be here, but we'll move to the deputants who are only signed up for item 14. I'm just going to advise everybody at 3:45, not because we're on this item, but just for quorum. We're going to lose somebody, or we may have quorum issues later, so that's all I'll let everybody know. And let us start with David Robertson, then Jack Gibbons, and then Jacob, you're on for this as well. I don't know, oh, he's left, sorry, so he's gone. Next one is Philippa Domville. So those are the 3 up on item 14. Hi, David, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is David Robertson, and I'm here with SCAN and with Toronto East Residents for Renewable Energy. Both TER and SCAN were active participants throughout the public engagement process for the Integrated Regional Resource Plan for Toronto. We hoped that an energy plan that reached out to 2045 would position Toronto at the forefront of the renewable energy transition that is taking place in cities all around the world. We knew that the energy transition could translate into good local jobs, economic innovation, and community development. We expected that the new energy plan would acknowledge the integral links between energy development and the city's climate goals. And we were fully expecting the RRRP to provide a clear plan to shut down and replace the polluting Portland gas plant. We didn't get any of that. What we got was an extremely troubling direction, and I'm just going to give 2 examples. First, at each step of the process, the independent electricity systems operator kept shrinking the possible. For instance, it did a study where the goal was to offset future electricity generation and transmission requirements through distributed energy resources, energy efficiency, and demand response initiatives. While the study found that it was economically possible to achieve 4,200 megawatts of energy savings by 2045, the IESO shrunk that goal to only 1,000 megawatts. That is a huge gap. It is equivalent to the output of 8 small modular reactors. Just think if we could avoid the costs of 8 small modular reactors. Second, incredibly, the ISO ignored the city's request to plan for the shutdown of the Portland gas plant. In response to the city, here is what it said, quote, "The IRRP will not make a recommendation for timing to phase out the Portland Energy Center, despite the city's request." In offering that conclusion, a senior IESO spokesperson noted that while some people wanted the plant closed sooner, some people wanted it kept open longer. To characterize the closing of the Portland gas plant as a matter of opinion is irresponsible. The 2024 emission data is now available for the plant. It is still.
Thank you. Last thought, you're up here 3.
We're at an energy crossroads in the city. We could go fossil fuel and high-cost nuclear, or we could do renewable energy. IRP failed the future. Hopefully the city won't.
Thank you. Any questions for David? Just to be clear, the IESO is a provincial body, correct, David?
It is the Independent Electricity Systems Operator. It is a provincial body.
Totally and 100%.
It is the body that did the RRP.
Exactly.
For
Thank
the
you.
City of Toronto's energy future.
Yes, they did, because have you noticed how many things that the provincial government does on behalf of the city these days? Yes, I think we all do. Thank you. Thank you so much. Nice to see you. Okay, our next is Jack Gibbons, Ontario Clean Air. Thank you, Jack. Welcome. This isn't your first deputation, unlike Juliana, so
That's
go ahead.
right, Councillor Fletcher. Good afternoon, Councillor Fletcher, committee members. I'm Jack Gibbons from the Ontario Clean Air Alliance, and I'm also a former Toronto Hydro Commissioner. And we're here today to support Diane Sachs' call for Toronto Hydro to develop a plan to phase out the Portland's gas plant by investing in energy efficiency, local renewable energy, and energy storage. And it is our submission that Diane Sachs' proposal makes sense for at least 4 reasons. First, Portland's is our largest air polluter. It needs to be phased out as soon as possible. Second, as the TransformTO staff report noted, a zero carbon electricity grid is a prerequisite for achieving Toronto's climate goals. Third, by investing in energy efficiency, renewables, and energy storage, we can lower our electricity bills. And fourth, by investing in energy efficiency and renewables, we can reduce our dependence on American energy imports. Now, unfortunately, the province is planning to meet Toronto's electricity needs by building new high-cost American nuclear reactors and by increasing the output of its existing gas plants and by building new high-cost gas-fired power plants. And this provincial plan simply does not make sense, since it will lead to higher electricity bills and increased dependence on American energy imports to keep our lights on. Therefore, there is an urgent need for Toronto Hydro to develop a new electricity plan which is cleaner, lower cost, and more secure. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I'll be pleased to answer them.
You have 45 seconds more if you wanted to add anything else.
No.
No, thank you very much, Jack. Are there any questions? Yep, please, Deputy Mayor has one.
Jack, what is this new nuclear plant going to cost that the province is proposing, the American one?
Yes, their cost estimate is for the new Darlington nuclear plant is $20.9 billion. But as we know, every nuclear project in Ontario's history, every new nuclear project has gone massively over budget. The original Darlington nuclear station that came into service in the 1990s, it was 4 times over budget. So it's a very, very high cost project, and we can meet our electricity needs at a much, much lower cost with wind and solar.
So it looks like if you go on past performance, the nuclear power plant construction, where the taxpayer is probably going to look at about or $80 billion plus.
Well, based on the past performance, yes. Very, very high cost.
Why is the average Ontario citizen not, everybody's talking about affordability. Why are they not raising any questions about this $80 billion taxpayer American purchase of this nuclear power plant?
Well, that's a very good question, but people are starting to question it now. There have been recent columns by Martin Cohn in the Toronto Star and Konrad Jakubowski in the Globe and Mail starting to raise questions. As you know, our electricity rates rose by 29% on November 1st, and according to the Ontario Energy Board, one of the main causes was rising nuclear costs. And as a result, the Ford government has increased their taxpayer subsidy for electricity rates. It's now, taxpayers are going to be subsidizing electricity rates to the tune of more than $8 billion a year to try to mask the high cost of nuclear power. And that just doesn't make any sense. If we could just invest in energy efficiency and wind and solar, we could actually lower costs, lower electricity bills, and lower taxes.
And have they, Charles Catch always talked about the spent fuel rods. Have they figured out what they're going to do to make, with the spent fuel rods?
Well, they're hoping to bury them underground, but they haven't got approval for that. And according to the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, which is owned by Canada's nuclear utilities, those nuclear wastes would have to be safeguarded by future generations for 1 million years. And so why are we doing this when we have much lower cost, cleaner, and safer options? There's a very, very powerful a nuclear lobby in this province, and they persuade the Ford government to move in the wrong direction. And that's why we need strong leadership from the City of Toronto to advocate for the better solutions, the lower cost, cleaner, safer, and more secure solutions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Amber, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And thanks so much, Jack, again, for the submission. In your experience as a former Hydro Commissioner, I'm wondering if you can give us an opinion on the recommendation in my colleague's motion to direct Toronto Hydro or to request Toronto Hydro to do a piece of work that would traditionally live with the IESO as we've been talking about today in terms of that mapping. Can you talk to me about the feasibility of that request from your experience?
Well, absolutely. Toronto Hydro is one of the largest electric utilities in the province. It's well managed. They are experts about electricity planning. They have annual revenues of over $3 billion a year. They have assets of over $7 billion. They certainly can do it. Now, ideally, the IESO would have developed a good plan. And the IESO's mandate is to keep our lights on at the lowest cost. But unfortunately, they didn't develop a plan that's consistent with their mandate because they're getting political direction from Premier Ford's government that is very pro-fossil fuels and is very pro-nuclear power. And so, unfortunately, the IESO did not produce a good report. It did not produce a report that was consistent with the request of Toronto City Council. And so we've got to look at the next best solution. And fortunately, the City of Toronto owns one of the largest electric utilities in this country, and it can develop the plan if it is directed to by Toronto City Council.
Thank you. That's all for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? No, thank you. Philippa Dom.
Yep.
Sorry, Philippa, are you here? Yes, thank you.
Well, Jack said it all, I think. My name is Philippa Donville. I live in Dufferin Grove neighborhood with Councillor Alejandro Bravo. I am an actor, a choreographer, a writer, a mum, and a member of Artists for Real Climate Action. Some of you may have seen me in a play called The Master Plan. Paula, I think I may have seen you in the audience, and I think maybe I tried to give you a broken pencil. But for those of you who didn't see it, I played the formidable Meg Davis of Waterfront Toronto, and I plunged my head into a cake. Doing Master Plan gave me a deeper understanding of the very, very hard work being done on the Portlands, the naturalization of the Don, with its ambitious flood prevention, and the new parks filled with native species, and the vision of new sustainable homes. Thank you to all who worked on that project and who are continuing to work on it to make it possible. And thank you, all of you, for all the work you've done on TransformTO. I imagine it must be especially onerous right now, with the province flooding the zone with bill after bill, endangering our health, our livelihoods, and the sustainability of the city we love. I imagine it could appear practical to pick our battles, to obey in advance on some issues, and choose only the winnable fights, where facts are on our side. I would like to suggest that Diane Sachs's motion is a winnable fight, and the facts, as Jack so eloquently laid out, are on our side. Years ago, keeping the Portlands running may have seemed painfully practical and not absurd. It seemed that we had no viable alternative energy source, that we needed the jobs, and so we must compromise the health of our children, our elderly, and our planet. But today, in the midst of a truly thrilling renewable energy revolution, when energy from gas is so much more expensive than solar, wind, ground source heat pumps, keeping a polluting gas plant spewing nitrous oxide into a stunning new sustainable development on the shores of Lake Ontario is at best the theater of the absurd, and at worst, the theater of cruelty. Requesting that Toronto Hydro proactively pursue all forms of energy conservation while pursuing all potential renewable sources could reverse soaring electricity prices and unlock an exciting local renewable market. As so many have said, we can create a more just, more equitable city of the future where folks don't have to choose between grocery bills and heating or cooling their homes, where young artists do not have to flee the city and can continue to make Toronto the second most important theater city in North America. Toronto could become not Toronto the good, but Toronto, the sexy solar city on the lake. And we could become not just the most beautiful, diverse city in the world, but an example to all. In closing, 17 years ago, I told my father, who was former head of the NFB, that I was planning to have a child on my own. He told me that he couldn't support my decision, not because he was scared I couldn't do it, not because he didn't want a grandchild, but because he'd seen the bleaching of the coral reefs, and he was terrified that I would be bringing a child into a dying world. So I did exactly what every good daughter does. I didn't listen. I had my child. But I did decide to do everything I can to heal this beautiful blue-green planet. I'm here to urge you to continue to do everything you can. Please support Diane's motion.
Thank you. Sorry, any questions? Thank you. Next up, Ann Christie. Ann Christie, are you here? And after Ann is Glenn Marshall, and after Glenn is Karen Templin. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Anne Christie and I live in Ward 14. I've lived there for the last 25 years. Thank you. Always I'm not supposed to say which way I vote. Anyway, I remember 20 years ago when my son was out, he was young, out playing soccer, and the worry and the anger when he would come home from soccer, coughing and wheezing and spluttering on our smoggy days. And then I remember the relief when the coal-fire plants were phased out and smoggy things became a thing of the, smoggy days were a thing of the past. At that time, I was working in research on the long-term side effects of chemotherapy in children as they grow into adulthood and even middle age as a result of the tremendous leaps forward in treatment of cancer. And I'm really saddened that today, the concern and panic that I feel for children and their future is now entirely linked to climate change and to the lack of urgency that it feels that we have in every level of government to do everything we can to cut our carbon emissions. To be honest, I'm here and spending my time here because it feels that it's at the city level that we actually have the most agency to work on this. And what gives me hope, actually, bizarrely, is the fact that the phase out of the coal power plants in Ontario was started by a Conservative government and completed by a Liberal government. Incredible. The other thing that gives me hope, again, kind of bizarrely, is the newsletter from the City of Toronto, the Live Green letter. If anyone here works on it, please say thank you. Because it's full of the good stuff that we're doing here and the climate action plans that we do. And yesterday I learned about our first net zero building, which is a child learning centre and child care centre. It's great, fabulous. So I'm really hoping that today Council will vote to accept Councillor Sachs's amendments motion to the motion 2614, and that I won't have to worry about the effect of gas-powered plants and forest fire smog days on the lungs of my son's daughter, my 3-year-old granddaughter, Clara. There's been talk about funding, and people have addressed that. And so I guess I'm just going to say thank you. And thank you all for making us feel so welcome, especially because there were so many of us today, and we've added to your workday. And thank you to everyone who's presented, because I have learned so much. So thank you.
Thank you very well. Anne, just any questions for Anne? No? Anne, I will tell you that it wasn't coal-fired in the East End. It was burning sewage, which we stopped in 1995. So there you go. As an East Ender. Thank you very much. Sorry for the editorial. Glenn Marshall, are you here, Glenn? Glenn, going once. Glenn, going twice. Okay. Karen Templin, video online, or perhaps she's here because a lot of the video requests have turned up and it's great. So nice to see people in person when they're talking with us. Thank you, Karen. We'll let you get down here and get started.
Well, thank you for this opportunity to speak today. Thank you. It's good to see this democracy in action. I'm a senior, I'm a tenant living in the young Eglinton neighborhood, older multi-residential, retired teacher, great aunt to a new baby niece. Reasons for supporting, I'm here to support Councillor Sachs's IRRP motion, and here I go. Like others, I'm really worried about the startling, rapidly advancing impacts of climate change. It's happening just as scientists said it would. I spent this past summer in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Smoke from forest fires sometimes raised air quality indexes to high levels. I seldom went out, and if I did, it was in double masks. All the health dangers that Dr. Roy spoke of this morning were present in that air. The city was filled with thousands of evacuees always heartbreaking. And Manitoba experienced a long summer drought, no help from rain here, and all of this climate change related. Scientists predict that the impacts will get worse. A bleak future lies ahead for our kids. Councillor Sax's motion is an urgent, timely one at this moment. At Yonge and Eglinton, we saw the province work at lightning speed to get all those big buildings up so fast that, in fact, as a result, we have many poorly sited buildings and an absolutely bracing wind tunnel, great enough to host a small mini farm of wind turbines, I think. Density is important. I'm proud to be a resident in a dense neighborhood. It keeps our citizens in the urban areas and out of the wetlands and green spaces that are naturally protecting us from floods and forest fires and other impacts. The city's plan for Okwimmin, Minising could be beautiful. Density without the mistakes made at Yonge and Eglinton, but no, as we've heard from others, Portland's gas plant will bring health impacts to the kids and families who live there. I worked with kids who had asthma, and I'm just despairing to hear that the rates of asthma now are rising. It's tough. So while Yonge and Eglinton went up fast, the province's road to emission-free energy is slower than the speed of snails. It will take decades, as Jack pointed out, to get these nuclear things up, and they will be over budget. How big things get done, written by knowledgeable engineers, concur that the cheapest way to do it is with the emissions-free infrastructure. So, the alternatives, I do mean, like solar, wind, storage, and everything that is in Councillor Sax's motion. So, what do we see? North Star goes up on time, under budget.
Wrap. I got to ask you to wrap.
Sorry. So I see my time is running out, and so is ours. Everybody is asking, like the kids are going to ask me 20 years from now, did you do everything you could to prevent this scenario from happening? So I'm giving you that question, and I think I've learned so much here today that the answers are there. And Jack Gibson has said this motion is entirely possible, so I urge you to support it.
Thank you. I will let you know we'll be asking Toronto Hydro a few things because I believe they're here. And if they're not here, I'm asking if they're here. Thank you. Avila has now joined us. Is she online or? Online. Okay, Avila, we called your name earlier. You're at the FMTA, and so you are able to have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can folks hear me? I don't know if you can see me. Thank you so much for having me and us here at council today. The Federation of Metro Tenants Associations reiterates its support for implementing a building emissions performance standard bylaw in Toronto and for including multi-unit residential buildings MURPs in the version expected in December 2025. We support this initiative as it is about more than protecting our environment. It's about making homes healthier and more affordable to live in. Right now, the widespread use of above guideline for energy retrofits is deeply flawed and unjust for tenants. Landlords frequently benefit financially from these retrofits while tenants bear the cost. A well-designed BEPS for rental buildings can change this, improving living conditions, reducing emissions, and protecting tenants from having climate action used as an excuse to raise rents. AGIs are a primary driver of affordable housing loss in Toronto, with a 107% increase over the last 2 decades. The process challenge of an AGI is inaccessible, complex, and requires legal support to tenants that tenants simply don't have, which is why it's an urgent need for it to be taken into account for this new bylaw. Therefore, we strongly recommend that the BEPS bylaw expected in December 2025 adopt the following: a compliance date for MURBs of 2033, conditional on the mandatory council review in 2027 to guarantee no cost pass downs to tenants. That 2027 review be presented with concrete solutions to eliminate these pass downs, including a citywide commitment to support all efforts within its authority to ban AGIs linked to retrofits, enhancement of existing low-interest city loan programs that prohibit AGIs, advocacy for provincial regulation mandating landlords pursue available government funds before applying for an AGI, support for retrofit financing solutions like grants and zero-interest loans, a city-led or nonprofit heat pump retrofit program to restrain AGIs, alternative compliance pathways for social and affordable housing providers, increase city-led tenant support programs, including legal aid for those facing AGIs, a systemic AGI litigation fund to build protective case law, tenant transparency measures on real retrofit costs and savings, a schedule for future standards of indoor air quality, ventilation, and flood protection. And ensuring MURBs are included in this bylaw would make a huge difference in the lives of everyday tenants across the city. Tenants who are already bearing the inequitable cost of climate inaction need the additional protections this framework can provide. We urge you to seize this opportunity to pass the BEPS bylaw that truly protects both our climate and our city's tenants. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Avila? No? Thank you so much. Okay, now we're going to come into committee and we will have our questions of staff, which is questions of staff. We'll start with item 3. We will have 3 minutes. Yes, just a second. Clerk needs to. Are there more deputants that I missed? Oh, Glenn Marshall. I thought you weren't here, but if Glenn's here, Glenn? Calling once. Online, in person. Did he tell you he was here? Oh, we heard he was coming. Does anybody know Glenn? You haven't seen him all day? Okay. Okay. Going once, going twice. Glenn, third time. Pardon me? I've called him and he's not here, so we'll have to see without him. Sorry, Glenn, you would have liked to have heard from you. Okay, now we're going to go into our City Council consideration, or IEC consideration, and start with questions of staff on item 3. Who would like to ask questions? Councillor Deputy Mayor Morley, Councillor Sachs. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
You have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'll make it quick.
3 minutes on each.
How is the carbon tax removal at the federal level impacting our TransformTO goals?
Broadly, it has a fairly significant impact. When we looked at the business case for retrofits, pre and post carbon tax, and some of the work we did over the summer, we did see a significant impact for building retrofits.
Sorry, it's a little hard to hear you. Do you mind?
The business case and the payback period is significantly affected, and in many cases, that payback period from operating savings no longer covers upfront capital costs, and in some cases is more expensive than conventional energy right now.
We heard from deputants today about a PACE program, commercial PACE program. Can you talk about that, and might that help balance out some of the concerns with the loss of the carbon tax?
So we have been investigating a commercial PACE program, and that is part of the work we're doing. Broadly speaking, there is benefits of commercial PACE. It does support. I don't think, as we looked at emission performance standards, for example, financing isn't necessarily the biggest hurdle. There is lots of, and we heard that today, there's lots of opportunity for financing. The city has low interest financing. We see opportunities for more financing just because there is demand out there. But as it relates to the business case and making kind of projects economically viable in many cases, it's not necessarily a financing issue.
Great, and I was going to highlight that as well, so thank you for saying so. In terms of the issue around the decommissioning and phasing out of the Portlands Energy Center, we've heard a lot about that today. Where do we stand currently with the current proposal from IESO with the network electricity plan? Where does it leave us in terms of the timelines for phasing out the Portlands Center?
So, and I think you heard this from deputants today, the IRP does not address that. The ISO has indicated that they are going to be looking at the phase out of the Portlands through the south and central bulk system studies that are underway. They have not indicated whether those plans will phase that out, but that is the process they've identified. They continue to look at 2035 or indicate that they're looking at 2035. And they also speak to the benefits that a third line would provide in being able to support that phase out, but there is no commitment to that phase out as they go through that process, is what we've heard.
My last quick one I'm going to squeeze in here is around a comment that was made that I think is important with respect to our TransformTO net zero strategy, the idea of carbon tunnel vision. Can you speak about what some of the other elements of our TransformTO program are looking at and promoting in this current action plan outside of just the carbon emissions? What other sustainability pieces are being looked at for the city to underscore these big picture goals?
So broadly, I would say a lot of the actions in here have multiple benefits, whether it's air quality, equity, a lot of them, looking at transit and expansion of transit, opportunities for new transportation, bike lanes that'll be discussed later. All of those things provide additional benefits that are not just focused on carbon, and oftentimes the benefits and the direct benefits to residents aren't carbon, they are something else, but they also have a benefit from a climate perspective. So that is kind of the multiplicity of a lot of the actions and the focus. And again, one of the big things that it supports is our circular economy as well, which we council approved at the last meeting.
Great, thanks so much. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs, you have minutes for questioning on item 3. Go ahead.
Thank you. Question for Mr. Pasternak. How long would it take you to prepare a legal opinion about the city's ability to adopt a building emission performance standard?
With direction from the committee, probably the first quarter of next year would be fine.
Thank you. Mr. Nolan, the Atmospheric Fund has requested 3 additional directions, which are in my final motion. Are these directions that would be helpful to you and that you support?
We are already working with the Toronto Atmospheric Fund related to those. So if they were to move forward, we would continue to work with them. There are some technical aspects that need to be sorted out, and some of those, for example, around data sharing. But I don't think they require us to do anything. But there are technical aspects that we're working with the Atmospheric Fund on related to these requests.
But you agree that these are 3 useful initiatives that would be helpful in TransformTO?
They're work that we already have underway, yes.
Okay, and it would be useful for council to specifically give you direction to go pursue those 3 initiatives?
If council directed us, we are already doing it, but we would continue based on that as well.
How much money has the city spent developing BEPS over the last 4 years?
We've estimated about $2.5 million, though at least a third of that is offset by federal funding we received.
And how many volunteer hours have been devoted to consultation and otherwise assisting the city?
I don't have a specific on total volunteer hours, though we did have 41 hours of meetings with our advisory groups.
And how many? But it would be fair to agree there's at least many hundreds of volunteer hours that have gone.
I would say significant. We had 114 different participants in those groups, though obviously they didn't participate in every meeting.
Right. In your building industry consultations, you heard frequently from them about the urgent need for certainty so they could plan years in ahead for their buildings, correct?
I'd say broadly, yes, certainty is something that the industry looks for.
And BEPS would provide them with the certainty that they're looking for, right?
BEPS would provide them with uncertainty. I think they'd be interested in the specifics, obviously, to determine whether it's feasible to meet that certainty.
Right. Was there majority support among your building owners and managers that you consulted for going ahead with BEPS for commercial buildings?
I'd say support, majority support for the broad concept of BEPS, yes. Interest in the technical details, of course.
Right. And you prepared a draft plan for BEPS that you circulated to your stakeholders earlier this year, and that focused on applying it first to large commercial buildings, right?
Yes, we've been working on a plan and often similar to other jurisdictions, starting with large commercial buildings.
Right. And they need years of notice in order to properly plan for, purchase, and install new HVAC equipment, right?
We've seen other jurisdictions, 4 to 5 years has been notice related to emission performance standards.
Right. The motion that's been advance circulated by the chair, would that provide you enough direction that when you came back to this committee, we would be ready, all the necessary preparatory work, consultation drafting was done so that we were actually ready to go if council supported that?
Yes, it would. The key questions outstanding are still around affordability and economic competitiveness, and I'm not able to bring that back at this time. We need additional work, but this provides us direction related to that.
Right.
Sorry, I think you're getting over there.
Okay,
Councillor.
thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor? Deputy Mayor Cole, have you got any questions on this? No? I do. I just want to go back to the legal because I remember our plastic bag ban that got into a little bit of trouble. So for a bylaw, what are the pitfalls if you don't have that wrapped up really tightly?
Sorry, through the chair, if you're, there's certain level of compliance with the City of Toronto Act that the measure should have a municipal purpose, that it should be done in a manner that is not in bad faith, and that it should not conflict with any provincial or federal measures.
And could stand up in court.
Those would be what the court would look at, yes.
That's what the court would look at. So are those those tests are significant on something that may or may not be widely accepted by certain parties?
Through the chair, I'm not sure I quite understand the question.
Well, just those are 3 tests for court, for legal. How significant are they as legal tests?
Well, they are what a court would look at in assessing a bylaw, yes.
So that's what you would be looking at to make sure that the bylaw would stand, correct?
It's among many factors, yeah.
Well, what are the other factors?
There's sort of, I think we may need to go in camera to discuss further. Otherwise, generally speaking, those are the general rules with respect to what the City of Toronto Act says with respect to bylaws,
So just, and I'll speak about that, but I'm just trying to get an understanding that the legal framework for a bylaw, and this is a significant one, basically needs to be airtight as far as those 3 tests and others are concerned, correct?
depends what you mean by airtight, but it
Well,
needs to
so we're
meet
not
those,
going to
it
be in
needs to
court the
meet
next
those,
day,
it
basically.
it needs to satisfy those requirements, yes.
Okay, thank you. And just to you, Mr. Nolan, just around the financing issues, because how significant are they with the withdrawal or semi-withdrawal or possible withdrawal of different pockets of federal funding?
So I think we would say they are significant. We saw a lot of projects in our analysis go from having a positive return to a negative return in the business case. We see that on some of our own projects. So there's a need for additional programs or finance or funding to be able to address the carbon tax being removed.
So just how much time would you like or you need to actually bring a bylaw in front of council?
So I think the timelines in the motion that you've moved are reasonable. We need at least 8 months to do the work that is included in that motion. Based on my experience in other levels of government, looking at things like cap and trade, et cetera, that is kind of the minimum. So providing us with over 12 months, we can come back in Q1 of 2027, but we wouldn't be able to do that any earlier.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions? No.
I only just wondered, you mentioned about questions to Toronto Hydro. Would there be a second round to do
That's for our
The next
item
item.
14.
Okay, my
So we're
apologies.
good with that?
All good, thank you.
Okay. So we'll now take this into committee. I think we're at that point. Are we, Mr. Clerk? Yes. For speaking? Yes? Yes. Okay. On the speakers list, I'm used to being at council where we have the names up, so I'm sorry. I'm a little confused up here. Councillor Sachs, who else wants to speak? No? Morley? Fletcher? Okay, thank you. Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you. I have several motions that have been advanced circulated. I'll run through them quickly. First of all, asking, well, they're on the screen in a slightly different order than I expected, but okay. So one of them is to correct recommendation 5. Recommendation 5, as it's drafted at the moment, says that we'll get a report in several years. It'll set out a transition time so that sometime before 2040, we stop procuring fossil fuel equipment. This is nuts, because most of this equipment is very long-lived. As we heard, 13, 15, many more years. And so if we, the city, are continuing to buy new fossil-fueled buses, furnaces, whatever, we're going to lock in blowing way past 2040, and in the meantime, increasing our costs and our air pollution. So negotiated with the mayor's office and others that, okay, at least we will put in this schedule something so that we stop buying fossil fuel equipment in time to phase it out by 2040, although most of that means we should be stopping right now, because both buses and furnaces last 15 years or more. My second motion, or at least the first that's on the list on CMP, yes, okay. So there is a bill in front of the Senate of Canada to enact the Climate Aligned Finance Act and to make related amendments to other acts by Senator Rosa Galvez. It's a very detailed, well-researched bill. It's based on extensive international consultations about serious flaws in the regulation of the Canadian financial system, which is pouring money, funneling money into the fossil fuel business and making it very hard to invest in the sort of things we're talking about today. I think that we should be endorsing this bill. Staff have requested time to review the bill in more detail. They weren't aware of it till I brought it to their attention. And so I'm asking that we get a supplementary report before council with recommendations. I did speak to Senator Galvez about this yesterday. She would very much appreciate endorsement from this council. Other municipalities are looking at doing the same. My next motion, well, this is saying, all right, you know, we shouldn't wait till 2027. We should be going ahead with whatever we can next year. We've heard from every deputant just about every year counts. And we have this extraordinary situation right now. We're in a climate emergency where hundreds of thousands of people are being affected by fires, floods, crop failures, everything else around the world. And we've been hearing for years and years and years, and we heard again today, that every delay costs more. The slower we move on the green transition, the more it's going to cost us, the harder it's going to be. And so I'm asking that we should not throw away a whole extra year. Let's do whatever staff can give us in their recommendations. If they come back and say they can't do it, fine. But I think we should at least ask them. We had report after report come to council setting a schedule because the building industry needs certainty. And we committed ourselves over and over again to having a report. And we have not. So we should at least ask staff, is there something that we can move ahead with? I have one more motion.
Well,
I have another motion. My other motion is, as I mentioned, the Atmospheric Fund, which is one of Toronto's real jewels, has specifically requested, and you saw this in the letter from TAF, that we get 3 items moved ahead. And I know Mr. Nolan says, well, we don't need direction, but in fact, it's TAF's experience and my experience that these things are not moving ahead at a reasonable schedule without council direction. So I'm asking that we give council direction to work on the items that the Atmospheric Fund has identified need our endorsement and need to be moving forward for multiple reasons, including supporting our climate plan, especially because we're weakening it so much by deferring BEPS. If we're, the more we take away our tools, the more we need to deal with the tools we've got.
You got a lot of extra time there for that.
You promised if I had motions, I had motion.
Oh, that's right. And look at that. You did it. 1 minute for each motion. Very good. Okay. I am going to speak and just take up after your last, not that, the water one, but here's a motion that I'm going to be moving here, which is City Council direct the Executive Director, Environment, Climate and Forestry in consultation with the General Manager, Economic Development and Culture, City Solicitor and Executive Director, Housing Secretariat, to report to the Infrastructure Environment Committee in the first quarter of 2027 with recommendations based on stakeholder consultation and the following analysis: an economic impact review of BEPS that considers affordability, workforce readiness, working life expectancy, etc., and regulatory certainty for building owners, managers, and Toronto Hydro, an updated legal analysis to ensure a building emission performance standard bylaw can be compliant with relevant legislation, measures to protect tenants from potential rent and utility cost increases related to building emission performance standards, including necessary enabling actions and supports from other levels of government. And also that we as a city ask the federal and provincial governments to take on, create and continue to expand funding and grants, because as I understand it, there are not as many as we would like, and tax incentives to improve the business case for building upgrades, deep retrofits, electrification, distributed energy, and you can read the rest, and work with municipalities to ensure funding and grant programs for such building upgrades flow effectively and directly to the recipients. And lastly, Executive Director, Environment and Climate and Forestry to continue to work with Toronto Hydro on new opportunities to further support building owners, managers, and building upgrades that reduce emissions and, where possible, Toronto Hydro system costs while protecting tenants from rent and utility increases associated with those upgrades. And I'll just briefly say that thank everybody for being here and their incredible interest and expertise and passion and thoughtfulness in helping guide the city in our TransformTO plan and raising a number of different things, but particular with the BEPS, that this is something that we really have to pursue with vigor. And I will note that both legal and Mr. Nolan have said they still need a little bit of time in order to bring in a bylaw. I want to remind everybody when we did the bylaw for plastic bags that got challenged and we lost. So in also the renovictions bylaw, we had to be very careful in framing it before we could bring it in. So I really would ask for your patience. I think we're very real here today. You're hearing commitments, and your input is really significant, because I don't think there's anybody on our staff who feels any differently than you do in making sure we have this incredible program. We do face some headwinds in the fact that we are losing some big tranches of dollars that we count on from the federal government, and that includes the amount that they can give to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in order to fund a number of these significant things. I did mention earlier the Wood Green Building 444 Logan, which just got a $27 million grant in order to retrofit the entire place and bring the HVAC system up to standard, make sure seniors are going to be cool in the summer. And that's the kind of money and that's the kind of operation that we're looking for. And we do need the funds for that. So I do thank everybody for your incredible input today and hope that you understand that we want an airtight bylaw. We want this back, and we want to make sure that whatever we're going to do is achievable and legal. That is, Yes, when I'm finished. Thank you. And so that's why I won't be supporting the 2026, because Mr. Nolan has said that's really unreasonable. So I don't want to put extra work on these guys. I want them to go away, get started, including more conversations if necessary, but the legal and other work that has to happen in order to make this a reality. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, my question is, would you accept as a friendly amendment in your motion having the report back, you want it in 2027, are you willing to have it include a draft bylaw so that we are ready to actually move ahead in 2027?
That, to me, that's implicit here, that would be the case, that they'd be bringing the framework of that bylaw back. I would like to have it back earlier, but I think we all recognize that we're pretty well done in July 2026. That's when the last meeting is held of council, and the last meetings of this committee are probably late June. So this is a crunch year. It would probably be able to come back in a regular time frame in 2026. But that's out. So I'm going to say that I think that's implicit in this motion, Councillor.
So would you accept as a friendly amendment to make it explicit?
I think it's there. Thank you.
But would you accept?
No, I'm going to, my motion stands as it is. Thank you.
Would you accept that it should include a commitment that we, to at least a plan for BEP? So
I believe that it's there. I feel strongly that it's there, and I feel that this stands on its own. And this is going to council, so if for some reason, I believe it is, that council feels differently, then we can do it there.
Are you open to any changes to make it more explicit?
No, this is my motion. I think it's quite explicit. I think we've heard from legal, and we've heard from Mr. Nolan. I'm quite clear on that. I think everybody's clear on that. The public is clear on that. And the answer is I'm not going to support your 2026 because I think that's too aggressive. We've heard we can't do that. But I think that if your implication is that this means that we're just going to be fudging, I don't believe that's the case. I think it's here and it stands. That's my ruling on my own motion. Thank you. Anybody else with any questions? Or anybody else, any other speakers?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, no, listen, I was, as many of the deputants said, they were really impressed by the incredible quality of the presentations today. It was really a learning experience, and I think it was of great value for everybody.
You have a motion?
Yes, and I have a motion.
Well, you know you have to move that first.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just holding your time. I didn't actually put it on, so I'm just starting your time with your motion, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm moving that we refer motion to amend additional B from Councillor Sachs to the Executive Director, Environment, Climate and Forestry, and direct the Executive Director, Environment, Climate and Forestry to submit a report for information to a future meeting of the committee on the feasibility of completing the requested work in 2026. I'm moving this because, as Councillor Fletcher has said, we've heard very clearly from staff. We can't basically prepare these changes and these bylaws on our timetable as councillors. We have to basically listen to our experts who've been working on this diligently for months and years on how to do this properly. Because we've been burned many times by rushing our staff into coming up with bylaws and directives that basically get shot down because we don't make the final decision, and the decisions are always challenged by the other levels of government, especially the provincial government. So I think we've got to listen to our expert staff who have been living with this day and night for the last 10 years or so, and that's why we need to be very determined in the way we do this, and not to do it in a way that basically makes things challengeable, which they will be. This will be challenged, there's no doubt about it, because as you know, we've had a sort of tidal wave of change that's hit this country and this province. We've seen the federal government totally turn away from its previous commitment to sustainability. We've seen the eradication of the carbon tax, and nobody complained about it. They took it away, and it was an initiative that people worked on for 10 years. Gone. Now we've seen the IESO, this decision, or no decision on the Portlands. We have these greater powers to play. And I know somebody mentioned the City of Toronto Act, that it somehow might have the power to supersede other pieces of legislation. It does not. We don't even exist as an entity. The city doesn't exist. It is part of the province. So we cannot all of a sudden determine and establish new precedents, new laws, and think they're not going to be challenged, because we've demonstrated when this council was cut in half, when election dates are changed, when all these things change arbitrarily from the province, whether it's bike lanes, whether it's our safety cameras, they're all eliminated. Totally overruling the decision of the people of Toronto. So anyways,
I agree with
that's why,
everything you're saying, but you're at 3 minutes now.
anyways, that's it.
Thank you. Any further speak, Deputy Mayor? Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you, I'll keep it quick. I just want to acknowledge everybody who joined us in the chamber today and online, especially the first-time deputants, for taking the time to share their passion and their insights with us on this really important issue. We heard about 7th-generation planning and the importance of care and consideration for what we leave behind, and we are at a really pivotal moment where action and leadership is absolutely required. We heard from folks about having, and we just, my colleague Deputy Mayor Cole talking about backpedaling from the federal government on these goals, which is really disheartening. I think especially as someone, I'm not that young anymore, but you know, still having a lot of a future I hope to look forward to, and a family I hope to raise, and leaving something better behind. It's incredibly disappointing to have our other orders of government backpedaling on these important commitments, and frankly going in the opposite direction in many cases. So it is incumbent on us to double down and triple down on our vision and our priorities and our commitments, while also appreciating what's feasible and taking the expert advice of our staff, you know, under consideration. I will be supporting the referral motion on the timing piece, but otherwise, I do want to really recognize the leadership of my council colleagues here today, and particularly Councillor Sachs, for her passion and insights on these issues, and I will be supporting the majority of her motions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Pasternak, are you good to move to voting, or did you want to say anything?
The only motion before us is Councillor
Correct.
Cole's
Well, we have
referral
a few.
motion. I won't.
No, we have a few. This is item 3 we're on right now, so. This
But
is
the item before us
TransformTO.
is Councillor Cole's motion.
Correct, yeah. No, it's item 3. It's okay.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, good. So, Mr. Clerk, I'm going to ask you to guide us through how we're voting and when, please.
Can I ask for recorded votes, please?
Sure.
Madam Chair, the first motion to vote on will be the motion to refer another motion. Committee has to decide whether or not it's going to deal with that motion or not. So that'll be the first one up on the screen.
So that's a referral for, because I can't, oh, there we go. You're referring B for the 2026 Q1. All right. All in favor of the referral? Councillor Pasternak, Deputy Mayor Morley, Deputy Mayor Cole. I can't see you.
Lynn is in favor.
Councillor Chernos-Lynn, Councillor Fletcher, opposed. Councillor Sachs, thank you. That carries. Pardon me? I can't hear. The referral carries. Thank you. Next motion.
Will be motion to amend by Councillor Sachs is coming up on the screen now.
This is the motion to amend and phase out, discontinue procurement of long-lived fossil fuel equipment in time to phase out its operation. We'll have a recorded vote on that. All in favor? Councillor Sachs, Deputy Mayor Morley, Deputy Mayor Cole, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Chernos-Lynn, Councillor Fletcher. So that
In favor.
carries unanimously, correct? Did I hear somebody? Yep, we're good. Okay. Next,
The next motion will be motion A by Councillor Sachs.
which is, sorry. Oh, okay, an act to submit a supplementary report for council on an act to enact climate-aligned finance. All those in favor? Councillor Sachs, Councillor Chernos Lynn, Deputy Mayor Morley, Deputy Mayor Cole, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Fletcher. That carries unanimous. Okay,
Madam Chair, motion B from Councillor Sachs was referred to staff.
Yes.
So motion C by Councillor Sachs will be the next to vote on.
thank you. That's motion C, which has to do with Toronto Water and Enbridge. All in favor? Councillor Sachs, Sir Deputy Mayor Morley, Deputy Mayor Cole, Councillor Chernos Lynn. I see your hand up there. Yes, thank you. Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Fletcher. That's unanimous. Thank you.
And then we have the motion by Councillor Fletcher.
All in favor? Councillor Sachs, Deputy Mayor Morley, Deputy Mayor Cole, Councillor Chernos Lynn, hand up there. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Can you put
yeah.
that back on the screen, please?
So that's, there it is. Did you need a second to read that? Is that are you shaking?
No. This will tie staff down for months. No, I'm not going to support this.
Sorry,
Against.
this is, okay. Hang on, then I'm in support of that, my motion. All in favor? We did that already. Councillor Fletcher, and opposed? Councillor Pasternak. Thank you. And then do we need to, item as amended? All in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Sorry, we've dealt with item 3, and now we're going to go to item 14. Okay, questions of staff? And I think we have Toronto Hydro here now. Do we have Mr.? Yes, we do. Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Nolan, Toronto Hydro staff, on item 14, which is Councillor Sachs's letter on the ISO? Yep. I will ask, no questions? Did you have a question?
I think I might ask a similar questions to what you might ask, Madam Chair.
I thought you were asking questions earlier, but they were on item 14, so go ahead. Yeah,
Thank
keep
you.
on.
Just around the feasibility of the motion before us for the work to undertake at Toronto Hydro, is this something that Toronto Hydro is able to undertake and report back to the city?
So Toronto Hydro has lots of expertise in distribution system planning. As Mr. Nolan referred to on the previous item, the ISO takes care of bulk system, which means generation, and the transmission system. It isn't usually part of regional planning that we just went through. It was the work of the city to push that topic forward. And the third line, which the ISO did announce, and the local achievable potential for distributed resources, with the ISO did announce, are key inputs to a future down this path. So part of what we are working through now with Hydro One, with the ISO, with the city, is how do those important pieces like the third line make that difference to a future with either a much reduced use of Portland's or the future elimination of it. It would be really premature for that kind of study to be done at this juncture. We simply wouldn't have the inputs at this stage.
Thank you for that. As you are at the table with those other stakeholders and as, I guess, a corporation of the city, is it a fair statement to say that you are advancing the city's interest and direction around the phasing out of the Portland's Energy Center?
100%. Toronto Hydro is leading the way on the types of distributed energy resources. Those are things like solar panels and battery storage that many of the deputants spoke about today. Our programs are leading edge in Ontario, and a lot of that work is because we work so closely with city staff and many of the people who spoke today as key stakeholders in driving the agenda forward. Toronto is a leader, and Toronto Hydro is a leader because of the commitment of the City of Toronto and its residents to those priorities.
So is it safe to assume or safe to say that despite the IESO's plan not providing any confidence in the phasing out of the Portlands, that there is still a pathway to that end?
That's correct.
Thank you. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sasso. You agree that electricity, negawatts are almost always the cheapest option, and something we don't use is cheaper than any form of generation?
Yes, and just, you said negawatts with an N, which... Yes, those who are not familiar, it just means the non-use of electricity is cheaper. So things like energy efficiency is a cheaper option than creating new generation. That's correct.
And do you agree that the total cost of the Toronto Hydro system is, a lot of that cost is driven by the high costs of meeting peak demand, and that we could save a lot of money if we can switch some demand off peak into the off hours when we have lots of extra electricity?
Absolutely correct.
And there are many of those opportunities available in the City of Toronto that are not yet being used, correct?
Correct. And so many of our plans, which as a board member, you're an important part of steering and guiding, is towards taking advantage of more of those opportunities going forward.
So there's a real possibility that we could save money for the people of this city if we focused heavily on conservation and on load shifting, as well as distributed energy resources. There's real opportunities to reduce the cost of the system to our people, right?
That is correct. And in fact, we are working on a number of programs with the IESO to deliver on that. The province announced $10.9 billion about a year ago. And so many of those programs are coming to life right now.
And there's some opportunities for us to do even more that the ISO is not leading. We could do some things.
That's absolutely correct. And City Council's mandate to Toronto Hydro to provide climate advisory services is a key part of delivering on that opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pasternak, you have a few questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, on item number 2 here, requesting the Toronto Hydro Board to propose a cost plan for electricity supply, doesn't that normally go through the Ontario Energy Board?
Through you, Chair, the costing of supply would typically actually be an IESO responsibility. Some generation, some of the regulated Ontario power generation, nuclear hydro goes through the Ontario Energy Board, but you're correct, Councillor Pasternak, it is a provincial determination of cost.
Right, because Toronto Hydro has to go through the OEB to get approvals for any rate increase. Is that correct?
That is correct, but we do not have any cost proposals for generation in that large scale sense, just to be clear.
Okay. Second question regards item 3, and I don't think this is Toronto Hydro. The Auditor General has already developed their work plan, I believe, over the next year. Does City Council have the authority to alter that work plan and add something to it?
So to the chair, this request is to the Provincial Auditor General, so it would be a request for advice. As my understanding, we wouldn't, it would be something that Auditor General would take under advisement. They have no, no ability for the city to influence what the AG at the provincial level determines is a priority.
So they could decline this review?
They could decline it, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Chernos-Lynn, you have some questions here? Please go ahead.
Sorry, thanks, just getting off mute. So I guess like part of what I'm wondering is, did Toronto Hydro and the city participate in the development of the IRRP? Like, how exactly did that work? Wonder if you could just give us a sense of that.
Yeah, I'll start speaking from the city perspective. We did participate in the IRRP. Staff provided comments at all stages of the IRRP, as well as providing information to the IESO related to things like TransformTO, work we have done in various areas, including around the Portlands specifically, and various other engagements. So yes, staff did participate and have provided input.
And what about Toronto Hydro? Do you have a sense from them about what their role was in that?
Yes, and Councillor Chernos-Lynn, it's Andrew Sasso here from Toronto Hydro. We are a member of the technical working group with the IESO along with Hydro One, and our role there is to bring the local considerations from a distribution system perspective, obviously partnering closely with Mr. Nolan's team to draw in the additional inputs that they bring in from the city perspective.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. Andrew, I know, I know that as the city is the sole shareholder, and at Toronto Hydro, we've talked a lot about what are the net zero goals, and so I know Toronto Hydro is doing a number of things. I know, obviously, I think there's been a consensus in the room today that, we would like to see more, but from everyone from all levels of government, all those kind of things. But I wonder if you could just walk us through some of the things that Toronto Hydro is doing in order to align with the TransformTO goals.
Yes, thank you, and through the chair. There are a number of things that we are doing. Maybe to start at the provincial level, our activity, we're very active on the policy front. In fact, while we were on lunch break today, the OEB announced a new planning consultation involving natural gas utilities and electric utilities. There's constantly planning going on in our sector. So part of where we play a role is bringing our voice to the priorities of what can we do more on renewable generation, what can we do more on local storage. Also working with many of our local stakeholders, many of our local clean tech partners and customers on programs that they are developing, and we're doing a lot more of that now than in the past. And I'd also just highlight, again, on the climate advisory services, we are working more directly with customers, because so many of the solutions that are possible are about working with them on heat pumps, working with them on solar panels. It's not about necessarily utility investment, but it's us helping guide them, because it's a very complex space. The technology is moving fast, and especially as some of the grants become less available federally, I think we heard today from many of the speakers, they really do need help in navigating their contributions they can make to move forward. So yes, it's Toronto Hydro work, but it's Toronto Hydro work with customers to try to enable them in their climate action.
Thank you. That was it, Councillor. Anybody else for questions? I'll just ask a couple of questions, and what you just referred to there was with these funding changes for customers to be able to undertake deep retrofits and other really important pieces that will assist in tackling climate change. Do you need some time to really figure out what all that means for hydro and what programs are sustainable, what programs might be unattainable, where we're going to have issues in any way? Do you have that all figured out now?
It's an excellent question, Chair, and I'll just highlight that the IESO regional planning process we're talking about took more than 2.5 years These are very complex issues to work through. So now that we have their plan, it is a final plan. Now that we all have it and we're working through it, it becomes, okay, what can we do next? Because we all know that there is more that can be done and should be done, but now we have to work together with the city, with community members, with the clean tech companies to figure out how do we advance the goals. It is not a quick and easy process, that's to be sure.
But there may be issues with that kind of direct funding that might be missing now, even in that plan. And have you had a chance to review the funding changes from the federal government to say how that might impact any kind of climate change plan, including that of the ISO?
The budget just came out recently,
Yeah.
so we're still working it through.
So you kind of need some time to look at that.
That's correct.
And just on battery storage, I was so disappointed when one of the locations for the battery storage was not quite close to the Portlands Energy Center. Was there anywhere in Toronto that was selected for battery storage under that ISO call?
Yeah, so there are about 3 locations, 3 alternative locations. But in our view, that's large scale batteries. We believe that smaller scale batteries are possible nearly everywhere. So yes, we do need large scale, but we also need smaller scale. And in fact, some of the developers of those larger scale are also very interested in the smaller scale. So there's lots of opportunity.
And my last question is, for EV charging, one of our issues for residential charging on residential streets appears to be Toronto Hydro. How are you working that through with Mr. Nolan and his team? But I'm asking Hydro, not you. They're on the hot seat here because that is our challenge, is you.
Well, we understand that it is a challenge for many reasons. We are doing our best to work through those, whether it's parking locations.
Permit parking locations
Is big and displacing ICE vehicles with EV vehicles and using those spots. So we know that there's more work to be done, both with TPA and with city staff on these projects.
How many have you done that are permit parking locations, not arterials on local roads?
Well, we don't deliver the charging on any, we don't deliver any charging.
You have the infrastructure.
Our infrastructure is capable of connecting the charging in most locations.
Oh, great. Perfect. Thank you. I heard that. Thank you very much. Okay. That's the last question. So we're moving to speakers now. Who'd like to speak on this one? Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you. I think that Jack Gibbons put it most clearly. We have enormous opportunities to save money for Toronto electricity customers and improve our air and improve our energy independence and keep our energy dollars here in Toronto instead of sending them somewhere else. The ISO is not proceeding in that direction. And you just heard from Mr. Sasso, there are many opportunities to do more than we're doing now. Some of those need to be done with the ISO, but many of them do not. We're not talking, nothing in this report is about generation. Nothing in this report is about transmission, which are the province's jurisdiction. But locally, there's a tremendous amount that could be done. And since the ISO has refused to provide a roadmap as to what's possible in Toronto, we can ask Toronto Hydro, what more can we do? Some of that we're doing anyway through the strategy at the Hydro Board, and I appreciate the support of Councillor Chernos-Lynn at that board. We're doing great work there. But there is more that we can do and should do, and that would have so many benefits for the people of Toronto. So that's why I was asked to bring this motion. I brought this motion. I do want to say thank you to the passionate people who've given up, what are we at now, 7, 8 hours of their day to come here and tell us why this is important. We have survey after survey telling us that the majority of people do care about this, want to see real action, but think other people don't care and are being let down by their leaders who are not producing what people keep asking for. This is there's no barn burning here. This is just asking Hydro for a plan. What more can we do that saves money and reduces pollution? This is a question we should want to know the answer to. This is a question that many of my constituents want to know the answer to. And if the ISO won't tell us, and they won't, because they're under clear political direction from a provincial government that constantly puts fossil fuels first, we have a right to ask, what else can we do with our municipal electric utility? And that's what the purpose of this motion is. So thank you.
Okay, any other speakers? Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yeah, listen, I just want to put something on the record that the new chair of Toronto Hydro put very succinctly, and that is that we are asking Toronto Hydro to basically modernize all their technological infrastructure and convert to more efficient infrastructure to provide electricity. At the same time, we are going to have an increased population of another 1 million people over the next 5 years. I don't know, we've already approved another 300,000 apartment units have already been approved, 300,000. So we've got this exploding population. There's going to be more demand for, power, electricity, hydro for sure. And we're going to have to bring in, and then Toronto Hydro has been mandated to upgrade all their infrastructure. The question is, what about the ratepayer, the person who pays the hydro bill or the companies that pay the hydro bills? I haven't heard one word about them, because right now people are facing an incredible affordability crunch. And it's not going to stop because of the US tariff imposition that we basically can't do anything about, it seems. I mean, look at the price of food. It's going up every month. The price of basic food products are going up. The price of rent. The only time you talk about trying to buy a house or anything. So therefore, let's also keep the ratepayer who pays the freight for providing this infrastructure. And at the same time, let us not, we should be, Toronto's always been a leadership role in environmental sustainability. But sometimes by being in the leadership role, we let the provincial and federal governments off the hook, because there are no public hearings at the province. They don't even have the public come to Queen's Park anymore and debate any changes. Never mind IESO. Have you ever tried to go to the IESO and make a deputation? Jack, have you ever tried that? Good luck. So just be very careful about sticking our neck out when we have such pressure on our ratepayers, and then the feds are off the hook, the province is off the hook, and somehow the Toronto leadership role is supposed to solve the problems that the federal and provincial government have the responsibility to do, because they get 90% of all the taxes paid by Torontonians. 90% go to them. We get 10%, and we're supposed to fix all the world's problems. So just be very careful when you start sticking your neck out as a city, and not be concerned with the realities that our ratepayers face and we face as a city.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mike. Any other speakers? Councillor Pasternak, yes?
Yes, I have a motion, if we can put it on the screen.
Okay, yeah.
So this needs more work, is the bottom line here. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying yes. I think it needs more research and more understanding of where we want to go with this. Clearly, we can request the Auditor General of Ontario to do all this work, but I don't know whether we've been in touch with them. I don't know whether they'll take it on. And of course, the Toronto Hydro Board to propose a cost plan for electricity supply to the city of Toronto is aligned with the city's 2000. I mean, there's a ton of work here, and I want to put it into city staff hands to make it more manageable, to make it more effective, and so we can get the answers we need for the next step.
Is that all you have to say? Yes?
I could go on, but I think
know
I've
you
said
could
enough.
go on, but that's it.
No,
Okay.
I think I've said enough.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Taking this now, no other questions into committee. We have one motion. I think that's yours. Is there one motion, Mr. Clerk? Any other motions on this item? Is it a referral, referral motion by Councillor Pasternak? Okay. Pardon me? Are there any speakers to the referral? Nope. Seeing none? Okay. Thank you very much. All in favor of the referral? Opposed? Thank you. That carries. The referral carries. And now on the item, what do we, pardon me? Oh, okay, no problem. All right, all those in favor of the referral? Deputy Mayor Cole, Councillor Fletcher, referral, not referring. Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Chernos Lynn, no, not here. She's gone. Thank you. Is she on? She's on stream. Yeah, this. Can't hear you. Referral motion?
I'm in favor.
In favor. So we're doing a recorded. That's fine. Thank you. So Councillor Chernos Lynn opposed to the referral. Councillor Morley, Deputy Mayor Morley, and Councillor Sachs. Pardon me?
Hello. I'm in favor of referral.
Yes, I heard that. Just didn't see your hand. That's okay. We're good. We got you. Thank you. And you're there. Got it. Thank you. Okay. Is that it, Mr. Clerk? That's it. Dealt with 14. Thank you very much. Councillor Chernos Lynn, I'm not sure how long you're going to be here. You're going to be online for a while longer?
I'm here for a little while.
Okay.
I hope.
All right. Thank you. Thank you to everybody who's here today. I'm going to bring all the news now. We have a bunch of quick items or new business that were brought in earlier today, and I think we should deal with those rather quickly. 4 of them, 16, 17, 18, and 19, I think, right? Yes, okay. So could we deal with that, members, now? We'll get rid of those or deal with those 4. So could we see the first one? I think it's item 16. Any questions of staff? Any comments? That'd be great if we could just get these through now. Everybody see it? We're just shifting gears now. I know after a long day, we've had a lot of deputations and great things here. So there's your motion. Can't see. Oh boy. I can't wait till we're back in the committee room. I can see everything properly. Sorry, which item is it? Which motion? It's low-income youth bike rebate plan from Councillor Sachs, and there it is. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. 17, opposition to the amalgamation of conservation authorities. Any questions? Any speakers? Move straight.
Madam Speaker, I made an amended motion. It's been circulated.
Do we have the amendment?
Sorry, at the request of the TRCA.
Do we have that amendment, Mr. Clerk? Pardon me? So is that the one that's been corrected there? No?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. So thank you for letting us know that. No speakers. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. No, pardon me? Oh, sorry, there's more amendments. Okay. Thank you. This is to let everybody know what we think. All right. Is that a separate motion or is it being deleted? So all in favor of that deletion replacement? Okay. Do we have to do this as amended then, since we have the letter? Okay. So can you display the first motion to vote on, please? Okay, there we go. Delete and replace. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then the second motion to tell the world. Don't see it yet. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And now the item as amended, all in favor, opposed, and that's carried. Thank you. That's on the Conservation Authority. We have another motion from Councillor Chernos Lynn here. Number 18, maintaining accessibility during short duration work in the right-of-way. Any questions of staff? Any speakers? Hearing none, can we move to vote on that? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. That's done. And 19, which is about Metrolinx matter in a park. Display that, please. Formal approval of car law off leash. Thank you very much. All in favor? Opposed? Or any speakers? Any questions? Any speakers? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Those items of business are now complete, and we can move back. So I just want to now start dealing with the issue that we have. We had so many great deputants. We had probably 70 deputants on items 3 and items 14. We are not going to have quorum in order to finish this item tonight. We have a lot of items here. We have 57 speakers on the fourth quarter cycling plan. There is a December 31st requirement for that to go ahead because of the tendering for it. So I think that everybody needs to know that that will not end up being dealt with here tonight, that we will go to speakers if we'd like. I think it's 6 o'clock, 5:30, 6 o'clock, we're going to lose our quorum. And when that happens, then it's over for that item, and we would have to lift that up to council with a motion at council in order to have it dealt with there. So I don't know how many people are still online to speak on this item, and I don't know how you might like to manage that. I'm looking out now into the crowd and looking at Michael Longfield, if there's any way that you might let us know if everybody still wants to depute, because we can't guarantee that this would actually be heard at council. So that's a sobering thought, and we can just start the deputations and then run out of time. That's look like that's going to happen. We also have a few other items to deal with, which we could put there first, about plowing. I don't think any of them are time specific and could be deferred, and I wonder if that's, I'm just going to ask the clerk for a minute what we should do with the 2 items that we have that are outstanding, and ask the DCM. So I think we'll deal with a motion for that first then, to defer those 2 items that are in front of us that are being held for speakers, and to let the speakers know that they won't be at this meeting. And that's item 10, 26.10, correspondence update on the automated vehicle pilot program. Deferring that to February 25th. And IE 26.7, response to council directions on sidewalk clearing requirements and the status of modernizing plow TO. But first of all, I'm going to ask you if all those speakers that were here, Mr. Clerk, are lined up to speak still or not. Well, let's see if they're not here, we can deal with those items. Right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So let's find out if they're here, and then they know that he's here. Okay, 7 and 10. So that's fine. So we do have speakers on both of those, and that won't be heard today. We'll be deferring item 7, deferring item 10. Would you like to make that motion for the deferral? No. Is it up there? Deferring to February, whatever date it is, yeah. Number 7, to defer, February. Pardon me? Defer item 7, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then, how about number 10? Might be some changes, I don't know. There's 10 speakers on cycling, that should get us through. There's a motion to defer. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. If for some reason a lot of deputants drop off, we can just bring both of those back. Because the quorum is going to be gone at 5:30 or 6 o'clock. Pardon me? We're on to number 6, and I just want to advise everybody, we're on to number 6, 57 deputants, and that at a certain point, deputations aren't finished. That item will die. It's called die on the order paper, and it means that it has no status at City Council. We'll have to deal with that at City Council in some way, shape, or form. Okay? Because we cannot defer it because of the tendering requirements for December 31st. Same as we couldn't defer the other TransformTO because it's a legislative requirement for December 31st. So those are our 2 time constraint ones. And we'll start now. We'll call you Michael. You're up.
Hi, I'll just be very quick. My name is Michael Longfield, Executive Director of Cycle Toronto, and we support the staff recommendations, and I recommend everyone just saying the same things that I hope you support it too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Saima Islam, online. Vivian Wang, online. Robert Zakowski, in person or online? Well, I'm sorry we have 2 people online that go before you. Are they here? Either of them? Saima and Vivian?
Hi. Good evening, everyone. Thank you to the chair and the committee for your time. I changed my intro from good morning to good afternoon to good evening. But my name is Saima, and I'm a downtown Toronto resident and a student at the University of Toronto. I spend, although I'm a downtown resident, I do spend a considerable amount of time in Scarborough. I enjoy cycling, but never cycle in Scarborough due to the lack of connectivity between the 2 areas, as well as for my own personal safety reasons of automated vehicles, high speed limits, proximity to cars, and lack of protected lanes. So I just wanted to voice my support for the proposed improvements that are part of the Safer Kingston Road project. I think these will improve transit efficiency, improve walkability, and it'll also be great for existing cyclists in Scarborough and Toronto like myself, but can also encourage people to start biking in general. This past semester, I did a placement with Scarborough Cycles, and one of the things that I worked on was data visualization. So I worked with a lot of survey results that were, and like the surveyees were Scarborough cyclists, and one of the biggest barriers that they stated to cycling was a lack of infrastructure and feelings of unsafety. So this just proves that there is an interest and a presence of bike ridership in Scarborough, and the network plan is incredibly important, especially in an area that has a lot of low income and racialized people. So it promotes active living for these communities, and the network plan is an investment not only in cycling, but transit, public health, and the environment. And all of these issues are intersectional. So I think it's a great plan. And myself as just a downtown Toronto resident, so I support it. So thank you for your time. I just wanted to make this short. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? I'm going to move to clear everybody out that's here in person. So I'll bring up the in-person deputants that are listed here, then we'll go to video later. Robert Sikowski, Dennis Segan, Chandra Gumalaru. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Robert Skowski. I'm author of the Two-Wheel Politics blog, and in the interest of time, I'm just going to say that I fully support the Safer Kingston Road project, as well as the other staff recommendations in the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Denny Seguin, are you here? Followed by Chandra Gumaralu, followed by Roberta Tevlin. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Seguin. I'm a citizen of Toronto for the 40 years now, a little over 40 years. I live in University of Rosedale. When I first moved here, no one I knew rode a bicycle. It was considered too dangerous. Nearly 30 years ago, I moved to London, England. There were terrific cycling paths along the canal system. I started riding my bicycle to work. In 2000, I moved back to Toronto. The biking situation had improved. There were traffic calming measures, speed limits reduced. There were improvements in biking infrastructure. There were more places to lock your bike. There was driver awareness of issues that affect bicyclists, such as the door prize. I started riding my bicycle to work in Toronto. But there were still many concerns. I still knew too many people who were seriously injured or even killed on their bikes. One of my colleagues was killed on a street that is on today's agenda, St. George. For good reason, I only rode on side streets in Toronto. Bloor Street, Yonge Street, Bay Street, these were just too perilous. As for riding on University Avenue, the only advantage to riding a bike on University would be your proximity to a hospital. In 2015, I spent a summer in Montreal. I was amazed by the city's dedicated bike lanes and paths, the ubiquity of city bike stations. This in a city with winters far more severe than ones we face. That was 10 years ago. This year, in Toronto, the Premier of Ontario is threatening to rip out bike lanes. 1 minute left here. So here I am, a citizen of Toronto, making my voice heard. I've lived here for 40 years. I've been riding a bicycle in Toronto for 30 years, especially on University Avenue. I even rode my bike here today on University Avenue. I've never felt so secure on a bicycle. And now this is just my experience. I have 3 sons, all of whom grew up in Toronto, now all young men like I was 40 years ago. With one big difference, they all ride their bikes in Toronto. The bicycle wheel is the ultimate virtuous cycle, the ultimate virtuous circle. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Thank you. Next up, oops, lost that. As I mentioned, we're most likely going to be losing quorum, so advising everybody that. I'm going to be leaving in 5 minutes. Others have legislative meetings they need to attend tonight. And I'm just looking for the next deputant. Who is it? Chandra, are you here? Called your name earlier. You could be ready. No, not here. Yeah, I'm just going to say again, when we lose quorum, we lose quorum. Sorry, it's just the way it works, Lynn. You've been here for a long time. You know how that works. Not your first rodeo. Okay, who do we have here? Do we have Nicholas Bibasis here? in person? Nope. How about Owen Chevalier on video? He's online? Okay, you're up. Owen?
Hello? Can figure it out.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, I will just say I fully support the cycling plan, and I don't want to take up too much of council's time right now. So thank you.
How about Yukong John Hu? Here? Online? No? No? How about Roberta Tevlin? Are you here in person? No? How about Emily Sadowski? Are you here online? No? How about Afra Raza online? No? Jake Zimmerman online? Sam Naylor online? John Lawson online? Bruce Van Lane, are you online? Yes, online? Okay. Go ahead, Bruce. Bruce? Hello? Are we having trouble connecting with Bruce? Let's move past Bruce and come back to him for Christina Palacio online. Yes, you're online, Christina. Please proceed.
Hi. Thanks for this, and I am very supportive of this proposal, and I will keep it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeannie Lee, in person? No. Ravi Banabi, online? Ravi, not here. Hamish Wilson, in person?
Yes, generally supportive, especially in Scarborough, and I'd refer people to the 2001 bike plan to see the marvelous network that Scarborough could have had on road. And I do wish that we put more emphasis on road as opposed to off-road, including the extension of the western rail path, which I think the resources should go to Queen Street, and otherwise making Parkdale safe, because the 2001 bike plan did indicate that the bulk of the cyclists were in the old core of Toronto, and we need to do both. But Parkdale is short-shrifted in terms of its safety, as noted in the 2001 bike plan. We need to make sure that it really is safe. And yes, there was some side street work, so it's not really fair to say you're not doing things. But it needs to be better, including on Queen Street. What about paving under the underpass in just the width of a bike lane? To make it's not putting in a bike lane, but it's unsafe. 2 cyclists have been killed there. Parkdale needs to be safer, and that includes a stretch of wide College Street between Brock and Lansdowne, which was slated for bike lanes in 2001 in the bike plan, but it's still nothing happened yet. We had Sharrows, and with Sharrows, put Sharrows down on King, on Queen. Notice of hazard about King and Queen and Dundas and College. They're unsafe. We need to have the Sharrows extensively put down in lieu of having actual bike lanes. Go ahead, but it's not good enough.
Never good enough. Thank you.
Not a
Douglas
boondoggle.
Yardley, are you here in person? Go ahead. Mike, could you come up and take over, please? I have to leave. Mike Cole. Mike Cole, you're in the chair. Well, you have to leave at 6, so somebody else is going to have to go in. You have to leave at 6? Everybody has to leave at 6. I'd like everybody to realize there's no quorum at 6 o'clock. So if you don't need to speak, we can get this one done. Thank you, because I have to go. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
My name is Douglas Yardley. I've lived in Scarborough Ward 20 for over 25 years. My bike has been my main form of transportation for years. It saved me many thousands of dollars and helped me to stay fit and healthy at age 74. I often ride my bike along the Kingston-Danforth corridor. It's a highway and it's very uncomfortable to have vehicles whizzing past you. When I rode here this morning, a car passed me on Kingston Road at 70 kilometers an hour. We need a safer road design. I urge our city to proceed with the Safer Kingston Road project and other complete streets projects as recommended by the city staff. Thank you for hearing my concerns.
Thank you, Douglas. Okay, next is Sean Cooper. Video conference request. Is Sean there? Hello, Sean. No, Sean is not there. Maddie J. Cowan, video conference. Are you there, Maddie? Oh, he's here in person. Come on down.
Hello, everybody. My name is Madai. It's my first time deputing. I'm just here to say that I fully support the motion, the plan. I think it could be better, but it's quite great as is. And I hope that it proceeds and that gets brought before council. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Maddie. Very good for a first timer. Okay, Ian McVeigh. Video conference request. Ian, are you out there? Ian's not there. Vivian Wang. Are you here in person, Vivian? She's online. Vivian.
Hello. Hi.
Hello, Vivian.
So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Vivian Wang, and I am a University of Toronto student currently studying environmental studies, and I've been in Scarborough all of my life. I am here to speak in support of the implementation of the Safer Kingston Road project. I will speak upon my own firsthand experiences with transportation and cycling within the city, the complications to that, and the proposed changes to Kingston Road from transportation services. Being born and raised in Scarborough, I've seen firsthand the culture, the passion, and the hardworking people that radiate from the East. As a borough that continues to grow in both size and population, I think it is more important than ever that our infrastructure grows with us. And with all of this vibrancy and movement, we need stronger systems in place to connect us to the rest of the city in a safe, reliable, and sustainable, as well as affordable way. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. Great. Next is Chandra Guamataru. Chandra. Online?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Chandra.
Hi. Thanks again, everyone, for your time. I really appreciate it. I know it's been a long day, so I won't say a whole lot. I just wanted to say I've been biking around the city for over 10 years, and it's been an incredible way to get around. It actually has been one of the fastest ways to get around most of the time. And when I've been able to combine biking with public transit, it's really helped me get around and my family and also my friends. I'm really glad to see that this council is prioritizing bike infrastructure still, despite provincial opposition. I recognize that it's quite challenging to get stuff built when the province is hurtling down on us. That being said, I encourage that the city council to continue to do this and to push for these lanes, especially in the outer suburbs where, frankly, the lanes are most needed as cars are traveling at extreme speeds and it feels quite dangerous, frankly. I'm just going to keep it short and say I'm just here in full support. I hope that council approves this motion and we continue to build more bike lanes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandra. Next is Christine Palosio. Christina Palosio. Not there. Next, we go to Nicholas DiBiase. Nicholas?
Hi, good evening.
Oh, good evening. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll keep this short and sweet because I know we're running out of time. So thank you to the Infrastructure Environment Committee for the opportunity to speak today. This is my first deputation, and I'm from Toronto St. Paul's. I'm here to speak on behalf of all the injured and killed vulnerable road users who can't speak for themselves. I'm a strong believer that safe cycling infrastructure benefits everyone, whether you're on a bike, on foot, or behind the wheel. So I'm going to chop out a lot of this and just say, first, we need to move past the idea that people fall neatly into categories like driver, cyclist, or pedestrian. Most Torontonians use multiple modes of transportation depending on the nature of the current trip. So framing cycling infrastructure as drivers versus cyclists simply doesn't reflect how people actually move through the city. So I want to thank, before I say that, as someone who starts from Toronto St. Paul's and ends up sometimes in Agincourt riding through Scarborough, I really appreciate this initiative. So I want to thank the City of Toronto and Cycle Toronto for their ongoing efforts to protect our most vulnerable residents, regardless of how they travel. I hope these new bike lanes proceed without delay. Lives truly depend on it, and I fully support the Safer Kingston Road initiative.
Thank you very much. We go on to Stephen Glassman. Stephen, you're here in person? There's Stephen. Come on down.
Thank you. I live just off Kingston Road. The plan for Kingston Road is not just for cyclists, but for everybody. It's very dangerous to cross intersections and to walk around. I'm constantly cringe seeing students swarming around these complicated intersections and not being killed. Of course, people are being killed on Kingston Road, and it has to stop. I endorse this plan.
Thank you, Stephen. Next is Charlotte Morgan by video conference. Charlotte. She's not online? Okay, Charlotte is not. Nicholas Wedgwood. Are you here, Nicholas? There he is. Is that you, Nicholas? No? Okay. Margaret Smith. Margaret, there she is, all the way from Davenport. Yeah.
I'm here representing the Advisory Council at the Piccinini Community Center. Two of the recommendations before you today, 2A and 9D, derive from a report done the Caledonia Park Road in Davenport Road Safety Improvements Project. Unfortunately, that project rejected bike lanes on Caledonia Road, and we're here today to request those bike lanes. The project unfortunately decided to reroute all bicycle traffic from the neighborhood through Earls Court Park. And we believe that that is going to be a safety issue. We believe that the pathway through the park, which took us 15 years of advocacy to realize, we believe that rerouting all local bicycle traffic through the park, it will endanger the people that we're trying to help with that pathway. The families, young families, the bicycle users who use the park. They're not through traffic through the park, but they use the park. And people with mobility challenges. That's who we worked for so long to get that pedestrian path. The project didn't use any kind of impact assessment. They didn't do traffic counts. They didn't, one day they did traffic counts. So they have insufficient information on which to base the not having a bicycle route on Caledonia Road. And in fact, they're going to narrow Caledonia Park Road. They're going to narrow it by 2.2 meters. That means that a bicycle path would be impossible on Caledonia Park Road, and that would mean bicycles and all traffic would be rerouted through the park. And the group that we're particularly concerned about are the e-bikes and the e-scooters. And I don't have to tell City Council, you guys know that this is a problem. The number of accidents, the trauma cases, the infractions associated with these vehicles. And we are concerned that those vehicles will now be coming through the park. And the project that looked at this didn't look at any research data to distinguish between bike users, whether they were e-bikes or they were, kids on bikes. So we are asking that a pathway be included on Caledonia Park Road, that it be used by our local people using the park, and that through traffic, should stay on the street where it's safe, and it should be made safe for bicycles and anybody else using Caledonia Park Road. The park should be for the park users. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Margaret, we go now to Theodore Lamb.
Yeah, I'll just be really quick because I don't want us to lose quorum, and hopefully the vote can still get through, and I hope everyone else will also be quick so that maybe the vote can still be voted on today. But I really love cycling, and I think everyone all across the city should have access to safe cycling, so I support this plan.
Thank you very much, Theodore. Beverly McCarthy, a video conference. Beverly McCarthy's not there. Hafiz Alavi by video conference. Hafiz Alavi, video conference. No sign of Hafiz. Anatoly Boroda, video conference. Anatoly Boroda. Okay, I think.
Hello.
Hi, Anatoly. Go ahead.
I wasn't able to be present here in person because I'm a little bit sick, but it's my first time presenting. A practice shouldn't take more than 2 minutes. Sorry for taking the time. So, dear committee members, dear members of the public, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak today. I would like to raise your attention to proposed bike lane on Truesville Drive from Jane to Clearview Heights, which is bi-directional cycle track. Had a chance to attend both public meetings, one held recently in October and the one held last year. I discussed it with local residents, both my street and Truesville Drive. I have a concern about the project, namely, not that much talking about cost effectiveness, because we have a relatively low density area in our part of the city, and do understand the infrastructure cost of installing and maintaining, especially in winter. Dedicated bike lanes might not be justified for a low number of resident users, but one might argue that these changes, namely bike lanes, should come before area grows and evolves, so they can support other developments. But that leads to a second point of integration challenges. We're adding bike lane to existing infrastructure, namely intersection Truesville and Black Creek, might be challenging, especially narrow bridge just south of it. And finally, city is quickly evolving with in this particular area with upcoming crosstown LRT. It's been upcoming since I came to Canada back in 2012, but I still remain hopeful that one day we'll get it. Where area is evolving as a large bus hub coming to intersection Truesville and Eglinton, and which is not part of this project, but I've used bus every day for my commute downtown. It's pretty far to bike, and so this bus hub might benefit from dedicated bus lane instead of proposed separated two bike lanes, which leads me to a third point, namely prioritizing core infrastructure. For urban planning theory suggested focusing on establishing robust public transit system first, before adding specialized infrastructure like bike lanes might be appropriate for low density areas. As such, I would strongly support delaying this particular bus lane till we see all the development with bus service and bus hubs in this particular area. And that's all for me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Anatoly. Next is Ella Wind. Ella Wind. Video conference, is she there? she there? Ella? No? Okay. Ian McVeigh. You're there. Ian, go ahead.
Hello, committee members. Thank you for your time. I had much longer remarks planned or within the limit, but given you're close to adjournment, I want to keep them short. I live in Scarborough. I've grown up in Scarborough along this corridor of Kingston Road between Cliffside and Scarborough Golf Club. It's long overdue. We are missing the opportunity for a sustainable future, and we heard all about that this morning through the TransformTO remarks, so I don't need to go further into that. Please, please, please help make this happen. It's so long overdue. Thank you. I'll end there.
Thank you very much.
And I should say I'm a parent too, and our kids, I don't want to tell my kids that this failed because we don't have good leadership. Thanks.
Yes, okay, thank you for noting that. Thank you. Next is Allison Stewart. Allison, are you here? No sign of Allison, we would have noticed her. Okay. Next is Vida Mirkovic. Vida,
hello, I'm here.
Go ahead.
I'm
all the way
online.
from Scarborough.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your patience tonight. I just want to say I'm in support of the cycling network plan and specifically the Safer Kingston Roads project. I'm a volunteer at Scarborough Cycles for 4 years now and an avid cycler, so I've really had personal experience with the dangers of cycling in Scarborough without proper infrastructure. And it's a shame because I live in the East End and it's easier for me to get downtown in the West End than to Scarborough, and you miss out on a lot of connectivity and community and vibrant neighborhoods. So I do really hope that this project gets accepted. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Vida.
Thank you.
Next is Lee Scott. It's gone? Okay, Lee Scott's gone. Jeff McCartney. Video conference. Is he there? No. Okay. Albert Cole. Not here. Albert's not here. Okay. Albert's not here. Brian Kelly. Brian? No sign of Brian. Assad Memon from video conference. Assad Memon. No sign of Assad. Brian Kelly. Oh, I always said him. Bob Murphy. All these Irish names, they all confuse them all. Okay.
Yes, hello. My name is Bob Murphy, Community Bikeways.
Okay.
I reside in York Southweston, and I agree moving forward, other than the fact that let's not put a bike lane in the parkway of Coronation Park and Clearview. It is a high crime area. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Yeah, near Trethewey, right? Know it well. Okay, next is Johannes Tope. Johannes is not here. Santiago Pacheco Perez. Santiago. Santiago's not here. Alex Bonfat. Alex, are you online? Okay, I'm going to try and get through these. Joe Keenan. Joe. Not there. Marvin McCraig. Video conference. Is Marvin there? No. Lynn Adamson. Lynn, come on up. Come on down. We need to hear you on the mic. All the way from College Street in Euclid.
Speaking for Climate Fast, we support everything can be done on cycling, and I do as well. I ride all the time, waiting for Eglinton myself. But today I just wanted to say, let's do this plan. There's something also about a loop that needs to be completed, and that is in the note that we submitted as well. So move forward. Let's match Montreal. Let's get 40 kilometers a year, not 20. Let's be ambitious because it makes a difference, as we've heard from all these other deputants. Thank you.
Okay, see you, Lynn. Nice to see you again. Okay, Kevin Rupasange. Kevin? He's gone. Marcel Jansen. Video conference request. Marcel Jansen. No, we're getting there. Laura Clamott. Gone. And last but not least, from the Ted Turner Broadcasting Network, Ted Turner. Ted is here online. Where else would Ted be?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Ted, yes, go ahead. You're the last.
Awesome. Scarborough resident, lived here my whole life. Every system is perfectly designed for the results it achieves. The system we currently have creates conflict between drivers and pedestrians and cyclists. I'm hoping that this bike lane transformation can go through to support the residents of Scarborough, especially along Kingston Road, and change the system for the better. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. That's it for all the deputations. I'd like to move this to go directly to City Council without recommendation, and then we could deal with it there. Okay? Go directly to City Council. Okay, thank you, everybody, and we got it done. What's that? Can we vote for the motion to go directly to City Council? Yeah, I think it's the best way to expedite it. Yes. Okay, thank you, and I think that's it.
But don't we need to vote on that, Mike?
Yes, we voted on it, and we're in favor. You're in favor, aren't you?
All right, I'm in favor. Sure.
We're sending it without recommendation to City Council. We'll deal with it there. Okay, thank you. Anyways, that's it. Carried. We're moving adjournment. I'm moving adjournment because we've got to go to about 20 development meetings here all over the city. We're building condos everywhere. Nobody buys them. Okay, thank you. Adjourning.